Sacred Symbols is sponsored by Fume, the remarkable and completely analog device that's helping people around the world escape from a pernicious bad habit. Have you heard of flavored air? It's as simple as it sounds. Scented and flavored air you merely breathe in. Fume has served more than 300,000 customers, and you could be the next success story. For a limited time, use the code SACRED at checkout, that's SACRED, to get a free gift with your Fume Journey Pack. Head to tryfume.com, that's TRYFUM.com, and use that code SACRED to get a free gift with your order today. Again, that's tryfume.com with the checkout code SACRED to try Fume's remarkable, useful, and potentially life-changing flavored air device enjoyed by hundreds of thousands of people from around the world. Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is brought to you by, well, you. If you want to learn how to support our show, go to patreon.com/laststandmedia. Greetings and salutations. Welcome back to Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast. This is episode number 309. My name is Colin Moriarty. I'm joined as always by my son, Chris Raygun, who can be from anywhere you want him to be from because he's got that green screen behind him. So make hay, my friends, and have a good time. It's not really, it's
a little askew. I could move it to get.
What I was going to say was it could be like you're on a Star Destroyer and that would be like the window out.
Yeah,
know?
right. Right.
Or something like that. How are you, my friend? Good to see you.
Good. Another day of getting up early. I guess I'm just kind of used to it now. Although I've been going to sleep late also. So I've been going to bed at like 3 a.m. and waking up at like 7 and feeling really good. I don't know how much longer I can keep that up, but it's kind of wild.
Yeah.
Sleep. Yeah, exactly.
That was me in Santa Monica when we were first doing the show when I first went and saw Dr. Rosenblatt because I wasn't feeling so good. You have that first burst of sleep where you're so tired you fall asleep and then you have to wake up to go pee or something like that, and then that's over after that. So he zooted me out for a couple of years, didn't he?
Yeah.
Did I say it on the show, Chris, that he put me on so much Lexapro that when I went to a guy here, he's like, "What is this?" Like, he's like, "This is so bad for you, and it's the reason that your insurance doesn't cover it." I'm like, "Oh,
yeah, you were fully loaded on Lexapro for a while."
I was feeling great. Yeah. I was like, oh man,
one would hope.
I'm moving cross country. I'm breaking up with my girlfriend. Everything's going great. Let's get the hell out of here. You know,
it's like that. I don't know if you've ever seen, because I feel like it's a little bit outside of the PlayStation space, but you remember that when TF2 used to have those meet the whatever, like meet the scout videos. Right. There was a meet the pyro video that was almost exactly like how I imagined you were with your Lexapro, where he's like, in the real world, he's encasing everything in flame, but in his mind, it's like it's all rainbows and butterflies and teddy bears and stuff.
Totally. I needed to be zooted for a minute. Like, take me out, just for a minute. Yeah. And that minute turned into 5 years. I'm proud to announce, I mean, I've weaned my way down on all this stuff, but I'm pretty much off of Ativan now, which is the one I was most worried about, just because it's got actual physical ramifications for doing it. Right. But I feel good. I'm just nervous all the time again. It's good. Welcome back. Dustin Furban, executive producer. How are you today, my friend?
Doing just fine. I do feel like I got a bit of a weight in my stomach because our new thing with the boys, there's a wing night at a place we like on Wednesday nights. So we've been doing this. We've done it 3 or 4 times now. And so that's good. But then coming into Thursday sometimes, it's not that I'm tired. It just feels like, man, too many wings, maybe. And around here, dude, the Yingling, it flows like water. And it's the type of waitress that you get low and she doesn't even ask. She just brings you another. And I'm, maybe I didn't need a second beer, but now it's presented before me. So I guess I'm going to do that. But nothing wrong with yings and wings.
You're peaking a little bit.
I'm peaking.
On your audio. Yeah.
Oh.
Do you see it?
No, I don't. But my Windows sound was changing up. Are we just cutting this? Keep going?
No, keep going. Who
keep
cares?
Going? Okay.
blow the audience's eardrums that way, don't you?
How about now? It was at 50 when I definitely had it at 40.
Yeah, I don't know. You sound. What's your knob at?
Oh, I'll touch the knob for you.
What's your knob at?
How about now?
Yeah, that's better, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't want to peek on the audience.
Yeah, you still. I don't know. There's something interesting about going on with your audio right now. To me, do you hear it, Chris?
I hear it kind of. It's I don't know if it's.
I don't know if it matters.
Yeah, I don't know if it's at that weird level where it's like I definitely hear him a lot more distinctly and very.
I've gone through puberty. How about now?
Yeah.
That's probably better. You know what I'm talking about when the gate starts. You'll hear it, Dustin, when you go edit.
Yeah,
I saved you many comments about what's going on with your audio. I think
I noticed it when I was editing punching up, but I went and lowered because Windows increased. Oh no! Here we go. That was it. How about now?
What was it?
That's better.
It was my Windows input for my thing. Just suddenly at 80, which I normally keep it at 40.
For the unaware, there's an internal audio setting for your mic, and apart from the hardware we use, and Windows just resets it. Like it's something that happens in the updates, I think, and for some reason, Microsoft's a $3 trillion company. Why don't you have someone fucking QA and figure this out? Are you kidding?
It really is insanely consistent for something that isn't a feature. You know what I mean? Like it feels like it's almost like something that's like, hey, a great benefit to Windows is that we reset your settings every night. Whoa,
dude, Windows is just out of control, man. Like,
keep you on your toes.
I've been using Windows since 3.1, right? Long time ago. And I've had pretty much everyone, even Vista. I had a laptop that was made for Vista. I got it when I graduated college.
I'm so sorry.
And the Windows has gotten so busy and so fucked. Everything's just getting so crazy. You know, Dustin, you have the fucking Samsung TVs, don't you? Or LG, the ones I have.
LG, yep.
LG TVs. I knew it was a Korean company. And I have those same TVs. You picked them out for me.
Uh-huh.
And did you notice recently that they updated?
Yes.
And I turned that off. What it's doing? It's like, can I just have a TV be a fucking TV instead of it being like, here's a fucking commercial and here you want to watch Tubi? It's like, dude, I just want to fucking go on HDMI 1. Is that all right with you? So I had to go deep into the things. I'm like, don't show this to me. What is wrong with you guys? And then I came up to realize it's just a module for them to sell ads. It's like, dude, remember when you used to just sell a television and then fuck off?
Yeah.
What is with everyone?
I even when I was a kid, I used to think it was funny that before TVs were smart TVs, I always thought it was funny that TVs would start with the logo of the TV that you got. You know, like Toshiba, and it's like, I know.
Yeah, there's like
I bought it
on the actual TV. I'm good.
Right, exactly. It always felt weird. It's like, why are you advertising the TV that I already bought from you? Like I already own this.
And I know that their whole thing is like, you want to use the smart. Well, a lot of people use the smart functionality, and it's like, I want to use the console when I turn the TV on. It's 8 times fucking better than whatever you're going on. I don't have to use the goddamn smart remote. Fuck off.
I have never updated any single one of my smart TV. Like the second it gives you the option to connect to the internet, I'm like, no. I don't use it. What's the point? I hate the idea that you have to update everything. At some point, you're going to have to update your shoes. You know, it'll happen.
I'm sure there are ones already that do. Like there's ones that have the step tracking built in, so you got to update those.
Oh my God.
It's when I bought all the my fridge and my stove and whatever for the house. When I bought the house, I had the option to buy. It's like, do you want like a fucking refrigerator that has a shopping list built into it so it knows when you? It's like, can I just get a goddamn fridge?
Yeah, just please.
What is going on here? You know, same thing with the stove. You want to turn on your stove with your app? No.
Well, we do things a little bit differently here in Silicon Valley.
Yeah. Here in Silicon Valley, we like to make things as annoying as possible. Use as much silicon possible. All right. It's going to be a big episode today. There's a lot to talk about today. In fact, we're recording right now, my boys, because we have the regular episode to do, right? So we're recording now, we're doing that, but we're doing it from a position of a little bit of mystery and ignorance because the state of play is happening later today from when we're recording. That will be integrated into this episode. So at some point you'll see us cut over and talk about all of that. But from right now, we have no idea what's going to happen. And I gave everyone explicit instructions in the thread this week. You better not write in about the state of play. And you didn't. So thank you about that. Because you know how people write in and they have, it's like, you think what do you think's going to be at the state of play? Do you understand when the podcast goes live?
Right.
Yeah. This was the same thing we were going to do with Sacred Symbols Plus. We were going to do a predictions episode. I've been waiting And then they announce it, and then it's like, well, should we do it? And it's like, well, so people have an episode of Plus that's accurate for 12 hours.
Right.
Can Sony please just like talk?
Their timing is pretty annoying. Like it's
horrifying.
I don't like it at all.
No, me neither. I feel like I sound like I'm I'm denunciating, like Larry David would say, but I actually am in a fine mood otherwise. So I don't mean to be so denunciation centric right now.
I think you just have like a naturally denunciatory disposition, maybe.
Yeah.
You know, you just kind of sound like naturally kind of like, fuck this.
Yeah. All right. Is there anything else that we need to say? I mean, I don't know. Is there anything else on your mind? Dustin, you have anything you want to get off your chest?
Get off my chest. Pretty annoyed that Sony always wants to do this on Thursday. I like the news. Just, we got a little marathon ahead. That's fine. We need stuff to talk about, so I'm not going to actually complain about it. We desperately need stuff to talk about. But it is, I guess, without going into what we think is going to be there, interesting move for it to be state of play, not showcase. And also announce, like, just above, just 24 hours in advance.
Yeah.
Seems a little strange.
A random source of mine, friend that, and again, I don't poke my sources for information. They kind of approach me with it when they think I find it interesting. And someone sent me what I'm pretty confident is every game that's going to be at the show today. And I woke up to it. In fact, this person was kind enough to hide it. I didn't even know you could do this, like where you can do like a Discord like spoiler mode for a picture you send to someone on iOS.
Oh,
and
yeah.
He's like, if you want to know what the games are, click on this. And I did. And I'm like, this seems like it's probably right. So
that was floating around on Twitter too. But I wonder if I don't know if it's the same list. It might not be.
Yeah. This is a person that would know, but I have no idea for sure. We'll find out. I'll let you guys know when we get to that part of the episode. And what's funny about needing things to talk about is actually we have plenty to talk about this week already. We actually didn't need this week. That's the irony. It's just going to make the show even more bloated. But I think people are going to enjoy it. Maybe we should just get into it in earnest. Number one. I'm only kidding. We have about an hour and a half to 2 hours before we ever get to any of that. Please. All right. Welcome to Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, episode 309, our weekly PlayStation podcast over at Last Stand Media. You can get it early and ad-free, 3 days early, ad-free, patreon.com/laststandmedia. We have 13,000. What is it now? I don't even know. I don't really look anymore because it kind of stresses me out when it goes up and down, so I just stop looking. Yeah. I remember when I was at Kind of Funny, I almost never looked at how many. We have 13,585 paying subscribers every month now, which is awesome. Thank you for that. You can be amongst the group. $1 a month, $2 a month, $5, and so on. $5 is the sweet spot. That's where about 10,000 of you are at. And that gets you early ad-free access to every episode of this show and all the other shows in the Last Stand Media Network, including the Xbox podcast Defining Duke, the Nintendo podcast Punching Up, conversational podcast Constellation, games conversation podcast Summon Sign, retro and nostalgia podcast Knockback. All of it. Lots of value. You won't even miss your $5, I promise. Sacred Symbols Plus also every week. I did a mailbag last week where I answered 34 of your random questions. I'm not crazy about doing mailbags, but what I've realized about it, because I feel like it's very low effort, on my part. I like to prepare and like get into the weeds and shit and feel like I'm earning. And what I've found is that people really love these episodes.
Yeah.
And so maybe we'll do more of them in the future. We just don't have a lot of real estate anymore because we removed one of those episodes a week to make room for Summon Sign. But the mailbag's up. We did a conversation about Stellar Blade. We did a kind of off-topic catch-up episode that people really enjoyed. The interview with Ken Levine is up for everyone on YouTube now. A couple Final Fantasy VII Rebirth episodes, a Fallout television show, Amazon show episode. We're going to do we talked before. Actually, I was a little bit of accusatory, wasn't I, Dustin? We talked before the show about what we're going to do for the next episode of Sacred Symbols Plus, and we'll do a Summer Game Fest predictions podcast. I don't know exactly how that's going to work because I have no idea who's going to be there or what they're going to say, but it'll be fun.
Brad's handling it.
4-0. Huh?
Brad is on top of it. He's got plans.
Oh, does he? Oh, that's good.
Well, because originally the plans were for a state of play one. It just Sony snuck up real fast. So it should be fun. I'm excited to see what he'll do. I don't know any of the questions, but it will be competitive.
Jeff Grubb got vindicated, huh? A lot of people were upset with him. People bust my balls because Jeff and I don't personally like each other at all, but seems fairly reliable as a source to me.
Yeah.
I wonder, they were really making him look like a liar for a minute, though, weren't they? He was running out. He was probably up at night, tossing and turning, looking at the calendar. Like a time lapse of the calendar. The X's go on the calendar as it gets further and further to the end of the month, and he's sweating bullets, and then it arrives. And the craziest part is they announce Horizon 4, which is crazy. They just skip 3 completely.
Yeah.
And go right to Horizon 4. All right. What else is going on here? Oh, other perks on Patreon, Discord access. It's like 6,000 or 7,000 of you over there being fucking crazy. Spotify integration, RSS feeds for your podcast. I guess, I think it works with Spotify now. I think RSS, Spotify doesn't use RSS, but RSS works pretty ubiquitously now for all podcast services, which is great. So check that out. Merch, laststandmedia.store. And we have a little bit of an inquiry here about this. Preston Britton wrote in. Said, hey, Swole Squad, no question this week, but wanted to shout out to the new merch drop. Every single day at 6:30 a.m., I teeter on the edge of death, lifting weights and listening to the shows. Last week, while holding heavy dumbbells over my head for a lift, I had to endure the edging jokes of the famous Chris Welpline while not trying to laugh and drop the weights and shatter my brain and skull all over the floor. Chris, he's talking about the
right.
Either way, the health and what, because I saw your face. Either way, the health as wealth mantra is fantastic and hopefully is inspirational to many. Hopefully we get stickers and other merch with the phrase on it. So yeah, over at lastdaymedia.store, we've done our next drop, more defining Duke centric. Health is wealth shirt and tank top, right?
And tank top.
And we're pushing quite a few of those, which is cool. So go check that out. Take care of yourselves out there. Make concessions and be good to yourself. Thank you for your support over there. And then live show. No tickets on sale yet, but September 6th in San Diego, California. It'll be Sacred Symbols versus Defining Duke. We hope to see you there. We'll have information on that on Patreon shortly about when tickets will go on sale. Daniel J. wrote into us on Patreon and said, greetings, CDC. Just wanted to express my excitement for the upcoming Sacred versus Duke San Diego show in September. As someone who is very used to traveling up to LA to see my favorite artists and shows, it's awesome that the next LSM show is coming here. The Observatory North Park is easily my favorite venue in town. It's nicely designed and intimate. I've seen some of my favorite artists, big and small, at the Observatory, and I'm super excited to see my two favorites, the Dukes and the Sacred Boys there. Keep up the good work, gents. Thank you, Daniel. We're looking forward to seeing everyone there. I love San Diego, so I definitely wanted to go there. I think it's within proximity of great population centers, including LA, close enough for you to come, where we don't have to be in LA, which is nice for me. Anyway,
really,
Chris is there right now. Oh, Chris likes it.
What would you say?
You say not nice to not be in LA. I mean, and to some degree, Chris, I mean, it's like, it would be nice to not be in LA, even though I'm here, choosing to be here. Like if LA was different, maybe.
Right. Well, I'm not technically in LA. It's just like LA is so big, like the county is so unnecessarily large that it only makes sense to say that. But yeah, I mean, LA is my least favorite part of LA. Everything around it is so much more interesting. It's like the center of it is just kind of like, I guess, a necessary evil that connects everything. Because I like Glendale and Pasadena and Burbank and even Santa Monica in small doses, and Long Beach, Manhattan Beach is really cool too. It's just like you have to travel through this clogged artery in the center. There's really not much in LA proper, except for like maybe Koreatown, which is cool, but it's really it. I don't know.
Pregnant pause. Sorry.
Pregnant pause.
All right. Topics of discussion. Things to talk about. A few odds and ends. Junie Figueroa wrote in. Remember, you can write in over on Patreon, patreon.com/lastdaymedia as part of your subscription on the weekly thread. Let us know what you think, and maybe we'll select your inquiry. Junie says, hey, CDC, this one's a bit of a downer, but it's got an upside at the other end, I promise. This past week, my family and I experienced our first tornado in Texas, and I have to say, definitely do not want to get on that ride again. It demolished both of our houses and tore through most of our neighborhood. The cherry on all of this was that I had just bought my house 2 months prior and did a buttload of renovations and was planning on moving in the week the tornado hit. Thank God I was lazy. But on the positive side, everyone got out safe with barely a scratch, and the insurance is going to cover everything, even my Moriarty Ray Gun 24 shirt. At least through all of this, I was able to get some respite from it all when Sacred dropped. If only for a few hours, I didn't have to think about all the craziness of last week or what was about to happen. All I had to do was enjoy the conversation. Thank you for all that you do, and know that your shows help people like me get through some of the hardest moments of our lives. Not like that. Well, maybe like that. I don't know. The weirdos will play this episode. All jokes aside, thanks. Junie, stay safe. So sorry to hear that. Tornadoes are fucking crazy.
Yeah.
Uniquely, it's not uniquely because there's a couple other places where they happen in the world, but actually tornadoes are very native to the United States because of the Great Plains, the way the weather goes, which I've always found so interesting. Like, and Tornado Alley is obviously like the world's craziest place. We have so much interesting stuff going on in the United States, and Texas is in that alley. So I'm sorry to hear this. Glad the insurance will be covering you.
Yeah.
And that fucking freaked me out, man.
Yeah, it would scare me endlessly to know that the wind could attack me at any given moment.
The wind becomes a demon.
Yeah, literally.
And,
have you guys ever seen, like, have you guys ever seen a tornado, like, in person?
No.
No. I've seen funnel clouds, but like that could become one, but never did. So no, I've never seen one touch.
They are wild. I remember I saw like when me and my friend were driving, or when me and my roommate were driving from New York to LA, we saw one like in the distance in Kansas, and we were like, that is one of the craziest things it is really impossible to describe. Like, really, like, you think it's like, oh, it's like a funnel of wind. It's like kind of, but it looks impossibly big. They're freakish. Imagine
being like the Sioux Indians in like 1600.
Yeah,
just
right.
Walking like, and like you're hunkering down in your nomad village. And then it's like, no wonder these people had fucking crazy stories about gods and all this kind of stuff. It would be insanity.
Yeah.
How would you even explain it? You know?
Yeah, it defies explanation, really.
It's so interesting. Well, I'm sorry to hear that happened. I was reading about that a little bit and seeing stuff about what's going on there. There's always something going wrong, isn't there? And a lot of, by the way, I don't mind that people write these things, and I appreciate it. Like the sad thing of getting more and more sad inquiries. We had another one about someone's dog who passed. I'm very sorry about that, by the way. We got to lift it up. We got to lift ourselves up a little bit. You can't put me in this state of mind while I'm writing the show. You know, this happened to me. I fucking, someone died, this dog died, I'm hurting, I'm dying. It's like, I get it, guys. Everyone's dying.
I feel like it would be fine if maybe we didn't start the show with those all the time. Like, feels like we always intro. It's like, hi guys, my entire family exploded overnight.
It's like 10 minutes of jokes about edging, and now my family's dead.
It's
and
true.
Now the
You're
in memoriam section. It's like, oh my god,
the in memoriam section of sacred symbols. Oh no.
What is the Dinky Doo Dinkins? Pancaked by a truck.
By a garbage truck.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
I don't think that they usually say how they died in the in memoriam.
They're not babies when they die.
Show is so good.
Sacred Symbols is sponsored by Fume, the remarkable and completely analog device that's helping people around the world escape from a pernicious bad habit. Have you heard of flavored air? It's as simple as it sounds. Scented and flavored air you merely breathe in. And the effect for many people is major. And my friends at Fume happen to be the industry leader in this new, burgeoning, and exciting category. So here's what you need to know. Fume is a cylindrical object made of high-quality steel and maple, and it doesn't turn on, nor can you even plug it in. That's because Fume is completely analog, so there's nothing to charge. Within your Fume, you place replaceable objects called cores, and these cores come in a wide variety of enticing flavors and scents, including crisp mint, maple pepper, and on, or my personal favorite, orange vanilla. All you do is pull on your core-filled Fume, and voila! You net the benefit of flavored air without vapor, nicotine, or other harmful chemicals that can be bad for your health. Fume isn't good for your health by itself, no. Instead, it's totally neutral, a way to obliterate a bad habit with a satisfying replacement. As I sit here and write this ad, and frankly as I've sat here at this desk for hours upon hours each and every week, my Fume has been a great complement to my workflow. It's easy to use, fun to fidget with, and completely unobtrusive. But the reality is I'm using it because I like to and because I want to. For many of you, Fume's ability to neutralize your desire to do something far more destructive has its own obvious benefits far beyond my own use. Fume has served more than 300,000 customers, and you could be the next success story. For a limited time, use the code SACRED at checkout, that's SACRED, to get a free gift with your Fume Journey Pack. Head to tryfume.com, that's TRYFUM.com, and use that code SACRED to get a free gift with your order today. Again, that's tryfume.com with the checkout code SACRED to try Fume's remarkable, useful, and potentially life-changing flavored air device enjoyed by hundreds of thousands of people from around the world. M. Carber wrote in and said, "Hi, Colin. After 12 months of deliberation, my wife and I have decided to purchase a new puppy. Yes. In less than 2 weeks, I will be picking up our new Boston Terrier puppy. Yes. As a lover of the American gentleman yourself and with 2 of your own, do you have any breed-specific advice to a new pet owner?" Boston Terriers are crazy. I mean, I think that's the only thing you have to... So Mike and I always bring this up, that there are apparently 133 breeds of dog that have been like ranked in by intelligence on a list of like highest to lowest, smartest to least smart. And Boston Terriers are number 100 on that list. They are cute and adorable. They are good natured. They like people, but they aren't very smart. And they're a little bit more difficult to train than I think your average dog, and they're stubborn. They don't listen. But the thing I love about Bostons the most is that they're just so athletic and fast and interesting. Like you see small dogs usually and they can barely walk, or they're just like kind of teetering around. Bostons are just so muscular and interesting. I don't know. I love them so much. But yeah, just each Boston I've had 3 now. These are my second and third, and they're all different from each other. So you have to just keep an eye out for that as well. But I don't know. I guess my advice for your new Boston Terrier puppy would be my advice for you getting any sort of breed of puppy, which is just have fun. Yeah. Those are the days. So cute. When you're trying to train them and they're just so dumb, and you have to bring them outside every hour and kind of coerce them to do the right thing and all of that. It goes pretty quickly. It's funny that this letter came in because I was in the garage smoking a joint a few days ago, and I was just going through old videos, and I have so many old videos of Rush as a puppy, and I'm like, man, I was getting kind of sad and wistful actually. And I was like, man, these were the days, huh, Rush? Now he just fucking sits around and lays down and groans and grumbles all the time, and he's only 4, but he acts like he's like 12.
I mean, he's how old would he be if he's 4 in like human years?
It's 28, right? Isn't it 7 years or something like that?
That's about the time where you start being like, man, where did I go wrong? Oh man, what happened to time?
Yeah. And you guys can listen to a recent episode of Constellation where I go deep into the lore around my dog's Russian treble if you want to see any of that. I just got a text message. My medical marijuana order will be here in 11 minutes. So I'm going to have to get up at some point and tend to this.
I thought you got a text from Rush and it was going to say, stop talking about me.
Yeah, it's just a paw.
Is it normal to say like, I've decided to purchase a new puppy? Like, is that the proper verbiage?
Well, I guess you could say adopt, but if you're getting it, like mine both came from a Boston Terrier breeder, and I paid for them, so.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I understand that you pay for them, but like something about like purchasing a dog, that sounds strange.
Yeah. I don't know what property, I remind Frisk, I'm like, hey, just so you know, you're my property. I can take you out if you need to.
Put Frisk in a chokehold.
Mm-hmm.
I purchased you into this world and I could take you out.
I'll send you back. They won't want you, Rush. Don't worry. All right. A level 1 cleric wrote in and said, howdy, heathens. This may be a strange question, but do you listen to anything in the shower? E.g. music, podcasts, YouTube videos, etc. I recently learned that I'm the only person in my friend group that doesn't constantly need something to fill the dead air, as I actually enjoy having a bit of genuine quiet time without distraction. Am I broken? Are they broken? I don't know what counts as normal here. Anyway, thanks for all the great content and keep on trucking. You're not broken. We're all broken because I also have to listen to things in the shower. I can't have one moment of silence anymore. My brain is so fucking crazy at this point inside that I constantly need stimulus.
Yeah.
And so I usually listen to podcasts in the shower, but sometimes music. I listened to music last night in the shower, actually, or yesterday afternoon in the shower. So yeah, Chris, who's broken here in this situation? Them or him?
I think all of it's valid, really. Like, I don't think there's any. I don't think any of this is like an indication of like, oh, you can't focus or like you can't pay attention or whatever. I think it's completely reasonable to want either just complete silence in the shower or just to want to fill it, because it is kind of. I use music specifically because I can't really listen to enough of a podcast to feel like I'll be in there for too long if I listen to a podcast, because I easily get lost. And for me, it's like I try to stay in the shower for like maximum 4 songs. Like when a 4th song ends, I'm like, all right, I gotta start wrapping up here.
Right.
I could stay in the shower for the whole day. Really, I love the shower. I love that. Just like it's like you've got like this warm blanket of water over you. It's really calming. There's really no outside stresses or anything. You feel clean. It's great. Like, why would I ever want to leave it? And so I got to find some reason to get myself out of there. You know. But it's always music generally.
Yeah, music's a good option. The problem with music for me is I usually don't listen to records anymore. I listen to like just my playlist, and it's too risky. Too. Yeah, it's just too risky to get a song I don't want at that moment. And so sometimes I'll like raw dog it and just be like, oh, I'm gonna just whatever comes. Yeah. But then something comes that I'm like not really into. I just feel like I can control it a little bit more with a podcast.
Well, I mean, I have like a what is it? Like one of those waterproof shower speakers things. The ones that you bring to the beach, basically. And I basically have that in. So if something comes up, if like I'm listening to like a bunch of metal and then Weird Al comes on and completely throws the vibe off, I'm like, all right, let's skip this one.
Yeah.
But I don't normally count that as like one of the 4 songs, you know?
Yeah. I originally had a Bluetooth speaker for years and then it died. And so I just had nothing for a few years. Just recently, in the last few months, I got a HomePod that sits in right outside of my shower that I use. And I've used it quite a bit, but not as much as I thought in some ways, in that sometimes I need the quietness of the shower. You know, sometimes you can get a lot of good thinking done, process something when you're in the shower, but other times I just want to jam out to something. So it's a mix of both depending on what I'm feeling. I will say the HomePod is nice because if you need to skip a song, you can tell the Apple device, Siri, I'll say it quietly, did not activate anybody's, you can say next song and she'll just skip to the next one.
I have Siri off. It's too much.
Too much.
Can't be talking to my phone. I also have an ancient phone. I don't even know if I can use all the functionality of it, or the normal. Well, I was actually, so my dad was here, or he still is here actually, but I won't see him again for a couple of days. But he's down in Virginia because my oldest nephew graduated from high school yesterday, and which is like insane. I feel so old because I want to be like, I remember when you were born. Like he gives a shit. But we went. He went to a Maggie Walker, which is like a very prestigious invite high school in like a governor's school in Virginia, and so it was a very intimate thing at the Altria in Richmond, which is an awesome venue. It's actually one of the venues we were thinking about having our live show at, but it's too big for us. But it was really, really beautiful. And I was with my oh my God, hold on a second. Yeah, I got to go do this real quick.
It's the weed time.
It's weed. It
doesn't matter. I don't even remember what I was saying anyway. I'll be back. You guys fill the air and do whatever the hell you want.
Do whatever the hell we can do. Whatever the hell we want.
All right, show's canceled.
Say whatever the hell we want.
Show's canceled. Sorry, guys. Off we go.
Yeah, I mean, why not?
Yeah, why not?
A 30-minute episode. That's not going to offend anybody. Why can't we have a short episode every once in a while? Oh, yeah, 4 hours, 5 hours. People are going to be demanding an 8-hour episode next. Who knows?
Sometimes I wonder how long it will be before we reach that. Because it seems to trend. Like we've leveled out around 5 hours. Like I don't know if it could get any longer than that. But
right,
I remember when we started the show, I didn't think like we're definitely never going to get past 2 hours.
I think there is something in episode 1 or 2 that Colin says that the show will always be around. Like he says, like an hour and a half, maybe. Yeah, 2 hours. Episode 1. So something, things change. I'm not one of those guys that's like you said this, but just goes to show. Now, what are you sipping on here, Chris?
I just got a coffee from Dunkin' Donuts.
Oh, not bad.
I don't normally care for Dunkin' Donuts coffee, but I don't know. I just kind of was like, I didn't feel like making my own today. It was just kind of, I got an early start, but I kind of wanted to take advantage of just getting my office in more order. And so I kind of forewent making myself breakfast. So I just kind of ordered out. And I got myself I got myself 3 bacon, egg, and cheeses, and
Oh shit.
an iced coffee, French vanilla, cream, shot of espresso. I don't remember what specifically I ordered because I never order from there, but I just figured like any coffee would be fine.
I got DoorDash the other day, which I probably do maybe twice a year. I was a little drunk, which the increases of getting DoorDash, even after a mere two beers, which for me, I'm a lightweight at this point because I don't drink that often. So I got the McDonald's DoorDash. It took an hour to show up. And so I ordered it at about 10:30 and then it shows up about 11:40-ish. And at that point, I'm like, dude, I am 30 years old. I'm eating McDonald's at midnight. I am dancing with the devil here.
Yeah.
I was fine. After some drinks too. I ended up staying up way later because like I just got to sit here and drink some water or else I'm gonna wake up like pruned.
Yeah. You've got to invest in hydration when you're drinking at all. Like I learned that, what is it? Have you ever had Pedialyte?
Oh yeah.
That stuff is a miracle worker, dude. Like I couldn't believe what a cheat code that shit was.
Do you find it better than like Liquid IV or something like that? Which Liquid IV was a sponsor of this show, by the way, at one point.
I've never done Liquid IV, to be fair, so I can't compare. But all I know is that like I have never had a bad experience with Pedialyte combining it with alcohol. You know what I mean? Like I've never woken up. I've always woken up. Even after drinking like a lot, I would wake up. If I had at least half a thing of Pedialyte, I would wake up and I'd be like, oh my god.
I just had a game-changing idea. What about mixed drinks Pedialyte? That way you can get drunk and you never have a hangover because you're just already taking in the Pedialyte.
I don't
that has to
know.
exist.
I feel like if that worked, it would be done more often. You know what I mean?
I think I might be onto something here. I mean, this
maybe
could be
I don't know.
cutting edge
I never
science.
I will say I've never thought about it in my life, which is strange because it seems relatively obvious that you would want to perhaps combine those two. But I feel like that would just neutralize you to the point where like maybe you don't wake up hungover, but you wake up sick and sad.
I mean, that's normally the case.
Yeah, I always wake up sad anyway, whether I'm drinking or not.
Yeah,
it was Fred Durst who said, looks like I'm drinking tonight. Tomorrow, I guess I'll be sipping on some Pedialyte.
Dude, it's a cheat code. It's amazing. Pedialyte. Isn't that stuff they give to babies to prevent them from exploding overnight when they're like newborns or something? Like,
is that what it's for? Yeah, I know it's for children. Pedialyte is an oral rehydration solution used when one needs to rehydrate without actual water.
Yeah, but I think it's for, because I think babies. I didn't know this, by the way, until recently, which is shocking because I feel like that's something that I feel like this is something that I should have learned a lot earlier. But you can't give babies water. Like babies can't drink water. What the fuck?
What did they drink back in the day?
Exactly. Oh, I guess milk.
I
guess they're just drinking breast milk.
That's of course what. Yeah, of course.
But they can't drink water, like straight up. Like at least not for like the first like several months or like I think the first year or something.
That's weird.
I'm looking into this because that makes sense to me. This is something I should know as a soon-to-be father.
Yeah, you're gonna give.
I don't want to drown the baby.
Dustin Furman. Yeah,
my baby's sipping on smart water like right out the womb.
Yeah. Triple X,
alkaline.
Triple X vitamin water. Grow up strong.
Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure that's. I don't know how long, but it's the fact that it's at any amount of time at all. Like it's just like babies can't have water. What the fuck? That's jarring information to me.
Let's see. Newborns and babies up to 6 months old should never drink water. Breast milk and baby formula are designed to meet babies' nutritional needs. Man, these babies, babies, you gotta tie them up in a thing so they don't kill themselves when they sleep. And now you're telling me they can't drink water?
Swaddling, right? That's what they call it.
Yeah, swaddling.
They're aliens, man.
Yeah. Again, we said it in the past, I'm just so fascinated by these things existing in prehistory.
Mm-hmm.
And what the fuck happened, like how that all went. That must have been pretty interesting. All right. Well, I don't remember what the hell I was talking about, but I do want to say, because he listens to the show sometimes, my nephew Declan, congratulations to him. He's going to Virginia Tech in the fall.
Oh,
and
I know that's
down
cool.
here in Virginia, what you learn is there is a massive rivalry between Tech and Virginia. I guess it's the University of Virginia or just Virginia. And it's everywhere. And I am totally passive in it. I don't really give a shit. I guess I now have a little bit of a VT slant now, a Virginia Tech slant. You see people with vanity plates are so cheap in Virginia. Like, I don't know why, but they're comically cheap to the point where like everyone has one. And you see people put VT for Virginia Tech in their license plates all the time, like VT with your name or this VT or something. Like, why is everyone they love their college more than I love Northeastern in some sense, you know?
Yeah.
But at least they have that cool little the sports rivalry and the collegiate rivalry. It's pretty neat. So proud of him. Have fun, boy. All right. What else? Oh, I had 2 inquiries that I wanted to read. These are questions that can be easily answered, and I'll answer them rapidly and we can move on. But I bet you questions that a lot of people don't know the answer to, and they're too afraid to ask. Okay? AJ Cappuccietti wrote in. It's a last stand Q. Hello, sacredness of gentlemen. Does anyone have insight into how a game gets a trailer featured on PlayStation's YouTube? Colin is always championing an internal Sony team that filters junk games from going on PSN. In a way, this already exists, as you never see these shovelware games featured on PlayStation's YouTube feed. This obviously isn't blocking the games from appearing on PSN, but it certainly seems like Sony is only showing you the most relevant games via this channel. I'm pretty sure Lily Mo has had games featured here, but did Sony charge a fee for this? Thanks and take care. No. So unless things have changed in between the last game and the new game, is they'll put up pretty much any trailer that you send them. You do this. Each developer has like a product manager that you deal with, and through them you can send a YouTube like a launch trailer or an announced trailer, and they'll pretty much always put it up with no problem. So no, there's no fee charged for that or anything like that, and that's why you see such a gamut of games on YouTube, on the YouTube channel, which I think is pretty cool. And those shovelware games might actually be on there if they had trailers, which if you go and look at a lot of the objects for those games, they don't even have gameplay videos or anything. And then the other question is Andrew Dixon. He says, hey fellas, quick question. When studios shut down, who gets my money when I buy their game? For instance, if I buy Hi-Fi Rush this afternoon, who gets my money? I'd like to imagine I live in a benevolent utopia where the money is rolled into the severance packages of the folks who created the game, but I suspect the real answer is more crushingly depressing. Thanks for all you do, and early happy Father's Day to Dustin. Are you going to celebrate Father's Day? It's going to be a little premature.
Oh, yeah, when is it?
I mean, you are a father now, right? I mean,
yeah,
you already are a father.
I got Holly some flowers, and I got her a massage for Mother's Day. I'm just supporting her, so I deserve a Father's Day gift way less than her, because she's taking care of that. She's growing that baby. He's brewing in there, and it's tough. So I don't know. It's not up to me. I guess if she gets me something cool, I'll happily accept, but I'm not demanding.
Have you settled on a name?
I have. Yes.
What is it?
Jim Ryan.
Yeah. You don't dox your baby.
Yeah. We're not telling anybody the name just because there's family members that I know that it's like, oh, this is the name. They'll be like, oh, you know, that kind of response that's like kind of judgy and kind of not. We're just going to reveal it when it's time. And if you hate it,
Sora,
fuck
isn't
you.
it?
Yeah. So
it better be Chris Collin, Dustin Furman.
It better be. Yeah. Holly loves that. I told her all about that.
Yeah.
She absolutely loves that name. She sold.
Yeah. Chris Collin, Dustin Furman. It's just so funny because you got to say it like that. Chris Collin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hyphenated.
It's really bad. Yeah. It's really, really bad. Andrew, as far as your inquiry is concerned, though, the money always goes to the publisher of the game. So the reality is when Hi-Fi Rush was selling, when Tango still existed, they still weren't getting the money for the game. It's the publisher who gets the money when a game is sold. And then they'll distribute it amongst either, so sometimes, and this gets deeper into the weeds, it's more than you're asking really, but in a third party relationship, you might get a cut on every game you sell. It really depends on the, the deal you've worked out with your specific publisher or the funder of the game. But I've seen this question bandied around, and so I'm like, I bet you a lot of you don't know this. And so, yeah, it'll always go to the publishing entity. So who gets the money when Hi-Fi Rush is bought? Microsoft. But Microsoft always got the money when Hi-Fi Rush is bought. All right. Few smaller news items to get through before we get into what we're playing, and then bigger news items, including a lot of Sony talk, as always, because this is Sacred Symbols of PlayStation podcast. I'm in a weird mood today. like in a weird spot. I think I'm a little delirious because I didn't sleep well. Did I say that, by the way? My shoulder, like I've had this really, it doesn't hurt right now actually, but I have this like really sharp pain. It feels like a nerve thing in my like it almost starts like near my like to the left of my heart and goes all the way down my arm. And yesterday I was like, am I having a stroke or something like that? Like something crazy like that. But we looked everything up and everything's good. I think it's from lifting these heavy ass weights.
What are you lifting right now?
Just 2 30-pound dumbbells, which for me is extraordinary amount of weight, you know, because I started with 15 pounds and then I went up to 22 pounds and now I'm up to 30 pounds. And what's funny is that the weights are still in my home gym or whatever, the old ones. So I lift them and it's like trivial amounts of weight now for me. So I am like going up slowly. But maybe my body just can't take it. I have no upper body strength, you know? So I'm really trying to get that. I really want to become more and more swole. I'm seeing results. So I'm really motivated, but you know, I'm starting from like spaghetti arm. So
right.
It's going to take a little bit of time, but yeah, it sucks, man. That's why I didn't sleep very well because I kept tossing and turning because you know, I like to sleep in very specific ways. I have like a body pillow that I basically like wrap my body around. And if I can't do that, you know, naked, by the way, no pants on when I do that. So, you know, when I can't do that, I'm tossing. I can't sleep on my back because I get sleep paralysis. And so I'm all fucked up right now. So I feel
do you reliably get sleep paralysis like every time you sleep on your back?
Yeah. If I fall asleep on my back, it'll almost certainly happen. Yeah.
That's kind of wild.
Yeah, it is. That's why I just don't do it. You know,
I feel like if you did it often enough, you'd like lose the fear of it though, and you'd have hilarious hallucinations. That's what happened to me.
Well,
when I willingly induced it, I got really bored one day. I really had nothing going on, and I was like, I think I'm gonna like sleep in and like try to make this happen. Because normally when it would happen, I would be like terrified. I'm like, oh my god, I'm Stephen Hawking's overnight. Would always be the fear. It's like I'll never walk again. Right. It's always like the immediate fear when that happens to you because it's such a wild feeling. Like being awake and not being able to move is a crazy feeling. But once you realize that it's like sleep paralysis and then you're trying to do it and then it happens, you're still dreaming while you're awake, which is like the interesting thing about it. So like a lot of people see like witches and like nightmare stuff because their dreams are informed by how scared they are of the fact that they can't move. But when you accept how ridiculous it is, or like when you accept that like, oh, this is just sleep paralysis, your hallucinations kind of reflect the fact that it's not scary. So I remember like waking up being like, oh, cool, it's happening. And I look over to my right and there was like a goblin and he was like, wake up, I'm dancing or some nonsense. He was just like saying bullshit. I was like, this is crazy. And what was so amazing about it too is that because I can't see without my glasses and I wasn't wearing my glasses, the goblin was also out of focus. I thought that was hilarious.
That's an extra level of immersion.
Right. It's like
your brain.
That's like my brain was foveating the rendering.
Yeah.
Right, in some way.
I like that the goblin sound like he might have been from like The Sopranos or something.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hey,
yeah.
All of on over here. I'm going to do a dance.
My default impersonation of everybody that I've ever met, regardless of how they sound, is always an angry New Yorker.
Sure.
I don't know why that's the default, but it makes sense to me.
The thing about sleep paralysis that bothers me, Chris, is just it's happened to me hundreds of times in my life. And,
oh wow, yeah,
and it's never not scary, and so I don't know like what that's all about, and I don't know what it is common for it to be brought on by a specific way a person sleeps.
Yeah,
and yeah, so back sleeping just won't do it for me, but it won't happen unless I'm like flat. If I sleep on my back on like in a seat or something, it doesn't happen, but that whole thing of like being awake and like knowing you can't move, it's so strange. Like, why can't I move? Like, what is going on? It's very, very strange. And I'm not into it. I'm just not into it.
Hundreds of times. Yeah, it's only happened to me like 5 times, I think, including the time that I tried to do it on purpose.
Oh yeah, dude, it's happened to me. I mean, when I was a kid, it was happening to me and I didn't really even understand it, you know? And I didn't say anything about it to anyone for many years because I didn't really even know what was going on or if like anyone else experienced it. And then you find out like with the internet, you find out that, yeah, lots of people apparently do experience this. And then you discover that it's this really old phenomenon, obviously. And I think I've said this to you guys before, that there's an amazing Renaissance painting of a guy sleeping with a demon on his chest. and it's supposed to be a representation of that, like the crushing weight and not being able to move and stuff like that, and that it's scary, like inherently scary. And it's like, wow, you guys were experiencing that too. That's pretty interesting.
Yeah. Well, a lot of people see that too. A lot of people like literally like hallucinate like I've heard it described as like a witch sitting on their chest a lot. Like that's like a common
So people might like
sleep
that.
paralysis hallucination.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
you know, doesn't sound too bad.
Yeah.
But
Which kind of
which witches are we talking about? Like the ones at the end of the witch?
Oh yeah, I don't know. It depends. If it's like a Lady Dimitrescu or something, it's not really that much of a problem. But if it's a one of those things at the end of the Vavitch or whatever the fuck that movie is, and that's like a bit scary.
Lady D would crush your sternum probably, and you'd like it.
You'd die happy.
That's fine. Yeah, whatever. It's better than dying at 80. A feeble old man dying. It was like so sad.
Playing World of Warcraft in your
in a
old
nursing
folks'
home. I cannot wait.
I'm fixated on that after you brought that up, that like we're just gonna be playing video games in World, and I'm like, yeah, you're right. It's gonna be awesome.
Yeah, I'm so stoked to see like that, like my generation and like a little bit above and a little bit below in nursing homes, because it's gonna be such an out of pocket. Because there's no there's no illusion that any of this is to be taken seriously anymore. I feel like older generations like grew up with some semblance of like, yeah, you know, like we're serious adults. And that's kind of like all gone now. So I'm really curious how like a 70-year-old is going to be in a nursing home now, where it's like, I used to crush you noobs in Call of Duty lobby. You wouldn't last a second in a Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 lobby. It's like, Grandpa, you're losing your mind.
Yeah, take it easy.
Take it easy.
We'll be maybe a little sharper from having our minds constantly going with these games. I don't know. Yeah, we don't have any... I don't know. We don't care anymore. Yeah, older people, they become distinguished.
Yeah.
And there's not going to be anything. There's nothing distinguished about me. I guarantee you that.
Yeah, there's no... Nothing distinguished about me. I want that on my tombstone.
Yeah. We can arrange for that.
Hell yeah.
All right. Let's talk about a few small things here. There's the Xbox event next week. So we're obviously waiting for State of Play, which we'll talk about later in the show. And then next week, there's some sort of Xbox event, I think, right? At the Xbox the Xbox Showcase.
Yeah.
And so there's long been a rumor that obviously id is working on a new Doom game. And we've long said that the next Doom game would inevitably be on PlayStation 5 day and date. And reliable people online, so Insider Gaming, that's Tom Henderson's outlet, reports that the Doom game, which is called the Dark Ages, apparently, will be at the Xbox Showcase. So not a huge surprise there. But then Nate the Hate, who's also a reliable leaker of games things, says the game will be released as a multi-platform title coming to PlayStation 5 as well. So confirmation, not a huge surprise, but good to know nonetheless. And we might even get that by the end of the year. Who knows? So Chris, how you feeling? Doom, the Dark Ages, to be revealed at the Xbox Showcase. Looks like it's a little bit of a different sort of Doom game, although I think it'll be recognizably Doom nonetheless. So are you excited? It's been a little while since we've gotten a Doom game.
Yeah, I mean, just the beginning of the pandemic was when Doom Eternal was out, and so it's been some time. Yeah, I'm stoked about it. I love Doom 2016. There was a running meme on this very show that I wouldn't go a single episode without talking about it, and it's been a while since I've even brought it up at all. So that will undoubtedly return in some way. But yeah, if it's to be completely honest, even if it's just more Doom, I'm down for it, because Doom is so it's one of those if it ain't broke, don't fix it type things for me, where it's just like, this is great. I'm totally fine waiting several years before each and every single one of these, and if they're the same, cool. If they're a little bit different, dope. I guess I do feel a little bit weird about it, because I know that there was that whole issue with id and oh my god, the composer
Marty.
Oh my god, Mick Gordon.
Mick Gordon.
Mick Gordon.
Right? That's what it is. Yeah.
I don't want to get the name wrong.
It is Mick Gordon. It is Mick Gordon.
Mick Jagger.
Mick Jagger composes Doom.
That would be confusing and fascinating for sure. Yeah. But I think so that kind of has me a little bit sour in some way. I don't think it'll like necessarily mean the game is bad, but that is that is kind of a bummer to know that such a big reason why that game was so impactful is probably in all likelihood not going to have anything to do with this next one. So that's a bit of a harsh on the buzz, but I'm optimistic and interested. I heard that it's medieval themed or something, which is dope. Although I don't know how not medieval themed the previous ones were, to be fair. Like, I don't even know what that means really in the context.
The violence is certainly medieval. Torturous and bloody.
Yeah, it's always had like a D&D kind of like medieval type vibe to it anyway. So I don't know, for that to be a distinguishing factor of this one is interesting because it indicates like a little bit more of a heavy lean in. But yeah, I'm stoked. I love FPSs, love Doom. Stoked about it.
Cool, man. Yeah, I'm excited about it too. What's funny is that I think I don't know if I beat the second one, but I don't think I've beaten either of the Doom games. It's like Borderlands where I beat the new Doom games where I get really far into them and I'm like, and I just walk away. So it'll be really fun. And I played them on PS4, so it'll be cool to go and replay them and maybe try to get into them again on PS5 in preparation for that, especially because they're quicker plays. The thing that bothers me about Doom, and this is true in a lot of id games like Wolfenstein, the old Wolfenstein and others, is I have a really hard time playing those games at the highest difficulty level because they're so fucking hard. And like the original Doom is crazy hard, in my opinion, on the highest difficulty level. And on PC when I used to play it there, which is weird because I did used to play it on PC, on my dad's PC back in the 90s. So as a trophy hunter, the Doom games are very off-putting because there's collectibles, all the things you can manage, killing things with the different weapons and all of that. But that hardest difficulty, that very hard difficulty.
Yeah,
I mean, difficult.
I don't think I've beaten those games on that difficulty either, to be fair. I just I feel like it's general. I feel like it's kind of like an unspoken rule for FPSs that the second, like the difficulty just below the hardest difficulty is kind of like the canon difficulty or like what is considered to be like the way the game is meant to be played. Like I think hard is when called heroic for Halo and I think it's just hard for Call of Duty, right? And then it's veteran for like veteran, the max. Right. So I mean, I don't know. I played the Doom games on the second to hardest difficulty, and it's totally fun. I still haven't finished those DLC things for Doom Eternal. What was it? It's not Elder Gods, Ancient something.
Ancient Gods. That sounds
Ancient
right.
Gods. I played part 1, but I got like halfway through part 2 and didn't finish it. So I should probably wrap that up. But more Doom is all good by me, especially because it's been long enough, I think. If it was like if we had just had a new Doom game last year, I'd be like, let's slow down a little bit. But it's been long enough.
Oh, sorry, I was muted. I was looking something up real quick. Yeah, just to verify that. Okay. Let me see here. Dustin. Doom. Yes. Let's call this Doom 3.
Doom
now,
3.
There was some. It's funny, man. It's funny. I'm not trying to be a dickhead. It's just funny how confidently people talk about games and they're like, they just don't know what they're saying. A lot of the people that are like, you see on Twitter and these other places. And I keep seeing this thing over and over again where it's like, well, it makes perfect sense that Doom would come to PlayStation. Doom's never been like an exclusive to anything. And it's like, what the fuck are you talking about? That's Doom insane. 3 was an Xbox exclusive. Notoriously so and annoyingly so to a lot of people. And so, especially under the new ownership structure with ZeniMax, that's been years old now with Microsoft, it wasn't beyond belief that it could be an Xbox exclusive. And it wasn't just because the studio brought in. You could actually make the argument that there is some sort of heritage there in the past. And that was Doom 3 is one of the great original Xbox games, in my opinion. I love that game. And I've wanted to get back to it for a while because it's available. You can pretty much play every Doom game on PS4 and PS5. And so I'm excited about this. Dustin, I'm curious. Doom 3, as we're going to call it here, are in this new line of Doom games, beginning with the Doom reboot that was supposed to be Doom 4 originally. Took so long. People forget about that too. It looked like Doom was done for a long time. That Doom game was remade and all fucked up and on and on and on. And then, do you guys remember that when Doom 2016 came out, that everyone thought it was going to be bad because there was the beta?
Yeah,
the multiplayer.
Beta. I remember playing it.
Yeah.
I remember playing the multiplayer beta and thinking, like, man, this is going to be shit, or this is not going to be good at all. And then everybody was completely taken aback by how good it was.
Yeah.
That's one of the great. I feel like that's probably like the last time something like that's happened. Where like
you're right, Chris. It was a
people.
huge surprise. You know, everyone was like,
Yeah.
I remember people being like trepidatious, almost like, I don't want to play this.
Yeah.
And then I remember playing it, getting a code for it. I was like kind of funny at the time and being like, this is fucking rad.
Yeah.
Rad.
The multiplayer, to be fair, was very like by the numbers and very boring and didn't feel quite right. It didn't even really feel like the single player, even just movement and shooting felt kind of different, and the UI was dumb, and they had like they had emotes. I remember like you could dance, and it's just like, this is fucking terrible. And then the single player was almost the polar opposite, where it's just like heavy metal and totally like serious, and not in like a self-serious way, but not in like a way that the Doomslayer's fucking dabbing on his enemies.
Right.
You know, it was just like, this is great.
Yeah, shout out to them. Shout out to id. What a great studio. That, to me, I've been very lucky with the Xbox acquisitions over time because I just don't care about most of the teams under it's just like, whatever. I'm sure a lot of them make great games. Many of them do make great games. They just don't really hit the pocket for me. And within that Bethesda family, I was like, damn. When that happened, you know, I was like, damn it. Machine Games just as much, really. Yeah. But losing id, I was like, and so it's good that we're at least going to get their shit. I kind of feel like that was always in the cards, though. Doom was a huge seller on PS4, and I don't think you would want to go against that. Dustin, let's get you involved in the conversation because we've been talking too much without you.
Well, I was wondering about, because you said about Doom 3 being an Xbox exclusive. I wonder if that was a technical limitation that the game just couldn't possibly run on PS2 because that was during that time.
Yeah, because I was going to say, I don't think Doom 3 was not published by Microsoft. It was actually published by, what people forget it off the top of your head. Anyone know?
No, I don't remember. I don't think I only played like a couple, like an hour or two.
Activision published it.
Really?
Because remember, at that time, Activision was publishing Doom and Wolfenstein games and other things with id. And so, yeah, it was actually a third-party exclusive, which wasn't uncommon during that era. But you're probably right that was a choice that they made, because it was actually on PC. Like, we're talking about console exclusivity, by the way, because it was on PC first, and it was on PC the year before, actually. But yeah, it only came to Xbox. But I was so excited. I played my first E3. I played it on Xbox in 2004, and was all over that game when it came out. But anyway, take it away.
I remember playing that game, and it's scaring the shit out of me when I was, 2004. Was that it? So I would have been in 3rd or 4th grade around that time. So yeah, a little spooky, but I am very excited about a new Doom game. I was just thinking the other day that I've only done one playthrough of Doom Eternal. So I kind of do want to go back and play that before this new one comes out. And it's good. PlayStation users will still be able to get it. This is a game that's a PC game for me through and through. Mouse and keyboard feels right. I've tried playing this. I think I tried to play Doom 2016 on PlayStation initially, and I kind of wasn't into it. And then someone's like, "Oh well, if you like first-person shooters on mouse and keyboard, that's kind of the place." So if you're into that, I'll be playing it on PC. But exciting nonetheless to have it everywhere. The medieval thing is, I was trying to remember, because Eternal, like you were saying, Chris, has a lot of castles and there's swords at play, stuff like that. So it's kind of already halfway there. So I'm curious to see what level of expansion it is. And it'll be so different. Thinking of the original Doom taking place on Mars, very futuristic, and also Doom 2016 taking place on a more futuristic setting. It's kind of had this gradient towards something more fantastical.
Yeah. I hope they go full Evil Dead with it, and just like he's gonna go into the past, whatever.
Yeah, it would be cool, because you made a good point about Doom earlier, Chris, which always stuck out to me too from the very beginning. Doom was, well, my dad went to college in the early 90s and got a very obscure computer brand called Magitronic, if anyone knows anything about it, and he got a 486 with Windows 3.1, which is what I was saying earlier. It was our first computer, and it was from my cousin works at Computer Associates, which is like a huge company on Long Island. So he hooked us up with this pretty nice rig at the time, and he got Doom on it. And you have to understand that, like, as a console player at that point. I was like 10, and I was growing up with like NES and SNES games and Genesis, like at my friends or whatever. And I sat down and I was like, it's still like burned into my brain. I'm like, what the fuck is this? It was like unlike anything I'd ever seen before. And they actually did Doom get an SNES port? Wolfenstein did.
Yes, it did.
Yeah, I think it did.
so.
It's really cropped, I think.
Right.
It's like comically cropped and very, very low FPS.
And then there was obviously Doom ports on like N64 and all the rest. But yeah, what a seminal game. And the thing you said earlier that really stuck with me, Chris, was it does feel both futuristic and historic because of the blending. Like you said, it was on Mars, the first one, but you're fighting demons. It's not like you're fighting aliens or
it's like
rebels,
the other side. It's like the other side of sci fantasy, kind of. Like there's like Star Wars, which is kind of like leans into more, I guess more into like it's almost like the difference between mystic sci-fi and sci-fi mystic. And I feel like Doom is like sci-fi mystic, where it's like you're on Mars and you're fighting demons, whereas like a lot of things is like you're on Earth fighting aliens,
right,
or something like that. And it was always cool. And I think 2016 and more, Doom Eternal even more so just knocked it out of the park with that stuff. So I'm stoked about it.
That kind of stuff I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, I want to save you from a comment. I feel like a dickhead making 2 corrections back to back, but someone's going to comment, Doom 64 actually not a port.
Oh, that's right. We went over that on the show. It's a totally unique game. Remember, you're right about that.
And they re-released it.
Right. We talked about that because and we're like, what the fuck is Doom 60? Isn't Doom 64 just Doom?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
We had that conversation. You're exactly right on the show. But what I was going to say was there's a lot of, and thank you for that. You can always correct me. I like to be corrected. I want to be right. But the thing that I love I love hard sci-fi, like really, I can't remember that guy's name. Is it Andy Weir? The guy that writes all the books like The Martian and all that kind of stuff, where that's very researched, grounded science, really cool stuff on the moon, on Mars, and all the rest. He wrote one that I haven't read yet, where apparently it's about a guy that like wakes up in the future or something. And that's supposed to be a somewhat grounded thing. But the show I bring up to this end, and someone wrote in about this week and said how much they loved it. I'm sorry I didn't use your inquiry. Is Battlestar Galactica is kind of like that. It's sci-fi about deeply religious robots, you know?
Right.
Which is like, so it's like, what? It's like, yeah, no, we're like a monotheistic religion, but we're robots. And it's like, oh, okay, that's different and strange.
Religion and sci-fi go together really. That's like I love that. I think that's why Halo stuck out to me so much. It's like, this is sick.
Yeah, Halo's the same.
And I wish more sci-fi delved into that a little bit more. It's like a central theme because it's really fucking dope.
And it's surprising because Doom is Dune is so prevalent right now. And that's like the peak. Well, I don't know about the peak. I'm not super aware of all the sci-fi out there, but as far as like religion blending with high sci-fi, you know.
It's the most influential for sure. Like it's because I'm pretty sure Dune inspired like Star Wars and all that stuff. And so like Dune is almost like precursor to a lot of.
Oh yeah.
I would argue like
from
most
the 60s,
sci-fi
I think so.
Yeah.
I read Dune in high school, and I'm it's like one of those things where it's like you didn't understand that book.
No,
and then,
no shot.
So then I it's the same thing when I read The Lord of the Rings in high school, where I was like, people are like, oh, that's an easy read. I'm like, it's really, in my opinion, not. It's pretty dense and really, there's so much allegory in it, and like you're not really getting it. You know, it's very descriptive, in my opinion. I mean, maybe I just
The Hobbit is an easy read. Like that's
and The Hobbit was the first one I read, and I love that book. You know,
it's good. It's good.
But Fellowship and all the other, it's not like Harry Potter or something like that. It's like it's a book for adults. And it's funny to kind of like go back to those things again and try. So I bought Dune, the book, because I don't own it. And I was like, before I watch, the movies are supposed to be great. So I was like, oh, I want to see them, but I really like to read the book and like understand it better. And then I read it for like 2 pages and I'm like, I can't do this right now. No, like I can't. I'm like, I can't do this. Maybe when I'm opening the pool next week, maybe I'll float around the pool and get through Dune, but not yet. But I love Dune's aesthetic. I mean, Dune's clearly influenced Tatooine and stuff like that. I don't think there's like almost any denying that, you know, in Star Wars.
Oh yeah, clearly, yeah.
And it's Mass Effect gets into this too. Frankly, it's like it's cool that a cool angle of space is that it is old. So it's not that you're finding like a futuristic alien and going on an adventure and all that kind of stuff, but rather you're encountering what has already happened. And I think Mass Effect actually, with the Citadel itself, which is like they find it. That's like a really cool element of Mass Effect. They find all of the mass relays. They don't know at the time who built any of this shit, and they're just using all of it. And
the idea
that's
that
good shit. That's good shit.
The idea that space is so old that impossibly futuristic technology could be abandoned and it's still impossibly old is really fucking dope.
It's great.
Like I know that it's like a really common trope in sci-fi, and it's like you could argue that it's very unoriginal, but it's also just a cornerstone of that entire genre that I don't think you could really have compelling. It's almost like Fantasy and Dragons, where it's like there's always going to be like Elden Ring, Skyrim, Lord of the Rings. There's always going to be a fucking dragon, and that's awesome. Like I'm never going to be disappointed at the sight of a dragon. Never.
Shout out the dragons.
Yeah, shout out to Big Dragon.
All right, so we'll look forward to playing Doom and potentially every other Xbox game on PlayStation 5. And we'll be keeping it close. I mean, I really want to see how these games are acknowledged at the Xbox showcase for PlayStation. Are they going to explicitly, they are in a catch-22 in my opinion, which I think will be really interesting to see play out, where every game that they talk about moving forward now, every game, they're going to be asked or it's going to be wondered, is it coming to PlayStation? Is it coming to Switch? Whatever. And it's like,
right.
you really have two choices. You either bury it in a press release, which is an option, and you just don't acknowledge it, and the splash screen just says Xbox and Game Pass, which is, I think, somewhat of a wise decision, or you just lean right into it, answer the question immediately, and move on so there is no question. Yeah. I think that's like a coin flip. I'm not entirely sure what the strategy would be better. It's a tough situation to be in. You might want to just say it at the end in the splash screen that it's coming to PlayStation 5 or whatever, just to get it over with. So I'm going to be watching with great intrigue about that, because the Xbox showcase is basically going to turn into some sort of third-party showcase.
Oh, for sure.
And that's, so I'm actually, I almost never watch Xbox showcases. I read about them, but now, I'm going to actually watch this one.
Now I have like I guess theoretically we could get into this more in like a dedicated episode, but since this is rumored to show up at the showcase, when do you think it's going to drop? Actually,
maybe this fall.
I feel like it's pretty close,
because it's Doom Eternal is 2020, right?
20. Yep. Yeah.
I mean, it's like right at
the beginning of the pandemic, along with Animal Crossing.
Same day as that was the big thing. It was the same day.
That was the Barbenheimer of that time.
Cool.
Right.
So it's been more than 4 years. I mean, we're in the pocket of where a game should now be coming, especially if you know you're going to work on Doom and moving right on to it. Then I would say this fall. I don't know what Xbox's strategy is about. We're going to see with Sony's strategy, I think, later in the show, if all goes according to plan and the leak I was reading was right. All the stuff's or much of the stuff is coming out this year. And so it wouldn't be surprising if Xbox had a series of announcements of games that would come out this year, and they need to buttress their programming. I guess the only thing that you would think about is, and this is, I guess, a consideration for them, and maybe it should be a consideration for them at Xbox, is do you want to release it around the time Call of Duty's coming out? Or do you want to just maybe push it into the spring?
Maybe like February or something?
Yeah.
March.
Like, that would be a great time for it, too. Around the same time, like you said. That's when
Eternal came out. I think 2016 came out. 2016 came out in November, but that was before, or not November, but like fall, I'm pretty sure. But that was before they even knew that they had something.
Right.
I think. Right. So,
and yeah, they'll be competing with themselves now at that point in terms of like a family organization with Microsoft. So I would want to get out of the way of Call of Duty if I were them. I wouldn't want to release pretty much anything, because you gotta get metrics up. You got to get people playing it on Game Pass. You got to get people subscribing to it, and you got to kind of circulate it around that game and prove the point. So we'll see.
Yeah. But you figure if it is this year, it's probably, I would guess September. If it's this year, because it's far enough away from Call of Duty that I don't think it would cannibalize it.
Yeah, sure.
But I don't know. Might be next year for all we know.
I would say no later than spring.
Yeah.
It would be weird otherwise, in my opinion.
Yeah.
All right. One other piece of news that we should talk about here. So we mentioned some weeks ago that Sony had acknowledged that they're going to have a PC adapter for PlayStation VR2 so that PSVR2 can be used on PC. as part of kind of democratizing this unit and hopefully getting it into more hands, because it's obviously not doing well. And it's actually deeply on sale right now if people want to go check it out. $100 off, I think. Yeah, PlayStation Direct and select retailers as part of the sales event that's going on right now. We'll talk about that later, actually, because there's so many things on sale people might want to know. But over in South Korea, as discovered by a man named Brad Lynch, who's I don't know who this person is, but it's being cited and it's pointing to a real thing. So shout out to him for finding it. In the South Korean, it says here actually, the South Korean research agency. So I guess you send in your certifications, like your electronic certifications, very similar to the FCC, I guess, when you see all the stuff on the back, like a plug with all the information on it. So anyway, Sony has submitted a PlayStation VR2 PC adapter to, via Sony Interactive Entertainment Korea to this organization in order for it to be certified in South Korea. So we know it's real, but now it seems somewhat imminent. Dustin, I wonder, you're probably most deeply connected to VR out of the three of us, although I don't think any of us are deeply connected to VR. You can correct me if I'm wrong, but do you think this will move the needle for PlayStation VR2? Because this thing really does seem, and I know people write in and correct it. I want to be fair-minded. I've not messed with it almost at all. I've had it since the day it came out. So it's not for lack of trying, I guess, but it just seems kind of dead. Like it doesn't seem relevant. And I wonder if A, if that's even true, and B, if you think this will help. And if this is something that, for instance, Meta needs to be worried about. Moving forward.
So as far as the state of PlayStation VR 2, I'm hoping later in this episode we get a clear idea of where Sony's head is at, just because they've advertised this state of play as including PSVR 2 stuff. We're also talking about that investor Q&A in the document that includes PSVR in it throughout it. It's not like it's kind of been swept under the table. So clearly they're not giving up on it completely. And I think it was either last week or the week before, comparing it to the Vita being something that they released and then realized it wasn't working out and then put it on life support for a very long time. So I'm curious to see what kind of announcements and if that will put us in the right headspace, or to see what their headspace is with this device. In terms of the PC adapter, I'm not super familiar with the technical aspects, because I remember that people were trying to get it on PC through a more hacky method. I wonder if this is something to connect the controllers to your PC. I don't know if those are just have a native like Bluetooth, so it needs some kind of additional adapter. I would think since it's USB-C that you would just be able to plug it into graphics cards that have the USB-C port. So maybe this would be something that's necessary if you want to use it with something that doesn't have a graphics card that has a USB-C port, whatever. In terms of moving the needle, it's a bit of a confusing move, because Sony is always primarily interested in selling software. So they make the hardware, and yeah, they do make money off of it, but the idea is that people go on their platform and buy games for it, thus, continuing to make revenue off the product. So with them making an adapter, they don't have any of their games on PC. And maybe that's part of the plan, is that they'll start to release some of the very few PC games or VR games onto PC in some way. But I don't know if this is kind of a Hail Mary to be like, hey, this is a really good headset that you could check out. And in terms of it being a good PC headset, I would imagine, has the OLED screens that are very high resolution. I wonder if they can make the foveated rendering. I'm not super up to date with how like the Oculus Quest 3 and stuff like that. I know people really like it. Not Oculus, Meta Quest 3. But I'm confused by this overall, but I'm not mad about it, because it gives people more use out of something they already own. I certainly, right now, the PSVR 2 is the nicest VR headset I own. And yeah, I'd love to use that specifically to go play Half-Life Alyx, or I think it's on PC also, that Asgard's Wrath game that Meta put out. I think that game looks awesome too, but yeah. I don't really want to hook up my Quest 2 or even my Rift 1. Doesn't sound very ideal since I've had the experience of the PSVR 2. So having this adapter and the ability to use it sounds awesome. I just don't understand Sony's strategy in the long term, but hopefully get more of an idea of that maybe even later this episode.
Chris, any thoughts about the PC adapter kind of entering the wild soon?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's obviously a win for consumers. I think ultimately this reads to me like them sort of throwing in the towel in some way. They're just like, listen, we need to get some use out of this thing, and some reason for people to buy it that has nothing to do with the PlayStation. And so we've got to put this. I don't know how much this is really going to convince people, because I feel like unless you already own it, you don't really know what you're missing out on. Kind of. I feel like it's one of those things where it's like if you already have like a Quest 2 or a Quest 3, I don't know if this is necessarily going to move you to buy a better headset, because ultimately I think VR really comes down to the convenience. I don't necessarily think it is a technologically, and understand you have to filter what I'm saying through like a certain lens of common sense, but I don't think it's necessarily like a technologically driven market in the sense that people are like really excited to get their hands on like the most immersive tech or like the highest resolution or like, you know, I really think it all comes down to, does it have a wire? Is it convenient? How easy is it for me to plug in and play? And right now I just feel like Quest is dominating. And it's already a niche market on top of a niche market too. So I don't know. I feel like Sony's kind of throwing in the towel in some way with this, but I also think it's like a good thing for anybody who owns this, because it just gives them more versatility with something that they already own, and something that was not necessarily guaranteed or promised from the get-go. So I think ultimately it's a win for everybody, but I don't know. I don't know. I would be surprised to see any AAA investment from Sony's first party into VR at this point. Like that would be shocking. And maybe we'll see. You know, maybe we'll see later today. Maybe we'll see Uncharted 5 on with VR functionality, which would be interesting. But
Mm-hmm.
I don't expect it.
It's just all about. It's funny. We'll go over the briefing that PlayStation gave about their business, which is very interesting, and there's so many things in it. I tried to stay away from relaying a lot of the PR, like, oh, we're trying to be very judicious with our money and make wise investments and all of that. But actually, that kind of tells us the story that they want to extract as much value as possible out of all of the money they spend. And they have no interest, I don't think, in making VR games, because I was thinking about it. Even if so, Horizon Call of the Mountain, if it sold 500,000 copies, and it was really bundled in with a lot of the units, so I don't know how many copies it even sold. I mean, you're talking about a game that might have made $15 million or something like that. It's just not sufficient. It's not sufficient. So,
well, yeah.
I just don't think it's going to. I just think from that perspective that I appreciate Sony as a company, their dedication to technology, and that they feel like this is a space they should be in. Yeah. But it does feel like it's just not going to happen.
Well, the issue too is that we're just generally kind of moving into a space in this industry where we're seeing a move away from exclusivity, like broadly. Like we're seeing a lot of games require a lot of investment, a lot of capital, a lot of money put into them, and that kind of necessitates games be on as many platforms as possible, which makes the existence of a very specific SKU. Like imagine you have a piece of hardware that relies on another piece of hardware that you can only play very specific games on, things like Horizon Call of the Mountain, which you can only play on PSVR. Does that make sense in an ecosystem and in a marketplace that is more reliant than ever before on ubiquitous software? Like it just might be I really feel like we're just in an awkward time for VR to exist in general, specifically with regards to tailor-made bespoke software for those platforms. Like I feel like it's just like there's an incongruence happening in the space that I think we're starting to see kind of play out.
Well said. We'll have to keep an eye on this, and of course solicit feedback from the VR familiar out there as well, how they feel about it, and what it ultimately means for the Sony's presence on PC, which I think is a whole nother angle too. All right. So last week, I failed to bring up a story that I didn't think was really relevant. And in my opinion, I didn't think it was relevant. It was a series of interviews that Sony had conducted internally with different creatives. And it was just a lot of PR speak and stuff. And I'm like, I just felt like a lot of the stories that were being written about it, I was just like, we don't need to know that. We don't need to fillate Sony and be like, well, they're doing the best and they're the biggest and they're the this and they're the that. I just, to me, I'm just put off by that, and I don't want to relay that kind of shit. So I didn't report on it, but then it turned into a bit of a snafu, which I didn't expect, specifically because in an interview with Neil Druckmann, as part of that, he had said something or had been quoted as saying that their next project could, quote unquote, redefine mainstream perceptions of gaming, which sounds very braggadocious and ambitious. And it was a strange thing, I think, from many people's perspective for him to say. But I kind of, when I had read all this stuff, I was like, I just don't feel like they're saying it's marketing and it's Sony interviewing itself. So why think much of it at all? But then Neil gets kind of dragged over the coals for these comments, and he comes out clearly without permission from Sony, which is, again, a rare move. I think he would be totally inoculated from ever being fired from Sony, but certainly they always go through PR. They're very careful. They're very buttoned up, very organized. He sends out a short thread on Twitter with the original quote and then the transcript of what he actually said, which is not that in context. It doesn't sound the same when you read his comments in context. And ultimately, what ended up happening is that these comments were pulled down from the internet entirely by Sony. So it's a little bit of a strange situation. I don't know if you guys have been following it at all. Dustin, do you have anything you want to say about the misquoting of Neil Druckmann?
Yeah, well, I'm reading, and I read before his answer. You mentioned the tweet thread where he shows what Sony put, and then he put his actual transcript. And I can understand someone who is putting together this interview, looking at this answer, and Neil even mentions himself, like it being a bit of a rambling answer. So I can understand them cutting it down and trying to make it more concise, as long as Neil knew about it and made sure that his intent came out. But whoever was doing the editing just took it a step too far with that quote, the part that it could redefine the mainstream perceptions of gaming. But this is we were talking a few weeks ago about rare Sony apologies. And I guess this can kind of fit the bill. The fact that they went in and they said, yeah, sorry, we're going to delete this. But definitely a ballsy move for Neil Druckmann to just post this. But you're right. What are they going to do? What are they going to do?
Yeah, I mean, they're not going to do anything. And just to be clear, Sony did apologize. To your point, they say, quote, in re-reviewing our recent interview with Naughty Dog's Neil Druckmann, we have found several significant errors and inaccuracies that don't represent his perspective and values, including topics such as animation, writing, technology, AI, and future projects. We apologize to Neil for misrepresenting his words and for any negative impact this interview might have caused him and his team. In coordination with Naughty Dog and SIE, we have removed the interview, end quote. It's a pretty powerful capitulation, actually. In fact, I feel like that level of apology shows the requisite, I shouldn't say requisite, the relative power of Neil Druckmann in the Sony organization. What do you have to say about this, Chris? Any interest in this? People really were revolving, Chris, a lot of their commentary around that one thing, but they say in here several significant errors and inaccuracies about basically everything you talked about. Very strange.
Yeah, it's unusual, for sure. I don't know if there's necessarily much to say about it. I am kind of... this is just a broader issue generally, but I am kind of annoyed at people's general disdain for this guy. I don't really I understand that the interview was wrong, and people weren't necessarily wrong to kind of be like, that's a wild statement. But at the same time, I just kind of feel like it's a little forced. The criticism that Druckmann gets, I feel like it's just so over the top.
I agree. It's funny you say that. Let's talk. Well, I'm sorry.
Yeah, well, just even for an interview like this, is what I'm saying.
Timothy Tolkien wrote in, our old friend, Timmy Tolkien. That's still one of the funniest moments for me on the show.
It's great.
I was like, what was his name? Tim Tolkien?
Timmy Tolkien.
Timmy Tolkien says, hey, Sacred Gents, we need to talk about that Neil Druckmann interview and the way it turned out. Apparently, Sony has taken down the interview now and apologized for it. But I'm leaving this editorial error up for you gents to discuss. I'm here to talk about something else. This particular interview made me realize how much people actually really hate Neil. Some tweets even said, after all the bad things he had done, and he still says this, like he had committed some kind of rape or homicide. I don't understand how people can hate a game creator so much. All he's doing is making games the way he wants to. If you don't like the way he wants them to be, then just go play something else. It's that simple. I also don't get people who hate him for being Israeli. I'm Arab myself, but how can I hate someone based on the decisions the government of where he was born are making? Like what? In my opinion, he is one of the most brilliant game creators to ever exist. He even gave us some of the best games of all time, for crying out loud. People need to be a little bit nicer. Have a wonderful day, boys. This goes to your point, Chris.
Yeah,
it is straight. Yeah, go ahead. Do you want to elaborate?
No, I just, even as somebody who isn't necessarily like the biggest fan of what the guy does, like as far as like whether or not I would rank the stuff that he's done in like my top, 10 or top 5, whatever, is like completely irrelevant. I just feel like the level of vitriol, and maybe and to be fair, this is very online. Like I very much doubt that talking to real people about this stuff, even real people who are aware of the games industry, that they would speak in person with the vitriol that they do online. And it's just generally a culture problem. But it just strikes me as like so unnecessary, and so like the punishment doesn't fit the crime, really. You know what I mean? Whatever your perception of the crime is, it's like, okay, this person made a game I don't like. So now let me tweet about it as if I'm talking about some Saudi prince who's like murdered people. Like it's crazy. It's really out of. I feel like people need to really recalibrate how they respond to literally everything.
Well, and I think, Chris, too, I think that some of the hate started with Last of Us Part 2 when it originally came out. But I think it took a little time for people to realize some of the very obvious allegories of the game. I really think that a lot of people just don't like him because he made an argument of both sides for, the Israeli conflict, that people are like, yeah, no, there cannot be any nuanced, even within the artistic interpretation of a game. Like, oh no, this is what he's trying to say politically through Last of Us Part 2. I don't like that. Therefore, he sucks.
Maybe, yeah. I do feel like a lot of this predates that, though. Like, I feel like...
Right. I think it predates it, too. I'm just thinking, I feel like that, like, especially around the time when he made the tweet, the supporting Israel tweet on, what day was that? October 6th?
7th?
Right?
November 7th,
yeah. Something like that.
I mean, that really, I think, put gasoline on the fire for the terminally online that you're talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I thought you were going.
I mean, no, I don't know. I don't know if there's really much more to say other than I just want people to really come down to earth a little bit, generally. But that's not going to happen. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to change the perceptions of the entire world as far as like how they should react to things that they read online. So it's like it feels futile to even talk about in some way. But like I want people to really recalibrate themselves and just kind of bring themselves down to earth, go outside, touch grass, as they say, and just kind of really understand what it is you're talking to and calibrate your level of vitriol accordingly.
Yeah, I mean, to me, I've said this before, is I think that the hate he experiences is multifaceted and it's strange, but I actually texted with him a little bit after all this happened, just to joke around with him. Actually, I'll keep the nature of our conversation private, of course, but really just joking around about how, like, if you ever do our show, like, we won't misquote you, but your own people are misquoting you. So it's kind of an interesting thing you might want to consider in the future, should you want to do our show. And we had a nice conversation, but if you assume that let's assume that the hatred of Neil is mostly limited to the internet. Obviously, I think that's true. Okay. So through that lens, some of it is anti-Semitic. I've said this before, and I don't give a fuck if anyone has a problem with it. It's like, don't tell me to, I'm going to trust my eyes on that one. I read the comments. I see the things people say about him. I see the insinuations. Like, I'm not fucking stupid. And some of it is definitely anti-Semitic. I don't think most or all of it is, but some of it is. If that offends you,
yeah,
too bad. That's certainly, and I think that Dustin, by the way, was right, is that when they started more acknowledging what the game was really about from some perspective, I think that is certainly connected to that. No doubt. There's just no doubt about that. Like, take it or leave it, but that is a part of it. The other stuff, though, like the majority of it, in my opinion, I honestly think a lot of it is like swinging at the person at the top. And you can take what I say with a grain of salt. I'm personal friends with this person, and I know him well at this point, and he's not what people say he is. He's actually an incredibly grounded, decent person, considering how big my head would be if I were in that position. And I mean, this is a person who really did help revolutionize the way stories are told in video games. If you don't like The Last of Us or anything like that, that's totally fine. But remember, he co-wrote and helped lead Uncharted 2 as well, and Uncharted 4, and really just started as a programmer. He wasn't even a designer or a director or a creative in any way, and climbed to the lead of really Sony's crown jewel studio and one of the most respected studios in the entire games industry. And I think that just puts a target on your back. So while I think some of it is anti-Semitic and anti-Semitism and just like the rumblings of that, which is the roots of that on the internet are deep as hell. I mean, you see that, in my opinion, every day. I was going to say irregardless. It's not really a word. I know people got mad about that. Regardless of how you feel about the current conflict in Israel and Palestine, just remove yourself from that. There just is anti-Semitism, like a course of anti-Semitism, just like there's a course of other bigotry and racism all over the world. So it's not like it's unique to Jews.
Right. But
it is something to consider. And I see it. And I've said before, and I admit my own biases, like I am deeply sensitive to it coming from a place outside of Israel, where there are the most Jews in the world, which is Long Island. So I am where 1 in 10 people are Jewish, which is crazy when you think about how few Jews are really in the world even. So you kind of get exposed to that a little bit more, and maybe that makes me a little more sensitive to it. But I see it, and that part of it bothers me, but I don't think anti-Semitism is ancient, and I don't think we're going to solve that here on the show, so it's not even worth talking about. I think the bigger prevalent thing, though, and again, to be clear, the majority of it, from my opinion, and the majority of people, I really just think it's like swinging at the top and being mad that for some reason, like I think some of it's fueled by this weird jealousy, depending on who you're talking about, right?
I think it's I think it's the perception of pretension, like the idea of like it's pretentious, like that he's talking about it in this way, but at the same time, it's like I don't know, man. I don't necessarily view pretentiousness as like an inherently negative. I think some people have totally earned the right to be pretentious, and as much as I don't really like Neil Druckmann's like work, like person, and I'm not saying that as like I don't think it's good. I think it is objectively good. It's just like whether or not it's tailored to my specific taste is like a completely different subject. It's like Kojima is one of those people where it's like I feel like he is
he's peak pretentious.
Yeah, right, exactly.
Pretentious, and I think he's totally fucking earned it. And I quite frankly, I love that about him. And I think there's certain, I don't know. I think it's that mixed with the level. It's like, okay, this person's obviously like, they obviously know that they're doing stuff that hits, and they acknowledge that they're doing stuff that hits, and that makes people a little bit uncomfortable because I think a lot of people have a tough time acknowledging that in the first place. Like, I think a lot of people, and I don't know, we're getting into like a whole psychological conversation, but I think a lot of people wish that they could be as kind to themselves as pretentious people are.
Right.
I think, but honestly, like sincerely.
I agree with you. And it's so funny you're going to say that because Kojima was what I was thinking of too. And I agree that it's earned. But I guess what I'm saying is that he's not pretentious.
Right. But I'm saying what I'm saying is like the perception of pretension.
Right. Sure. But that's maybe people just don't realize that because I don't think he even talks that much at all. So people don't really have a feel for him.
Yeah.
But it's like, it's the same thing with, it's actually the same with a lot of the great creatives I've become friends with over time, like Ken Levine. Jaffe is a great example of this. Like, they're actually totally normal. That's what's so interesting about them, is that they're fucking normal.
Yeah.
Like, actually, and that's what I'm saying. Like, I'll be honest, like way more normal than I would be. If I wrote BioShock, If I directed BioShock,
you couldn't.
yeah, my head would be a little bigger. I think
you couldn't stop me from swinging my bio cock around the fucking office all the goddamn day.
And that's the crazy thing. Like I think that shows incredible restraint and character. You know,
Yeah, 100%.
This is a person who began as a programming intern at Naughty Dog, a programming intern, and now is directing the HBO series that's like winning Emmys. And he seems pretty much the same. And I've known him through much of that time, you know, and got to know him more and more. But I just don't like.
Yeah.
I know it's personal. It is personal, but it's like you shouldn't look at it, in my opinion. You take it with a grain of salt, but for my opinion, you shouldn't look at it personally. You should look at it as an interesting anecdote that you wouldn't have access to, and trust me on that. Right? I know pretentious people all over the place. Some people call me and everyone else on this fucking network pretentious in various ways too.
Mm-hmm.
So it's funny that maybe if Neil might be the most successful person I personally know, like famous person in that regard. And he's actually like the most normal in some sense, you know? So anyway.
Right.
So there is that angle, and I'm glad you brought that up, Chris, and it's funny that you did, because I wanted to get to that almost as a postscript. Like, what is it about this Neil angle? I don't know. It doesn't bother me that people talk about what it could be. What bothers me is when people say it's not happening, right? When they're like, Neil isn't getting any hate, or there's nothing about Neil, and it's not about this, and it's not about that. It's like, you're lying to yourself, or you're fucking delusional, right? Like,
yeah.
Obviously that... And he didn't make trash. He didn't make fucking Layer. He didn't make Crackdown. You know, he made The Last of Us, which, again, regardless, and Chris was saying this, regardless of how you feel about it, if you don't understand how hard that game was to make and how good that game is compared to so many other games, and how still people are unable to make those kinds of games. We saw in the FTC leak an internal Microsoft memo about The Last of Us Part 2 about how much better it was than anything they had ever tried to make.
Yeah, it's,
you know, like it's just an objective reality that these games matter, you know?
Yeah, it's an objectively good piece of software. It's no prototype, but it's up there, you know, like.
Yeah, sure. Before we move off this, do you guys have anything else to say about the Neil situation? And we'll get, I want to talk about the Sony angle of it as well, but is there anything else about that?
Go for it.
Again, no. I can't wait to see the comments about this. Say what you want. It's totally your right to do so. Take it not as bias. Take it as insight into a person. I know people that have done a fraction of what that man has accomplished, that have their heads so far up their own asses that you would think that transposing them would be a little bit more sensible. Anyway, Chris said he's grabbing a water. He's thirsty. That boy's thirsty.
He needs a drink. He needs some milk.
Commander Goon wrote in. Mother's milk. Commander Goon wrote in and said, boys, I'm assuming you are going to cover the debacle surrounding the removal of Neil Druckmann's interview due to significant errors, in quotes, whatever the hell that means. I am especially curious to hear Colin's take, given the friendship he shares with Neil. What on earth happened here? Did some editor at Sony just haphazardly slice up the interview to manipulate Neil's intent? That just seems so irresponsible and an issue that should have been trivial to avoid, so I can't help but feel there's more to it than that. I definitely could be wrong, though, and would love to hear your thoughts on the matter. Also, I've got a gooning session on the books for the weekend if anyone wants in. Thanks, lads. Maybe Chris just came back at the right time. This young man, Commander Goon, says he has a gooning session on the books for the weekend if we wanted to join him, Chris.
That sounds like the worst possible... That would be the worst thing I've heard all week, I think.
Yeah, fair enough. All right, so Commander, about your inquiry, I think the Sony side of this is actually really fascinating, because this is a good example of why Sony needs to loosen up a little bit, just a little bit. I understand that they don't want to make unforced errors and apologize for things. And like, the more you say, the more trouble you get in. They're watching their major competitor in the space fumble in a major way by just saying too much, talking too much. Then people point back and say like, oh, 2 years ago you said this, and then 9 months ago you said this, and now you're saying this about that. It's like, it's a fucking mess. And I get why people with any intelligence in communications would be like, oh, this is actually becoming a bit of a danger to us as a brand. So let's just shut the fuck up and deliver the goods. but you can't tighten things up too much, because this is an ironic, like kind of an interesting situation they found themselves in, so far as when you start working for a company, right? Or you start kind of doing things on behalf of a marketing initiative for a company, it's going to sound like marketing, right? And then, so you're taking that marketing and it sounds like marketing and it is marketing. And then you're kind of using your own talent to get that marketing out, as opposed to just having a third party with no vested interest interview them to probably get the same exact quotes about how ambitious the game is and how beautiful the game's going to be and how crazy things are and how exciting things are. And like all of the media trained bullshit that would have come out of his mouth one way or the other. You just remove yourself from it seeming like anything other than what it is, because it seems self-serving. Like whoever did those, when you see the baked down interview and then you see like what he actually said, it's like, this is something that someone without a vested interest would do. But since you have a vested interest, it just sounds like you're bought off, and it's weird. So before anyone even, this is exactly why I didn't want to cover it, because it just seems so obvious that it's like they're talking to themselves. They're talking to each other through just one cycle. And still Sony somehow fucked that up. So I hope what they realize is like, talk to someone, dude. I know you're not going to talk to us. I frankly don't want to talk to you guys either. I would love to talk to Neil, but as far as like Sony corporate, like just go speak to someone. Get out of your fucking basement. And stop with the unforced errors, because then if this happened, you would have someone else to blame. The crazy thing is you have only yourselves to blame, and you did it to, frankly, your most important creative. And I mean that in a holistic way. A man who produced your Uncharted movie, a man who's directing and writing and producing your most important TV series, the man who is the head of your most important studio. So maybe be careful. If you don't want him to say anything crazy or be him to be misrepresented, then keep him in the fucking closet, I guess. But if you're going to let him out, have him go talk to GQ or something. That's the thing that I was confused about. That was stupid.
Talking to yourself and somehow misquoting you it's almost literally schizophrenic. Like I talked about Xbox's marketing strategy or like their strategy feeling schizophrenic, and this is almost too on the nose. Where it's like you talk to yourself and you still got it wrong. Wild.
Right. I just assumed it was going to be ignorable nonsense.
That's kind of what
you
I
put on
too.
your website for your investors,
right?
About how great everything is. But yeah, what an interesting situation that turned into. But it's over now, and I did like his clear going out of pocket to say something about it, which is a bold move, knowing how things work over there.
Yeah. Well, he is one of the few people who could do it.
Well,
if anybody, I really feel like he's probably the only person who can, really.
Yeah, maybe Corey and a few others. Like I think
maybe, yeah.
To me, I mean, I've told you guys on the show that I've said this to him in the past about trying to get him on the show. Is like, because Sony doesn't want him or anyone else to do our stuff, obviously there,
right?
And it's like, they're not going to fire you, Neil. They're gonna. Do you think you think that you're going to do Sacred Symbols and then they're going to be like, you're fired? It's like,
that would be insane.
Maybe, it's like, no, come on, dude. We're waiting for you, Neil. All right, a few other quick things to get through before we get into what we're playing. I'm very interested to hear what everyone's playing, of course. I wasn't even going to put this in the show, but here it is nonetheless. I don't really care one way or the other just because it happens every year, so we know it's coming. Call of Duty Black Ops 6 has been revealed. Did we skip numbers?
Yeah, sort of.
Yeah.
Because there's Black Ops Cold War was 5, but it didn't have 5 attached to the title.
Oh, Black Ops, was there a Black Ops 4? That was with the 4 eyes, right?
That was with the 4 eyes, yeah. That was the multiplayer only one with no campaign.
Right, okay, so we're on Black Ops 6, and the full reveal will be, I guess, around the Xbox showcase, and that Games Fest weekend, whatever the fuck's going on with Jeff Keighley. So it seems pretty cool. There's that interesting shot of Mount Rushmore with the banners over their eyes or whatever, which is kind of neat. And
rumor about 9/11.
Yeah, it's cool, man. I like Call of Duty campaigns. It's been a long time since I played them. I think people with Game Pass are going to have a nice little way to play all of them soon, which will be pretty cool. But I got to go back and like catch up because I'm actually so far behind now. I know that they're not. Some of them are interconnected, obviously, Black Ops, but I know you don't have to play them all, but I'd like to play them. I enjoy them. They're like weekend games. You just kind of get through a nice, well-built campaign, great gunplay, and all the rest. Are any interest here with Call of Duty Black Ops 6, which, by the way, is coming to PS4 in addition to PS5. We'll know more about why that is shortly. What do you think?
Yeah, I'm excited just because I took last year off of Call of Duty with Modern Warfare 3 being underwhelming and mostly, to my understanding, since I didn't actually play it, but a map update to Modern Warfare 2. So this one's a little more exciting because Treyarch, I don't want to misspeak here, but I mean, the last Black Ops game was Cold War, and that was the first one on PS5. So that was 2020. So this one, in theory, has had a long development cycle behind it. So I think it could be cool. It's about that time for me to get my Call of Duty. I've got the itch to play. So I can play it on Gamepass for 2 months and then or less, and then cancel it. If I do within 1 month, maybe Microsoft will give me my money back again. So we'll see. I'm excited to see more about it, though, because I've always had a soft spot specifically for the Black Ops multiplayer.
What is that all about, by the way?
Oh,
I don't understand the giving the money back. Because like we said, that happened to me, too. They gave me my $1 back.
I don't know.
Yeah, mine was 10 since I've already done the $1 deal. But yeah, I saw some interesting conversations about that on whether or not it was ethical for me to do that, to get the $10 back. I want to be clear, and I think I said this last week, but I'll say it again. I didn't ask for the $10. I didn't go on chat and say, hey, I don't want this. No, I went to cancel, and I assumed it would give me a cancellation of a month past 30 days after my sign up.
Right.
But then they present me the option of a refund of $10.59 or whatever it was with tax. So yeah, I'm going to take the $10 back if it's offered to me.
It's not an ethical question. Do you even have an option?
Yeah, you do. You have an option for waiting till it expires, or they'll just refund it to you.
Oh, interesting.
I don't know what the range
I don't think
is,
that's not an ethical question. I think that's totally removed from ethics. It's like, I don't owe you fucking anything. Everyone brags about how big of a company you are. What do you care? You know?
Right.
And you shouldn't be doing that anyway. It's like, it's weird. Like, don't offer a fucking refund for.
Exactly. I had no problem spending the $10 and having it for 30 days, and then it just, evaporates when time's done. But they gave me the option. I don't think they should have that option. They should get rid of that. But until they do, and if they offer it to me and I use Game Pass for less than a month, I will keep doing it.
Yeah, I think that's removed from ethics because they're presenting. It's not like you said. It's not like what people do on Steam with Helldivers, right? Where they were like, they were doing like beyond the playtime where you can return things automatically, and then this thing changed and this thing changed, and you played it for 50 hours. Like I think some people get off on doing shit like that, frankly, and that is unethical and strange, and it's stealing. But being presented the option, it's like, well, cool, okay.
Yeah. And also, if it's something that Microsoft views as something that they really should have fixed, then they would have done it by now. If it was really something that was like completely, like something that they would, oh man, this is really hurting us, then they would have fixed it by now, if they cared enough, which they have not. So like, whatever. Doesn't seem to matter.
Well, I mean, it's very consumer friendly. Can't blame them for that.
It's great for the consumer.
Yeah,
that's for sure.
Definitely can't blame them for that. Okay. This is an interesting one. I don't think Chris is going to care about this, but Dustin, I wonder how you feel about this. I don't know if you have been following this at all. Dragon Quest 3, right, was announced in an HD 2D kind of Octopath Traveler triangle strategy style art or whatever. And Dragon Quest 3, of course, is a well-loved Dragon Quest game that first came out in 1988 in Japan. We didn't get it in the West until 1992. It's so funny how long we used to have to wait for games back in the day, especially games that needed to be translated and localized. By the time we got Dragon Quest 2 on the NES, they were already beginning to release Super Famicom Dragon Quest games, which we would never get in the West until much later. The DS ports of those are the best of Dragon Quest 4, 5, 6. We got 4. But anyway, Dragon Quest 3 was announced a few years ago, and it actually at the 35th anniversary of the franchise as to be coming, and then it kind of disappeared. And then Dragon Quest's Twitter account tweeted out a video The Legend of Erdrick Draws Near with a video, and it says the legacy begins with all the consoles it's coming to, including PS5, of course. And people are like, huh, there's no reference of Dragon Quest 3 here. It just says the Legend of Erdrick begins. Now, you have to be a Dragon Quest fan to know this, but Dragon Quest games are technically split into threes and trilogies. They're not literally interconnected in a way that you have to play them all, but they're like part of like legacy of like one game will carry into the next in some way. And so they're interconnected by threes. And some people are thinking, Dustin, that this means the long gap in hearing about this is that Square Enix did what they probably should have done the entire time, which was, we're just going to kind of remake all three of the original games in this. And this is why it's taken so long. The reason why I think, and this is a deeper kind of cut for a lot of people, but I think this is where the mentality came from about Dragon Quest 3. In Japan, Dragon Quest 1 and 2 are much more easily playable. In fact, when Dragon Quest 11 was released on PS4 in Japan, you could play Dragon Quest 1 and 2 as part of a pre-order bonus. There are trophies for them and everything. And they never came over. And I think from that Japanese-centric perspective, it's like, well, 3 would be next up. Like 1 and 2 are kind of available, and everything's really available in its own way. But in the West, we never got that stuff. So starting off with a bigger audience with just going to Dragon Quest 3 is nonsense, because if you don't have the original NES games, there's like Game Boy Advance ports and shit like that, but they're not really accessible. And so it seems like this is a more holistic approach. I think that's where it probably came from. Are you excited? It seems like we're going to get Dragon Quest 1, 2, and 3 in The Legend of Erdrick.
Yeah, it is exciting. And I think, so Dragon Quest 1, 2, and 3 are they're only available on Switch.
Right.
But not PlayStation. So they are semi-available, but not to the PlayStation
1 and
audience.
2 were available. Weren't they released on PS4 as well?
I'm trying to remember, potentially. So not 3
I think they were,
is what
but anyway,
you're saying.
again, Japanese PS4s.
Go on. Right. Yeah. So yeah, it makes sense to just do all 3 at once, and it does explain the time gap. And looking at this video, in the top left, it has a Dragon Quest logo. And if it was specific to 3, you imagine it would be the Dragon Quest 3 specific logo, and it's not. So I think this is awesome. A lot of people are really excited too, because originally when this was announced, I think it was just for Switch initially. Or was it to Switch and PS5?
It was always announced for PlayStation.
Okay, so they added
it's coming
Xbox
to Xbox. That's what people are excited about.
People are excited for it to be available on Xbox. Probably not buy it on Xbox, but they're still cheering about it anyway. That's fine. Prove it. Buy it on Xbox. It's fine. But yeah, I think it'll be cool. I really love the HD 2D style that they've developed through Octopath. I hope that at some point this gets applied to other games as well. You could imagine an amazing Chrono Trigger remake in HD 2D, maybe at some point. But I think it's cool. I hope that we find out very soon. As you said, maybe Summer Game Fest, maybe Square Enix will do something at some point, but they're definitely starting up the hype with this little tease.
It could be a cool thing to do at the Xbox showcase.
Yeah.
Since it is coming and they want to show kind of more multi-platform love. I'll be all over and up this thing's asshole, just to be clear. I love Dragon Quest, and the original Dragon Quest games are deeply, deeply nostalgic for me. And they are the first Dragon Quest game is like a deeply nostalgic product for me. It was so revolutionary. And it was, as we've talked about in the past, I think it was widely distributed because Nintendo Power and Nintendo itself were really heavily involved in the publishing and distribution of the game through Nintendo Power. So people just had it. And it was like everyone's first role-playing game. And most people didn't stick with it and didn't like it, but the people that did really got something special. And we had to wait and be patient for the Dragon Warrior games, which we knew them in the West. Dragon Quest was a contested IP in the West, which is why it was called Dragon Warrior. And again, Dustin knows full well, the Dragon Warrior 3 and 4, especially on NES, very expensive games to find today because they were deeply underpublished by a pre-merger Enix. That's what Enix brought to the table, amongst many other things, when Square and Enix got together in the early 2000s. So I'm so excited about that. And I went and looked it up. Yeah, I was right. So when Dragon Quest 11 came out in Japan, Dragon Quest 1 and 2 were released there on PS4 with trophies and just never ported. And I find that I think that's where the Dragon Quest 3 thing came from. Is like, we'll just jump right into that. And if you're in Japan, by the way, they've re-released Dragon Quest 1 and 2 like 7 million times. So in their for the native audience, they're probably a little tired of it. But it seems like one of those, like, they're not very long, especially the first two. So you can get through them rather easily. My game facts for the first, I think I wrote for the first two. You can go check them out right now if you need help when the games come out, inevitably. Probably later this year, I would assume. That'd be nice. All right, finally, before we get into what we're playing, just wanted to give a shout out to Capcom, because they revealed on their Twitter account, and I guess on other social feeds, that 3 million people have played Dragon's Dogma. People are reporting this as 3 million copies sold, but I'm not seeing that in what they've said. Like, it seems a little cagey to me. It says, thank you to the 3 million Arisen who have embarked on adventures in Dragon's Dogma 2. We are grateful for your continued support. Dustin, is there any funniness here with the sales numbers?
Well, it wasn't available on any, it's not on Gamepass.
Right. No,
So,
I should say I understand that, but what I'm saying is, like, it might have sold 2.7 million copies with multiple people playing. I don't know. It was weird verbiage.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm reading into it too much. On the Wikipedia page, it's reported as having sold 3 million units, but it's citing this tweet. So who the hell knows? Just something to point out, but that's great success for a game that just came out in late March. What do you think?
Yeah, a lot of people absolutely loved this game. I never truly connected with it. I tried. I want to say I probably put 7 or 8 hours into it, but clearly this was an IP that people were desperate to come back, which is weird just because amongst the people I talked to, not a lot of people were really into it, but Capcom continues to just release big, huge games that people absolutely love. And so I didn't expect it to be this mainstream, I guess, to some degree, amongst, the inner gaming circle. So 3 million, whether that's sold or even just players of some degree, still very good.
Okay, we're back. We were on break because we go and pee and reset ourselves after about a couple of hours of recording. And I was going on Twitter and just reading. So I've been tweeting out a video clip every day from the show. And then I just quickly mute it or whatever. I'm basically harvesting views because I have to get to 5 million views in order to start running monetization on the account. And I want to see if monetization is worth it or not.
Right.
Twitter, but you have to reach this threshold first. So I've just been putting out these tweets. Some of them get picked up. Most of them really don't. So they don't do a lot of numbers. But I saw this one here is doing 135,000. It has 135,000 impressions. And it was about PlayStation making more money than Steam. People are, I didn't see any of the comments because I just mute it just because these get so many things. It just, it's just too many notifications. My God, people are so angry on this thread. It's so interesting. I don't know what I even said that was offensive.
Gamers mad.
But I saw some people.
But keep clicking because you're helping me. Like, the stats are. So basically what I want to see is, can we make any supplemental money on Twitter? And the answer is probably not. But to even run the experiment, you have to reach this threshold, which is so far above what I would normally do because I really don't post on Twitter very much. So I said on Discord a few weeks ago, I'm going to start just putting up videos every day. They're not really that incendiary, but certainly have interesting things. And I know people are going to get talking to them. I'm like, we have to get to this 5 million views in 90 days threshold. Then we will be able to see if we can monetize our content. And then we'll be able to see if it's worth trying to do it on Last Stand Media because I have a much greater reach on my account because I have many more followers. So the 135,000 impressions gets us a little bit closer. But I'm going to need to, those are rookie numbers, dude. I'm going to need to really boost them up a little bit here, get a little bit more offensive. Thank you all, by the way, that if you've been watching and commenting on those clips and retweeting them or whatever. I appreciate it. It's helping me get to that threshold. But I'm up 50% week over week, so we're doing better. I'm up 75% month over month.
There you go.
And I'm up 51% already 3 months over 3 months. So this is cool, man. Because did I tell you guys that I just got my check mark back randomly? I said that right on the show.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know why. They just gave them back to. And what was especially weird for me is, I don't know if you guys remember, I was desperate to change my name and I didn't want to lose my check mark by changing my name because I just got my check mark randomly many years ago. So after I lost my check mark, when they took them all away, I changed my name, and then I just got the check mark back as if my old name still existed. So it kind of like worked out. I think they're trying to get like people to just generate more, like feel like more super users or whatever to post more things.
Probably, yeah.
So anyway, when I got my, you can't be, the reason I bring that up is because I refuse to pay for Twitter, because even though I really like it, it's so demonstrably bad for everyone that uses it that it's like, I don't want to pay for it. But since they gave, and you have to have a check mark and pay for it in order to be able to monetize it. But since they gave me my check mark back, I can have the best of both worlds. I don't have to pay for it, and I can take money from the platform. So will I be able to do it? It remains to be seen. On that note, what are we playing? Let's see here. Dustin, you're playing Paper Mario. My wife is as well. Talk to us about it.
Yeah, Paper Mario, The 1,000-Year Door was remade for the Switch, just released a week ago today. And yeah, it's really good. I played a little bit of the original when I bought it last year for like $90 or something like that. It was very expensive. And then as I was playing it, they announced the remake. So I just stopped because it didn't seem like the type of game I'd want to play again so quickly, and I wanted to play the remake. And yeah, it's really cute and charming. If you've never played a Paper Mario game, they have a very distinct style to them in terms of humor, and the combat is sort of like if you've played Sea of Stars, which this is, part of the inspiration from Sea of Stars is that when you attack somebody, if you hit A at the right moment, you get like an extra attack out of it. There's a lot of time-based attacks in it. And yeah, it looks great on Switch. A lot of like reflective floors and stuff like that. One of the controversies around it is that the remake is in 30 FPS, whereas the original was in 60. So some people have been disappointed by that. I also find it a little disappointing just because I am, as the listeners of the show know, care deeply about 60 FPS. But I guess I don't want to say I give Nintendo an excuse. I just expect that from them. And in this game, while I think it would be more responsive and better looking in 60 FPS, ultimately it doesn't really matter for this type of game. So it's not really bothered. I'm used to it. It doesn't matter already at this point in the game. Gotta say, one of these characters, though, Colin, you may remember from when you played this, a little bit out of pocket, the Cloud Woman that you get, the second.
Right. Is there something about a translation with, is that the character?
I don't think that's the character. I haven't looked into that because I haven't gotten to the point in the game yet.
Okay,
I think.
It's been 20 years since I played the game, so yeah, I don't remember it that well anymore.
This Cloud character, she got the tig old biddies on her, if you know what I'm saying. It's a little up. Well, I don't know. She's something. I saw that. I thought, wow. I don't know what's going on here at Nintendo. Nintendo has that low key horniness every once in a while that comes out.
Yeah.
And there's multiple characters kissing Mario in this game. I've noticed too. Like 3 different times that someone's kissed Mario, and arguably someone assaulting him. So take it easy, Nintendo.
Mm-hmm.
You might need hosed off. So been playing that, and then Chris, I see you put this here, so this is a good transition. I've started playing Elden Ring again. I went to my old character and I started messing around a little bit, and I thought, I don't really have a lot to do unless I start a New Game Plus, but I want this character to be ready for the DLC. But I'm so rusty at this point, I need to just get the muscle memory back. So I started a new character, just been lightly playing here and there, so I don't feel like a total, idiot when the DLC comes out, that I have some ability to play again. So been playing that a little bit here too.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah. And then Chris, take it away.
Yeah, man. I've been diving deep into Elden Ring again, trying to prep for the DLC. I'm trying to prep for the DLC early because I know Destiny is also super soon, and I'm gonna want to get through that and put some time into that. So it's gonna be a really slim schedule as far as free time goes, and I'm probably going to dedicate the next couple of weeks to those 2 things. But I'm deep into it. I decided to just start from where I left off all those years ago. I was already so deep into the game. Apparently, I'm basically entering the end game, or I'm like pretty. People say I'm close to the end, but I don't really know what that fucking means with Elden Ring because it's so big and dense and multifaceted. But I'm getting into the swing of things. I'm streaming it again, which is kind of nice because I feel like if I really wanted to get a hang of the game again, I probably would have had to start over. Like if I was just playing it by myself, I would have had to start over from scratch and get accustomed to like what everything does and what the characters do and where to go to do certain things, where to go to upgrade, where to spend certain currencies, what items do what things. But streaming kind of alleviates a little bit of that pressure because I can just be like, oh, what is this? And then chat usually knows because the game's been out for a while. So it's a bit of a cheat, but it's helping me ease back into the game. And also I just kind of want to finish it at the very least. I know that, or at least the assumption is, in order to get into the DLC, you have to beat Moog, and I'm nowhere near ready for that. I don't even know where to go to find him. I'm just trying to polish off the end of the game. And I have to say, getting into it again is really satisfying, especially now that I've respect into a more coherent build. I think when I played it last, I was kind of playing blind and kind of allocating things as I felt like I need them. But now I'm going for more of a distinct play style now that I've had some years to kind of think about it. And it is still satisfying. It is still a beautiful game. I'm really almost more impressed today than I was when I first played it, in the sense that like it really feels like you're stepping into a fucking painting when you're playing this game. Like it feels so dense and so cleverly layered and so intricate. I almost tripped up that word, but it's just such an elegant game in so many ways, and I'm pretty deep into it now, and I'm really, I'm still enamored with it, and I'm excited for the DLC to come out. I've seen some things about it that really excite me.
There's that new trailer. I didn't watch it though.
I saw clips of it that got me pretty excited about it. But like I didn't watch the entire trailer. Like I just had some clips kind of going around on my Twitter. I was like, that's crazy. So I'm pretty deep into that. Not really. I'm still messing around with Animal Well as well. But that's kind of like, I'm really focused on treasure hunting in that game right now because I've kind of hit a wall as far as progress goes. So I'm like just trying to find as many eggs as possible. And that's been going pretty well. But that's kind of like a end of the day kind of, when I'm in bed on my Steam Deck, I'll put it on for like maybe like 30 minutes, find some eggs, and then head to bed. And I see here that Colin, you're playing Animal Well too? Or
yeah,
you've finished it.
I have. I've platinumed it. It was a bit of a spite platinum towards the end, I must admit. I was in the Discord being like, "Are you fucking kidding me with this?" So what I was saying about the game was, I bring up Castlevania 2 as a touchstone a lot for one specific reason. I love that game, but there are things in that game that there is no fucking way you would know how to do it. Like that you must have gotten help to have gotten to know to like kneel down with this thing equipped and a tornado comes and takes you. That's literally what happens in the game, by the way. And it like brings you to another part of the map. That's in Castlevania 2. I was saying like Animal Well is one of those games where it's so obtuse that there's no way anyone's playing this game straight up. I don't believe it for a fucking second. Like, I believe that you can get through much of it without help, but I believe that everyone's going to get stuck somewhere, and there are such obscure secrets. It's like using a UV light to find drawings on walls, and it tells you how to use the flute that you find that brings you to a certain part of the map. It's like, I'm like, what the fuck? How am I supposed to know this? And I feel like the game bothers me because I'm like, why can't you just give us a little bit of information? It's not fun to have to constantly look things up, and I just don't know how people play it without doing so. Dustin, you looked like you were leaning in. You have something to say?
Well, I have one thing to say and one question. It's worth saying that the most obscure stuff is after the credits.
Right.
So, yes. I totally agree. You probably will have to look stuff up to get the platinum.
Bro, there are things where it's like you walk into a room and it starts chiming a certain amount of times, and you have to like know that, and then you have to like go. It's like, anyway, go ahead.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. It's like, it's ridiculous.
Yeah. Because, I was able to get to the first main, like beat the overall game non-platinum without looking anything up.
Same.
So you can do that. And I kind of, if that's what it takes for the platinum, that's, I think, cool that it's more involved at that point. But I thought this when you posted this Discord, but I was saving it for the show, Colin. Little devil's advocate. What makes looking this up not fun? But you talked about counting the stacks of dead rats in Skur Ritual and then just play the game.
Right.
That you didn't know what to do.
But I thought that wasn't fun either. I told you that I wouldn't have ever been able to do anything in Skur Ritual without looking it up, not knowing the heritage that game shared with zombies, which apparently has majorly obscure things to do in the maps.
Yeah.
I thought that was funny and strange. I don't think it's cool. And also, by the way, the counting rats and finding the mannequins and all the shit you do in Skur Ritual, I think is a way to stop you from playing the maps too quickly because they're always randomized. So it's to stop you from just destroying the game, I think. But yeah, fair enough. I mean, I guess I don't really think that they're similar. I guess what I'm saying is I don't mind using strategy guides. As everyone knows, I wrote many of them. That's how I started my career. I love strategy guides. I want to get into the strategy guide print business at some point. I think it's a really interesting place to be. So I have a great appreciation for looking things up and using guides and having having guidance and follow through with the game. But to me, I was like, this is insane. Like the amount of things you need to know how to do and where you need to go and how you need to deal with things. I'm like, and I was saying before, because I used a guide before I beat the game, but every time I ran into a problem, I was just it ended up being for an egg or something I didn't really need. You can, as you say, get through the game fairly, it's not straightforward, but I like Animal Well. I just don't really recommend it. I think that if you want to play a Metroidvania, there are a million better Metroidvanias. Like I can rattle them off for probably 10 minutes. How many better Metroidvanias there are than Animal Well? But I'm glad that people are really enjoying it. What I noticed about it though, and I think that this is a relevant thing, that many people are being filtered out of this game. That this game is selling very well in part. Actually, an anecdote. I was bringing up my nephew Declan earlier that just graduated from high school. He bought Animal Well. And he's a gamer. He likes playing games, like, some obscure games. He's the guy that is really good at Cuphead, right? And is better at Cuphead than me. And I was talking to him at a family party last weekend. And I'm like, so did you buy it because of its relationship to Donkey? And he's like, yeah. And that was just like my first, that's just an anecdote, but I'm sure that there are many people like that. And then they encounter a game that is pretty obscure.
For sure, yeah.
And if you just look at the trophy numbers or the achievement numbers on whatever platform you're playing on, you'll see it. Like people are filtering out of this game in a major way. And so I don't think I'm super out of pocket actually with what I'm saying. It seems like that's reflected in a lot of people's experiences. And that's why I wanted to platinum it, to just make sure I've seen it sufficiently. Although there are more meta levels beyond the platinum that, again, I wouldn't even understand how you're supposed to know.
Yeah. I
don't think that's really interesting to me. Yeah.
I think it's the issue is, I guess the issue for me is like, I feel like a lot of the stuff that you need outside sources to figure out are so external from just normal completion. Whereas like I feel like I've played a lot of games where just the golden path has puzzles in it where you're like, what the fuck? Like how do you expect me to figure this out at all just to get to the normal like ending? And this feels a little bit more organic to me, where it's like I feel like a lot of the extra stuff is a lot of the non-completion oriented stuff is kind of in that area where I feel like that's a little bit more okay to me, but yeah, I don't know. I like Animal Well. I think that atmosphere is like fucking top tier shit, but yeah, I'm not surprised that people are being filtered out because this is like a very this is one of those games that like really like it makes me want to be patient. Like, because I hit a wall and I'm like, normally I've sensed many times where I'm like, this would have been my cutoff point. Like, I would have been filtered by this game if not for the fact that like I'm being dragged along by the atmosphere and just the desire to finish it because it is so obtuse. And I feel like it would feel very satisfying to finish because of that. But yeah, it's definitely going to be filtering a lot of people out. No doubt.
So yeah, Animal Well, Platinum 156. I was feeling a little bit intimidated by Dustin, frankly.
Oh.
I don't know where Dustin's energies have come from recently in the Platinum game, but I can't be having that. I need to have something.
I don't think you have anything to worry about because I don't see any games on the horizon to Platinum currently. I mean, the Elden Ring DLC won't have a Platinum, unfortunately. It would be sick though if it did. Second DLC.
Oh, do they already
platinum.
verify that? Because sometimes they do. If like
They do. You have a DLC platinum?
Yeah, like every once in a while, like Infamous First Light had a platinum. Uncharted Lost Legacy had a platinum. It depends. Like, it depends on if it's an
wasn't
expansion.
That a standalone? Those are standalones, though, right?
Yeah. Is this not a stand? I thought I interpreted this as a standalone for some reason. No,
they're gatekeeping it behind a really tough boss.
Oh, yeah. So you have to get a certain. Oh, that's actually kind of interesting though, because it ensures that you've played it, I guess, sufficiently to be prepared for whatever the challenge they are. Yeah, that's so interesting. I would always want to. I mean, most expansions are connected to the game, so it's not a surprise. But I for some reason visualize it as like a new map or something.
It still could be within the game.
It could be. Yeah.
Right. Gotcha.
But very much connected to the original.
I feel like it's almost 2 years, right? I mean, it's going to be pretty meaty.
Yeah, I'm excited about it. But I feel like it's more. They're going more like almost like the what is it, Far Harbor, where it's like where it is like a new map probably, but it's still.
You still have to travel there or whatever.
Still rooted in the base game.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I'm stoked about it.
All right. Well, my friends, this brings me. So Stellar Blade, I've decided I'm not going to platinum it. I just don't want to go back and play it again. And I feel like that's fine. I've started to, in a similar vein to why I won't auto pop the trophies for like PS5 ports of PS4 games, because first of all, I think that's majorly corny. But the other thing is that I want to be able to platinum them naturally later. So, Ghost of Tsushima, I can re-platinum The Last of Us Part 2, but I'm kind of just saving them. And I did that with Spider-Man, right? Where we had PS5 access to Spider-Man immediately when PS5 came out. And I was like, no, I'll get to that when I'm ready. And then I played through again. And it was kind of nice to have those trophies again. And so I was thinking about Stellar Blade. Like, we're going to get a sequel to Stellar Blade. There's no doubt about it. We're going to talk about how well it sold later. It was the best-selling game in the United States in April, which is incredible and so strange. So we're definitely getting a sequel. And I'm like, okay, so when the sequel comes out at the end of the PS5 era or whatever, I'll go back and play again on New Game Plus and do all the shit I didn't do. And then I'll be able to platinum it, and I'll have like kind of a extra metagame motivation. So I was like, okay, I'm comfortable walking away from Stellar Blade. I don't really want to play it again right now. And so I was dicking around and I'm like, what do I want to play? And then I'm like, you know what? Yeah. System Shock Remake just came out. This game's fucking awesome.
Oh, sick. I was really excited to hear what you're going to say about it.
Dude, I don't know if this is going to track. You guys tell me if it doesn't. Because System Shock 2 looks a little more modern, I know.
A little bit, yeah.
But it's almost like all of the elements of BioShock are in System Shock, right? And I didn't really know that. I mean, I know that academically, because I know that that's where like it comes from and people always talk about that, but I never really knew how much the games are the same. And I also, having watched long plays of, I like watching like long, especially with old PC games, I like to go look at the gameplay and like just instead of looking like a small scene or whatever, I like to watch like a person play it for a while.
Yeah,
to get kind of a feel for it. And in doing that with System Shock, which I did many years ago for the first time, especially because if you look at the original System Shock and its default setting, it has like a menu takes up like half the screen. It's like a really weird looking. It almost looks like an adventure game, like perspective. Yeah, but it's obviously like a rudimentary first person Doom-like game, really, with like more verticality, and it's more technically looking glass at like it's a little bit of a newer game than Doom, so they were a little bit further along. But I never absorbed how much of a translation that BioShock was to this. They seemed more detached. And so what I was going to say, I wonder if it tracks, is System Shock Remake is one of the rare examples of an original game that inspires something else, in which the inspiration is now the predicate for going back and remaking the original. And they feel similar to each other. Now they share the same elements, but the translation of what it was to what it has become through Night Dive's thing is like kind of BioShock 0.5. Right. And I love it. Dude, I fucking love it. I really do. Like, it's so good. And it's immediately it feels like BioShock. It's so funny. So the game takes place at a space station, and there's like a mega corporation called Tri-Optimum, which is going to be one of the next shirts I get made with my friend. And This is not, it's a spoiler, I guess, for the first 2 minutes, or 5 minutes of the game. So I don't worry about it. I'm not telling you anything meaningful. But basically what happens is it's like the 2070s. You're a hacker on the space station just doing some shit, and you get caught by like this thuggish kind of character in the process of doing this hacking or whatever. And he kind of basically puts a gun to your head, so to speak, and forces you to use your skills. And this all happens in like minutes, and you're not controlling any of it really. Within minutes, he's basically forcing you and saying, I want you to hack into and disable AI protections on the space station. And there's a kind of an overarching AI called Shodan that like controls the space station. And in return for doing this for the hacker, they offer to give you like an implant that would otherwise be inaccessible and too expensive for you to get with the finest doctors or whatever. And this guy, I think, works for Trioptimum. And so that's the beginning of the game. And then 6 months elapse and you wake up. And you wake back up in the space station, and the space station has been taken over by a rogue AI because you disabled all of the protections that would protect the station. And so you're dealing with discovering and figuring out what happened and trying to stop the space station from having its laser, I think, turned towards Earth or something, or an Earthen settlement. It's so fucking rad, dude. Like, I can't believe it's got like a 78 on Metacritic. I'm like, are you out of your mind?
Yeah. Yeah, people don't get it.
And now I'll say this, a few things. It's pretty hard. I'm playing with one of PowerPix's famous spoiler-free collectible guides, because they're just like a BioShock game. Like, PowerPix has amazing BioShock guides, like where it's like just when you're like, this is a sequence of things you should be finding as you go, and if you don't, go search for these areas, but otherwise it doesn't tell you anything. And that doesn't really ruin the game for me. So I'm playing with that as my guide. And again, I knew that audio diaries came from System Shock, but now they're really I was watching old System Shock footage last night, actually, again, and they're executed differently. So this is one of the examples of what I was saying about how BioShock in turn went back and inspired the remake of what inspired it, in a full circle kind of thing. Because in the original, you couldn't really walk around and listen to the audio diary and kind of go about your business, which is the entire, in my opinion, revolution of the audio diary, is kind of like rummaging through an office. Like, you imagine going in and hitting someone's message machine while you're like rummaging through their shit and listening to it in real time. And the cameras and hacking machines and the wrench and like, I don't know, dude. The one thing I'll say about the game is that it's actually in most ways much deeper than BioShock. And I think that can turn a lot of people off. When we're talking about filtering, the trophies for this game show people filter out of this game quick, which is very, very interesting to me. Mm-hmm. Like, it sheds like 80% of its audience after like 2 hours, something like that, based on the trophies. And I'm personally completely smitten with this fucking game. The one cool thing about playing it on PS5 is you just like in the BioShock games, you can save scrub constantly. You can save whatever you want. And I save constantly, and the PS5 is so fast that it literally is like a fraction of a second to like start, save, out in like a second. And it's one of those games. I always described random Resident Evil games like Resident Evil 0 like this as well, and we're going to talk about Resident Evil 0 actually later, which is why it's on the mind, where because of the easy access to saving, especially in a game like this, I constantly try to do things perfectly. And if I don't, I just go back to the last save and just do it. I do things like 10 times sometimes. A combat encounter's coming up. I don't want to get damaged too much. I don't want to use too much ammo. Oh, I lose half my health and I miss a bunch of shots. I'm like, oh, back to the last save, and then just do it again. Then I save and move on. So if you can be patient, you can play the game very nicely like that. The gold trophy in this to get the platinum, and I'd like to do it, is beating the game. So the game has, and again, this is a revolution I didn't know happened in System Shock. I remember pointing at games like Tomb Raider Shadow or the Shadow of the Tomb Raider and being like, I don't remember a game even doing this before this in many different ways. But this game has 4 different difficulty levels in 1994 that separates the difficulty, like the puzzle, the combat, the exploration. And so setting them all to 3 is hard. And there's a trophy in the game to beat it on all 3s in 10 hours. And apparently the game, there's a meta story in the game where you have 10 hours, like, to do what you need to do. So it's like a real 10 hours. It sounds awesome. And I really want to experience that. dude, System Shock Remake is fucking great. If you like BioShock so just compare the sales figures of System Shock and System Shock 2 to BioShock. Many, many, many millions of people played BioShock without ever having played System Shock. And so that is, if you're listening to this, probably you, especially because if you were like me, this game came out when I was 11. I didn't play PC games really. I wasn't into them. I'd never heard of System Shock. And it wasn't until BioShock came out that I had heard of this game called System Shock. And obviously Ken Levine didn't work on the original, but he worked on System Shock 2, which, as I understand, is also going to be re-released. And that's supposed to be fucking excellent. Like, that game is supposed to be really, really great and is kind of the missing link between BioShock and System Shock 1. But, dude, highly recommended. If you are a BioShock fan, you got to check this game out.
Yeah.
It's stiffer. It's more, from a combat and exploration perspective, a little stiffer, but mechanically it's much deeper. You have like a certain amount of items you can carry. You find all sorts of weapons, but you can really only have like 2 or 3 of them on you at any given time, and you have to just kind of leave them behind. And yeah, it's good shit. It's good shit. Yeah.
That's cool. I wasn't sure how you would react to it, really, because it is a very, like you said, it's more of an immersive sim than BioShock is. I think BioShock is like, it borrows some elements of that, but it's a lot more straightforward and a lot more streamlined, not necessarily to its detriment, but it's definitely like way simpler. And System Shock, I remember System Shock, I remember playing the demo at the end of like some 14-hour stream or something, like some absurdly long stream that I did. I was like running out of steam, and I was like, oh, the System Shock demo is out, or the remake. And I was like, oh, I should play it because I remember watching System Shock long plays when I was a kid, because I was like you, where it was just like, I don't even know how fucking old I was. I don't even think I was alive when what was the original came out?
94, you were 1.
94, so I was I was 1. So I definitely wasn't playing fucking System Shock. But I would watch, and I tried to play System Shock 2 on PC, and it was just like the controls were like just too antiquated. So I remember being like pretty excited about this and playing the demo, and the demo was what made Prey click for me. Because I remember playing Prey like it was like a Fallout game or something, like, or like a Far Cry. And I remember being like, this is not working for me. I remember we talked about it on the show when Prey first came out, or not when it was first came out, but like when it was like a little bit more new. And now I tried it, I was like, this isn't really working for me. And then I played that demo, System Shock Remake, and I was like, oh. And then that reframed Prey for me entirely. And when I went back to it, I had like a way deeper understanding of like what. So I'm curious as to whether or not you would like Prey now that you've, because I really do feel like that, like System Shock has recontextualized how I look at that game entirely.
Yeah, I've thought about Prey again. Like, I remember playing Prey and being turned off by the gun combat. Like, the game suddenly became really difficult. I remember,
right,
for me, where I was like, because I wasn't even playing with a guide, I was just sticking around in it, and I was enjoying it for a while, and then that's what I remember. I don't know if it's true that I was like, yeah, this is kind of hardcore, you know, and that does share this with System Shock. System Shock is pretty hardcore. Like, it's not. There are a few things that allow you to cheat, including, so there are like Vita-like chambers or Vita chambers, whatever.
Yeah.
They don't call them that. But what this game actually has that BioShock doesn't is like the ability to heal yourself. It's very rare, but like at these beds you find where you can just heal yourself over and over again. And I've really enjoyed just exploring the parts of the space station, and the System Shock Remake, unlike the original, because it's not a very complicated game. It actually visually, I think it's intentional, but visually it looks a little old, which I think fits more in with, it's in an Unreal Engine and all of that, but because the game isn't really stretching the bounds of the console, they're able to kind of keep bodies and items in place forever. So it's cool as you like go back to the space station, you just find the corpses of the bodies you killed that are still there, because this is all happening conceivably in real time, in addition to the new enemies you're encountering that go and kind of repopulate these areas, which is kind of cool. So the game has like a recycling function, which is kind of strange, where you actually have to earn in-game currency, and you'll find some of it, but not very much. I think I found like less or fewer than 10 coins in my experience. But you find it shares a little bit of Fallout DNA, and this is actually something I'm glad that they removed from BioShock, where there are just items everywhere that you can collect. And the reason that you collect most of the shit in the game, there's ammo and stuff that you need, but you'll find like a cup or a tray or a syringe, and then you put them in these recyclers and they give you money. And then you use the money to buy items at vending machines, which I haven't really done anything of, or use them. And this is a very BioShock thing too, is like you'll find permanent weapon upgrades in these machines, and that's what you use your money for. So that's a little annoying, but like is the whole recycling thing, like having a finite Resident Evil style inventory where you have to manage things and you find expansions for it and stuff. I'm like, I could have done a little bit without this, because it kind of slows things down. Oh, there is this other element of the game that's strange, which is that there are these cyberspace elements. Do you guys know anything about this? Have you seen?
Yeah. I played through one of them in the that's probably my least favorite thing, to be honest. I just find it like very disorienting, and maybe that's
I'm not
maybe
crazy
this
about
is me. Maybe this, like I don't know. I feel stupid in those segments because I'm like, how do I move? How do I even just move through this? And I'm sure like if you like spend more time going through them, they get easier and a little bit more readable. But like when you first enter cyberspace, it's really trippy and really confusing, and it's kind of like it's not impossible to get through by any means, but it feels a little off. And I don't think it was like that in the original, actually. I think the original, like, this is like a completely, I don't really have that many specific memories of like the original System Shock, but I don't think cyberspace was like that.
No, I didn't see any of that in my view, my recent view of the playthrough. I don't know what I would have seen in the past, but just to let people know, it's like you'll find these computer terminals, and then you basically go into the computer terminal, and it turns into almost like a first person arcade shooter, space shooter, where you're like fighting in like a plane, and you're fighting other aerial things, and you're supposed to be fighting viruses and stuff like that. I don't like it because it's just unnecessary. It's like, this isn't really that fun, and it's unimmersive. I'm supposed to be immersed, so that is a miss for me. But generally speaking, dude, really, really into it. And shout out to Night Dive. I can see why Atari was so interested in purchasing them, because they've done really great work here. And I really, really like it. So highly recommended. Go check it out if you'd like. It's available it was on PC last year, so a lot of you might have already encountered it, but it just came to console last week. Okay. Let's get into the news. We're going to cut out here for the state of play. We'll get into that news first. So we'll have a little interstitial here, and then we'll get into everything else. So we'll see you on the other side. Okay, here we are. We're back to talk about state of play. We are missing Chris, although he'll be here for the rest of the episode, apart from the state of play stuff, because he had to run off. We went really long, as you can see from the runtime of this podcast. So he had to go to a doctor's appointment. I told him in our group chat that I'm just going to let everyone know that he's getting an STD test. And you can do whatever you want with that. Whether it's true or not, I don't know. All right. We've had our showcase. 14 games by my count shown. And I have notes for all of them. Went about 35, 36 minutes, something like that. So not too long, but sufficient. What did you think?
A bit of good and bad, I think, on this one. Mainly in some specific games. I mean, I know we're about to talk about this after this, but Concord in particular was not so hot in my opinion, but such an incredibly strong ending with Monster Hunter Wilds and Astrobot. But overall, fine. I did notice, Colin, they never mentioned it being a state of play in it. Like when the guy at the beginning came on, didn't mention anything about state of play. I wonder if this was at one point when maybe they were making the motion graphics for this, designing it to be a showcase, and somewhere along the lines they changed their mind and decided to call it a state of play because they didn't want to show as much. And the other thing too, no Lego Horizon, which was kind of a big surprise here. But yeah, for my taste, a lot of this stuff, I'm either kind of passively interested or feel like I've seen like a lot of these types of games over and over. And some things that I'm just not interested in all, but I'm feeling the high of the last reveal with Astrobot. So I'm so excited to talk about that, but it was fine.
What would you grade it?
Are we saying C is average or C is bad?
Well, I don't know. Like, let's see. What does a C mean? C grade mean? In the U.S. grading system, a C grade is generally considered average and indicates satisfactory performance. It could also mean that a student is meeting grade level expectations and making satisfactory progress. In college, some professors expect a C grade as the basic level of performance.
I'm going to say C minus.
Wow, C minus. Okay, interesting. I will give it a C plus B minus, I think.
Okay.
I try with these showcases. I think I always come in a little hot on all showcases compared to a lot of people because I try not to be too myopic with it. Not that you can help but be that. You have to kind of interpret games through your own lens and what you're interested in. But the reality is that there's some really quality shit that they showed. Not all of it is for me, and some of it is totally dubious. And it seemed like it went pretty fast.
Yeah.
I think the first party presence actually was pretty decent, but could have been stronger. I have a lot to say about Concord as well. Well, let's just take it in order. I have all the notes here written down. We'll just talk about the games in the order that they were shown. And if you don't care, you can just listen to what we have to say. But I encourage people to just take the 35 minutes or whatever to watch for yourself if you want and check things out. But all right, Concord went first from Firewalk, announced back in 2023. We see characters bantering at a bar in a cutscene, human female, an alien humanoid style male with like lizard skin, a larger alien-like male with blue skin, a yellow robot, etc. Comedic, but also gritty and a little violent. Micah said it reminded her of Guardians of the Galaxy. I assume that a lot of people are going to interpret this as Marvel-esque, and I keep saying on the show that I'm kind of inoculated from Marvel stuff because I don't experience it very much, but I'm experiencing it more and more. We talked about the Immortals of Avium and other things that I liked. It is wearing a little thin on for me because it is kind of the same comedic, sarcastic delivery. When I was watching the cutscene, I was like, this is really nice. It's a pretty game. The gameplay we saw is all captured in game and doesn't look as good as the cutscenes, obviously, on PS5. But I look at the game and I'm like, I don't know about this. Like, I don't think it's for me, first of all. I think Helldivers 2 really captured me in a unique way. To be clear, I went and read about all the games, so I have details that are not going to be known if you just watch the videos. So this is a 5v5 hero shooter. And we saw a few of the characters. Vale, who's like a sniper. I think she's like a black woman. Lennox is like the weird green skin alien guy. He's got pistols. Hamar is like the female Asian woman. She's uses like magic and a crossbow. Starchild, which I thought was a little on the nose, right? Like, I don't know what that is. That like supposed to be an ode, like to be like, yeah, we know, because that seems to be so weird. He's like the hulking blue alien character. One Off is the large yellow robot. So it says on PlayStation blog there will be 16 of these characters to choose from when the game launches. And the game launches on August 23rd, 2024. There will be a beta across PS5 and PC, which is the two platforms that it'll come to in July. You can pre-order for early beta access for up to 5 people, so yourself and 4 friends, because it's 5v5, obviously. You will need a PSN account on PC, so be forewarned ahead of time. Some of the people that were talking, the talking heads from the studio, said a few things that I thought were interesting and worth noting, that they're leaning, quote unquote, leaning into the asymmetry, end quote, of the characters. They call up fighting games and strategy games as this, that by making an asymmetric sort of group of people that are overtly weaker or stronger compared to others, I guess in combination with each other, you can make like unique gameplay moments, which is, I guess, something to look forward to. The one thing that I thought was cool, was authentically cool, is the idea of the weekly cinematic vignettes. So if you log into the game, the game will have you coming back every week, and there'll be a vignette every week that will advance the story and the knowledge of the characters and what's going on. And another important thing that I was surprised that they noted here is that the game will be supported for free. It says, quote, "The North Star crew will grow over time through regular free post-launch updates that include new playable free gunners," which is what the characters are called, "maps, modes, cinematic vignettes, and more." And they said, quote, we built Concord as a love letter to aspirational sci-fi adventure," end quote, which I think you can kind of see pretty easily. They use the word tight a lot to describe the gameplay and the mechanics. So yeah, talk to me about Concord coming from Firewalk, a newly purchased team. It's important to note that Sony was interested enough in this game in an embryonic state to buy the team. So, and these guys are located up in Washington State. So talk to me a little bit about what's going on.
Yeah. So when I was watching both the cinematic trailer and the gameplay, this game feels like, I don't know if this is the case. I feel bad shitting on people's artistic intent, but this is what it felt like to me. It feels like a game that a boardroom thought of 5 years ago. Like, hey, Overwatch, that's a real big game. What if we got Overwatch and, these crazy Guardians of the Galaxy, kids love them. What if we put that together in a game? And that's really, dude, when I was watching that cinematic trailer, I was thinking like, the meme, like kid, like, oh, can we have Guardians of the Galaxy? And they're like, no, we have Guardians of the Galaxy at home. This is Guardians of the Galaxy.
We have
home.
Star Child.
We have Star Child. We got all your favorites. It's, I mean, man, there really wasn't anything about the cinematic trailer. I mean, you can take it from its visual qualities. Yes, it's a beautiful pre-rendered thing, but there really wasn't anything about it that was appealing to me. Because, dude, the Marvel dialogue through and through hard on this one. And that's the thing, Colin, is that you bring up the weekly vignettes. I think that's an awesome idea to do in a live service game. And it kind of reminds me of, it wasn't weekly or anything like that, but post Overwatch, and I guess before it came out, the hero videos that came out that were extremely popular kind of gave it this through line of some semblance of backstory for these characters. The issue is that I just, if these vignettes are anything like that reveal trailer, I simply cannot care. I do not care. I'm not interested. Maybe I could be proven wrong. There's always cases of bad trailers, but I just felt thoroughly through and through that the overall aspiration of the style of this game is trying so hard to be Guardians of Galaxy with zero charm behind it. So that really didn't do it for me. And then as far as the gameplay trailer, there wasn't anything inherently wrong with it to me. It's just this feels like a game in a boardroom 5 years ago that Jim Ryan was like, yeah, let's get an Overwatch, a hero shooter going. And I just feel like at this point we've seen hero shooters, rise to insane prominence, particularly with Overwatch, and now kind of the fall of Overwatch in a lot of ways. And it's funny too, because there's another hero shooter that, quite frankly, from a gameplay perspective, looked more appealing to me later in the state of play that we'll get to. But I was watching the trailer, I'm like, okay, what's going to be the thing that sets this apart from all the other games that I've seen that are like this? And it just didn't have any of those trappings at all. So I am fully willing to admit that from my personal tastes, I'm kind of hero shootered out. I'm not really interested in them in the time being. So someone out there that maybe is dissatisfied with the state of Overwatch 2, this might be a hallelujah. This can be something to replace that in my heart. But I'm just not seeing anything that calls me to it from this trailer.
It's where, I mean, this is just anecdotal, but they put up two YouTube videos, one of the cinematics and one of the gameplay, and both of them have, like, I would say 3/5 downvotes on each of the videos from the audience. So I don't know that people are that pleased. I think the same thing happened to Fair Games when it was revealed. Actually, I think it might have even been worse. And we saw a lot more of that than we did of Concord. I will say, yeah, it's not my kind of game, even just from a gameplay perspective. The aesthetic is a little disappointing just because, and I was saying this to Micah before I came up, I'm like, the logo is so good and it screams 70s. So what is that? Like, that logo doesn't make any sense within the confines of my opinion. That's a Guardians
kind of thing, dude.
Yeah, it's strange. Like, I thought we were going to get like some sort of almost, if Fallout is the 50s, then I thought we were going to get something maybe like more like the 70s. And I guess they'll say like, oh, big screens and really clunky analog stuff. And I'm like, yeah, but it's not. That whole thing was like 70s. And I just didn't get any of, like, not one iota of the vibe that the logo suggests. Maybe that's just me, though.
The top comment on the cinematic trailer is Star-Lord and the gang from Tenmu.
Star Child.
Pretty good. Pretty good.
All right. So that's Concord. I don't got a good feeling about that one.
No.
But as far as its performance, but we'll see. It's going to be for someone. Someone will play it, but I don't know that it's like got long legs. And I am very interested in just the whole, like, we're going to buy these guys. Okay. We'll see. I haven't taken the time, or I really haven't had the time because we're recording this right afterwards. I'd like to go through the video again, just pull out those guys' names, the various people they show, and see where they come from, because they're all pretty apparently a renowned group that got together. And being in where they are, they're going to attract people that worked on a lot of prolific shooters like Halo and Destiny. So, all right. Number 2, as predicted, God of War Ragnarok is coming to PC. This has been long rumored and data mined. We have a date of September 19th, 2024. So in a few months. Interestingly, the game is ported by the same studio that ported God of War to PC, the 2018 God of War PC, which is Jetpack Interactive. It is not a Nix's product. And it will include unlocked frame rates, true 4K resolution, ultra wide support up to 31 or whatever that 31.9 or whatever.
Ultra wide.
Ultra wide.
Whatever it's called. I don't know.
All post-launch updates as well, including the Valhalla DLC and New Game Plus. So are you going to check it out there, or are you satiated? It should do pretty well, I think.
Oh yeah, I think it'll do well. I don't need to check it out. I'm satiated on the God of War. Maybe before the third one comes out, because I did replay God of War 2018 on PC at the time. Important note, in the, like, they have the little text at the bottom at the beginning, account for PlayStation Network required for this.
For certain things, right? For online play?
Well, okay, it says caption on PC, mix of gameplay and in-game cinematics, account for PlayStation Network required.
Oh, interesting.
And is there any online aspects for God of War? I don't think
is that so. I was thinking that that Valhalla thing was multiplayer, but it's not, I guess.
No.
That's a roguelike, right?
Yep.
Some sort. Okay, so yeah, that's interesting.
There will be a lot of crying about that.
Cry away.
Sure.
Cry away. All right. Number 3, Dynasty Warriors Origins. Coming from Omega Force, obviously, the Koei Tecmo studio long responsible for Dynasty Warriors over the last, 27 years or something. It's coming to PS5 2025. I read a little bit about it. I mean, it just looks like Dynasty Warriors. I was telling Micah, it must be exciting for Omega Force to finally have hardware that really scales in a major way, where you don't have to like slow frame rates down or have really polygonal characters or whatever. Because I remember playing the original Dynasty Warriors game is actually not a Musou at all, but all the other Dynasty Warriors games are Musous. And the last Musou I played, I think, was like Dragon Quest Heroes or something, but the first one. But there is something very satisfying about those games. I just don't. I every time I played one, and the last one I probably played outside of licensed ones is probably like a Samurai Warriors game, maybe back in the day, like 15 years ago or so, or maybe even longer than that. But it's just boring after a while. Like, I don't see the long tail of what makes this interesting or exciting. It is classic hack and slash, and it's really thoughtless. Like, there's really nothing to it in my experience. So I don't really get it. But it's historically steeped and all that. And I know people like that stuff. So any interest in Dynasty Warriors Origins?
Colin, I pretty much have nearly the same experience as you, other than I've never played an actual Dynasty Warriors game. I've only tried out many of the licensed ones. And even with an IP that I love as much as Persona, I couldn't get into it at all. I'm curious. There's the many One Piece Dynasty Warriors type games.
Yeah, Pirate Warriors, right?
Pirate Warrior. I think they're either on like 3 or 4 of that now. And I'd like to check that out at some point, just again, because of the license. But I keep checking them out. And like you said, they just feel kind of mindless and not really my thing. But as far as looking at the YouTube comments, people are excited. I know people love Dynasty Warriors. I mean, that's why they keep making them and they keep getting more licenses, but not necessarily my cup of tea, but not a bad trailer by any means at all.
No, it looked fine. The one thing I noted from the press release is that Omega Force is calling it a quote unquote fresh start for both them and the series, hence the name. And I guess for the first time, you're going to be playing as someone who is nameless and who like interprets or experiences events from their perspective, as opposed to being wedged into, I guess, a more linear outcome based on the character you choose. Because that was all about like, you beat it with this character, you beat it with this character. I remember that from the early Dynasty Warrior trophies on PS3 games. But yeah, it doesn't do it for me. I will say that there's no doubt that the relationship between my interest in Amuso, it's commensurate to how much I care about the IP. And really only one game has come out, or what? It's really the Dragon Quest ones are the only ones where I'm like, I love this IP. I'll really play it. Nothing else has really been touched. Zelda would have been, if you caught me at a different time, I probably would have done that too. Micah was saying, though, that she had played the Persona 1 all the way through and liked it a lot. You might want to give it another try. I don't know. All right, number 4. I saw this game popping around. I didn't know what it was, so I even before this, so I went and read about it. Infinity Nikki. This is a so-called dressing game, like a dress-up game.
Oh, yeah.
And I actually thought it was kind of interesting. There's 2 games from this publisher, Infold, on this. The next one we'll talk about is also from them as well. Different studio, though. So apparently, here's the deal. Infinity Nikki is the 5th game in a series called Nikki Up to You. UP2U, which began on mobile platforms in Japan in 2012 and in the West in 2013. These are like platformer style action games with a girl, Nikki, and a cat. Micah really liked the cat, named Momo. And she's like a fashionista of some sort. And it's kind of neat, actually. I was reading and I was looking some gameplay. It's kind of a cool idea here. Nikki explores different worlds and uses different abilities by wearing different dresses. So she wears a floating dress and she can float. She wears a drift or a gliding dress and she can glide, a shrinking dress, and she shrinks and so on and so forth. So it allows you to like solve puzzles and whatever, combat. So definitely not my kind of game, but it's different. I mean, this is different. I mean, this is what I'm talking about kind of trying not to be myopic through my own lens. It's like, okay, sure. For women and girls, mostly, I'm sure. Although I'm sure guys play it too, no doubt. Perverts. And actually, one of the things I really liked about it, and she seems to like she's a child, so it's good. But, you know, Japan and all that with the things that the art that comes out of there sometimes is it's desexualized. Like there seems to be nothing weird about it, which is nice. So it seems like a very vanilla, accessible game, potentially for girls and women. And it's different. It's actually probably the most unique game they showed. So in some sense, I have to give it credit for that. Do you have anything to say about Infinity Nikki? There will be a test, like a beta Q3.
Oh, I thought you were going to test me on these games.
No. There will be at the end of I will be testing you on Infinity Nikki, and in fact, the entire Nikki Up to You series.
Sure.
So,
yeah, I thought this looked fine. It looks like a cute, fun game. Here's the thing, though, Colin, is that a lot of people wrote in like, should I feel weird about playing Stellar Blade in front of my significant other? I'll tell you, if you're playing this game, I feel like this one would raise a lot more questions.
Yeah, it's weirder, even though it's not sexy.
Right. You know? Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I thought this looked all right. It's not necessarily something that I think is going to be like a super deep, engaging gameplay experience, but it's not necessarily for us. So it looks beautiful too, by the way. A lot of times when you see these games that are potentially targeted for a more casual audience, I think of like cozy Switch games. They're usually kind of ugly, but they have cute characters in them, where I thought was like, damn, this game actually looks like pretty beautiful in terms of its like visuals and stuff like that. So looks all right. I'm sure there will be many men in our audience that will check it out and they can let us know.
Yeah, definitely. You know, it reminds me of what's that Disney Dreamland or whatever that that game is doing pretty well. And it's definitely it's definitely not I think Dagan is playing it, but other than that, it's not aimed at 50-year-old men. So
right.
There is an angle to like go after a different. That's why I like seeing shit like that.
Mm-hmm.
Even though it's not for me. It's like, yeah, like have a variety, like a wide variety of content. That's good.
Mm-hmm.
That's a good thing. Okay. Also from Infold, the publisher from a studio called Tipsworks, which is a really unfortunate name, is because I have some tip work for you. Ballad of Antara coming to PlayStation 5 2025. So next year. This is a free-to-play action RPG where there are multiple playable characters and you travel between 2 worlds, like a world of normalcy and a world of abnormalcy. And there's certain, I think they're called emissaries. They're able to travel between these 2 worlds. So that's kind of the gameplay hitch. Single player focus, but you can play with up to 3 people. So 2 people in addition to you. It looks kind of Soulsborne-ish. I don't care about this game. I mean, a lot of this stuff is starting to just blend together to me. I don't know. A lot of just action, like Asian-inspired action RPGs, Soulsborne potentially. There's like fucking 5 million of them at this point, so it just looks like every other one to me.
Right. That's the thing. When I was watching this, I was trying to think back to one of the other state of plays that we've seen, some games that are like this. I'm like, is this another trailer for one of those games in the past, or is this something new? And that just is speaking to what you're saying as far as the fact that a lot of these games are starting to blend together. And this may be a situation where this game comes out and is totally awesome and I want to check it out immediately based on reviews, but the trailer, it looks fine. It's just it's getting harder to tell these apart. And the thing with these Souls-like games is that it's not until recently with a game like Lies of P that they ended up being that great, at least to me. So maybe this will be another one that could have a Lies of P like success, but there's another game later on that I was like, man, there's another game in this showcase that kind of fits this exact same mold, but we'll get to that.
By the way, I think both Infinity Nikki and Tipswork is a Chinese studio. Infold Games. Yeah, I think they're also a Chinese publisher. So these are a couple of Chinese games, which is cool. They might be Korean, actually. I don't know. Their website's not working right now. But yeah, Tipsworks is certainly Chinese. So interesting. I don't know if that has any China Hero Project flavor on it. Not entirely sure. Oh my God. Okay, the Nikki website is going. Yeah, you know what? I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy, but I feel like this is like kind of refreshing just in that it's not sexual. I'm just so sick of seeing. I don't care. Like, be into whatever you want. Be creepy if you want. I mean, I guess your own business. I'm just. Why does it always have to be that? You know. So it's cool to see something a little more. I don't want to call it wholesome because I don't know enough about them to say that. But
the internet will take care of it. It won't be wholesome by the time they're done with it.
Yeah, no doubt about that. You're absolutely right about that. They're already hard at work on Infinity Nikki. I'll tell you that much. All right, the next game up was Skydance's Behemoth. This is coming to PSVR2 this fall. This game is actually not new. It was revealed back in 2022, and the PSVR2 reveal, I think, is the new part of it. This looks like a kind of a God of War-esque action-adventure game in VR. You use swords, obviously, in this first-person role. Their website says this, quote, take on the role of a diseased wanderer lost in the frigid, forsaken lands. Overcome dangerous environments, deadly warriors, and towering behemoths using immersive, weighty VR combat and lifelike physics. Travel through strange, otherworldly environments and overcome all, no matter how large, that stands in your way. I thought this looked pretty good. Again, lots of things look good on VR. I just don't ever plug it in, so I'm not going to pretend that I'm going to be like, yeah, this is the one. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. In the meantime, what do you think of Skydance's Behemoth? Do you recall seeing it back, I think, in 2022?
I do not recall seeing it, but I did think this trailer looked pretty awesome. I like the mechanic that there's some kind of like a grapple thing that you use with your left arm to like either grab weapons or like pull down a bridge. And this is from the developers of Walking Dead, Saints and Sinners, which they are like one of the top studios making VR games in terms of quality. So the one thing I always try to remember when I see a VR trailer is that you see a scene that has a big giant character, and when you're watching it on a flat screen, it doesn't, the impact is nowhere near the same as when you see it in the headset. And that's what I was thinking. I was like, man, some of these giant behemoths in the game have the potential to be really, really neat in VR. So this is pretty exciting in terms of like high quality AAA VR games, and I definitely have my eye on it. And this has come, well, what was the release date on this? Is it this
Behemoth
year?
is fall 2024.
Fall. Okay. Cool. Yeah.
All right. Another VR game. So that was the first one VR game we've talked about, right? And there's only one other one, and this is the one. Alien Rogue Incursion will come to PSVR 2 this holiday season from Survios. Survios is pretty well regarded team too. They did Creed Rise to Glory and some Walking Dead stuff, that Onslaught game. This game was actually revealed last month, so this is not new either. I think this is a gameplay reveal thing, though, and confirmation that it is indeed coming to PSVR 2. I like Alien. I think it's a great IP. I would be attracted to this game, I guess, if I were to play VR. But again, I have nothing else to really say about it. Do you have anything you want to add?
It conceptually sounds very cool, but this is going to be a fuck no baby for me because I'm kind of a wimp when it comes to VR horror games. And I think that the level of intensity of being in the alien world and being hunted by an alien will probably be more than I would like as in terms of intensity in VR. But there are people that totally eat this stuff up. So sounds like it could be cool. Very much like it. I saw that it has like the radar thing, and I haven't played Alien Isolation, but I wonder if this is just kind of like that, but in VR.
Yeah, potentially. We'll keep an eye out for that. Holiday 2024, Alien Rogue Incursion. All right, number 8 is a big one, Marvel Rivals. This is another Chinese game. This comes from NetEase. PvP shooter, already very popular in this pre-release environment. Is it in beta or something on PC? I feel like people have been playing it. Or no, people went hands-on with it, right? Because this was the game that had the weird rules from PR about how you couldn't criticize it.
Oh, yeah.
I'm pretty sure this is the game. It will enter closed beta on PlayStation 5 in July, and it is obviously free to play. Any thoughts on Marvel Rivals? I assume people are into this.
Oh, yeah. Well, and this is the game I was referencing earlier, that it was interesting that they showed this and Concord in the same thing, just because I think it totally invites comparison, having them in the same showcase. And they are, different in a lot of ways, but they are at their core hero shooter, team-based PvP type game. And I thought this one, as much as I'm not into Marvel in general, the gameplay I thought looked really fun and colorful. I don't know if it's going to have me in, but I mean, this one is free to play, so it doesn't have like a investment in the purchase of the game to just check it out. But it looks all right. I'm sure Marvel fans will be very excited. And I don't know if I have much else to say.
All right. Marvel Rivals. That seems like a Jaffe game. I don't know if that's true, though. Number 9, Where Winds Meet. This comes from Everstone Studio, another Chinese studio. This is also not a new game. This was first shown in the summer of 2022 at Gamescom, and people might recall it there. It's an Asian kind of Chinese-inspired action game. So lots of swordplay. I went and looked this up because I went and read the blog post. And by the way, this is the only game shown out of all of the games, all 14 games, that has no release window or date, which is interesting. So nothing about that when it's coming. So we're all familiar, if we watch like old Kung Fu movies and stuff like that, or are familiar with any of that fiction, that there's like kind of this supernatural superhero subgenre of Chinese fiction where like ancient heroes are actually like super powerful and can do crazy shit. This is apparently a genre in Chinese fiction called, it's spelled Wuxia, but I think it's pronounced wuxia. And this is supposed to be a wuxia inspired game. So in that sense, it's I guess somewhat unique in taking that tact. Because again, all of the swordplay, third person action RPG stuff in Japan, Korea, China, wherever, it's just like, I get it. So I guess that's a little bit of a different angle. People seem to be excited about the game. Everstone, we'll see what they deliver. As I understand, it's coming to PC as well. And as I understand, the game is in closed beta as we speak on PC. So it could be maybe this year. What do you think about Where Winds Meet?
Yeah, this is the game that I was referencing earlier that I was like, yeah, these are starting to blend together, especially when they're in the same showcase. I will say the thing that stuck out to me about this one is that it had more of an anime flair to it. There's a part where a giant koi fish jumps out of the water.
Yeah, that was actually super cool. I liked it. It was like a boss or something, right? Like
yeah. And then there's this part where like there's this guy that can move really fast. He like makes a triangle in the sky. So I like that aspect of it, but with these Souls, like, again, I just have to wait and see what people say about it. If it's not a very good imitator, or if it's able to bring new things. Dude, and there's this clip where this guy has this snake around him, and the snake like this is pretty cool. I like the it's a little bit extra in some ways, and that's fun.
All right, that's Where Winds Meet from Everstone. Unknown arrival on PlayStation 5, first revealed in 2022. A wuxia game, apparently. Number 10, Ballistic Moon's Until Dawn remake being created in a second-party capacity, very similar to the original Until Dawn, but by a different studio. The supermassive erasure from this project is really interesting to me, especially because some of these guys come from Supermassive. It seems like maybe they're being courted now. the game, I mean, maybe I'm just misrepresenting or misremembering what Until Dawn was like in 2015, but this doesn't look that like different to me. I don't know. Maybe I'm just crazy. I guess I'm not seeing like why you're making it such a big deal that like these guys are doing it. It's like, it just seems like like a further upres and refined Until Dawn. It still looks a little, weird in some sense, but I really like Until Dawn. I think Until Dawn's a really fantastic game. So I'll definitely check this out. It comes to PS5 and PC this fall. We were noting later in the episode, we recorded it earlier, of course, but you'll hear it later as you're listening, that we were looking for like a test case of releasing a game from first party on PS5 and PC in the single player realm. This isn't a first party game, but it is a second party game. I'd be interested to see how this does. Could have like a cool party vibe around it if it gets picked up in the Halloween season. That's what I remember being weird about Until Dawn. I don't remember exactly. Until Dawn came out early. Let me see. Until Dawn. Yeah, it came out. That's right. Late August. And it's like, why are you releasing it in late August?
Yeah.
Why wouldn't you release it like in mid-October or something? So it looks like they're going to go for that pocket. I'll definitely play it when it comes out. I know Mike is a fan too, so we'll play it together probably. Until Dawn remake from Ballistic Moon. Any comments?
I think this is definitely a case where if we pulled up footage of the original Until Dawn, we'd be able to more immediately notice that it's better. But that was the thing that I thought too when I saw it. I was like, oh, this doesn't look that much better. But again, your memory can kind of like rosy up how older games looked. But I don't know. I'm trying to decide if it's something I want to replay again, because I know there's so many different endings and different possibilities, but I feel like I got the experience of Until Dawn when I played it, and I don't know if I'm really that intrigued to go back to it to play it again. I wonder, and I think we said this maybe when it was first revealed, that I wonder if this is mainly a measure that when the Until Dawn movie project comes out, they will have a new product available to people to go and buy. I would assume that's a big part of this, but it's looking all right so far. I'd be curious to see. I'm sure someone will go and do like a comparison of different shots and show how they've improved it.
Shout out to Ballistic Moon. Hopefully it comes out good. No date yet, but this fall. PS5 and PC. All right. Number 11 was Path of Exile 2. I feel like I keep seeing this game, but I don't really know what it is. I was looking up gameplay of the original, and it looks, as from a layman's perspective, like an old Diablo game or Baldur's Gate or something like that. But as I understand, it's free to play, like this role-playing game, very immersive. People really are into it. It's from a New Zealand studio called Grinding Gear, and I think it's the most famous game that ever come out of New Zealand. It originally launched on PC in 2013. It came to PS4 by 2019. As I understand, the sequel was announced in 2019. So this game has been long in development, and it will enter early access, including on PlayStation 5 by the end of this year. Any interest in Path of Exile 2?
Yeah, I remember the first one. I never played it, but I remember people liked it. And it was interesting to me just in that Diablo 4 didn't hit for me like I wanted it to. I love Diablo 3. I didn't really play Diablo 1 and 2, so I know people like 2 the best, but I really liked 3, and then 4 it just didn't really hit. So when I saw this, I thought, oh, maybe this can be what I wanted Diablo 4 to be. But I'm looking, it's not available on PC yet either. I didn't know if this is one of the cases like that V Rising game that it's out on PC and is then coming to PlayStation after, but it seems like it'll be approximately around the same time. So free to play, no investment to check it out. So I definitely will.
Cool. All right. There's 3 more games. Pretty strong hitters though, depending on how you look at it. Number 12 is Silent Hill 2, the remake from Bloober Team and Konami. Of course, we've talked extensively about this game. The original came to PlayStation 2 in the fall of 2001. I remember it very well. One of the first important games to come to PlayStation 2. And this remake has been long in coming. And Bloober is taking care of it, as we noted. I think we all agree a little bit of a dubious choice, but no less an interesting game. I just don't know. I don't think it looks very good. There's something about it. I don't know how Bloober can keep kind of tacitly blaming Konami for how the game looks. Like, I don't know if people remember, just to kind of catch you up, there seems to be some beef between the studio and the publisher about how the game's been shown, and Bloober's been somewhat vocal about that on social media. So who the hell knows what's going on there? First of all, they changed James again, I think, the model. I think it's like the third time now that they've might have changed him. I don't know if that's entirely true. It's definitely at least the second. And I don't know, it just looks kind of, I'll play it. Maybe it'll be good. It's not always about the way the game looks, but it's not looking good to me at all. I'm not. So what do you think?
Yeah, in particular, the thing that stuck out to me is just the faces look bad in this game. There's something not quite, particularly this girl at the beginning of the trailer. I don't know if it's an uncanny valley thing or it's just something about them looks dead inside. Just something about it ain't right. It kind of reminds, like, this game kind of looks like a PS3 game that they're up-resing and doing like a very thorough remaster of. So it has a lot of modern look, but it also looks last gen, or it last gen in some ways. So this is going to be very contentious. In a lot of ways, I feel like the writing's on the wall based on the trailers we've seen. But again, as you mentioned, the beef between Bloober Team and Konami, I would say we could take their word for it, but I don't think Bloober Team's other games have been very good. So I don't understand the choice. I don't understand how you can't why you wouldn't have AAA teams fighting over it. Yeah.
With like the best team coming forward to, I still think that they should I love the idea of them going to Capcom.
Yes.
There's something about that's so interesting about Barry. It's a very Square Enix move in some sense. And I'm not saying they go and become Capcom Konami. I'm just saying, which is horrible. But I'm saying rather just kind of license and let good teams make your games. And I'm sure the Resident Evil OGs would love to fuck around with Silent Hill. Are you kidding? They'd probably love it. But it's a little late now. All right. Number 13, you mentioned this at the top, Monster Hunter Wilds. This was first announced at the Game Awards last year, so we saw it a little bit there. But we saw much more here. 2025, PlayStation 5, not my kind of game, more your kind of game, so I'll let you speak on it.
Yeah, this looks awesome. I'm a relative newcomer to Monster Hunter, playing just a little bit of Monster Hunter World and a lot of Monster Hunter Rise. And the thing about Rise is that it's primarily a game that was designed for Switch and then ported to PS5, PC, Xbox, whatever. So seeing this, it's like, whoa, this game looks so amazing in terms of its visuals. And they've kept around the mounts, it seems, from Rise, which is really cool. Some of these new monsters. The one has like this big old nasty tongue that looks kind of cool. And, different like weather and stuff like that. It looks amazing. I'm curious. The person we're going to have to really touch with on this is Brad. Brad's like hardcore Monster Hunter guy. This is one the boys will be getting together to play for sure. Me, Brad, probably our friend Brandon, getting together for some hunts.
Lockmort?
I don't know. I don't think I don't know if he's a Monster Hunter guy.
Yeah.
He can be easily convinced, though.
It's a little too Japanese for him, probably.
Probably, yeah.
All right. Finally, maybe the highlight of the show for a lot of people. Let me look here again at the list to make sure that, would this be the highlight of the show for me? I guess pretty easily. Yeah. Number 14, this has been rumored for a long time, but Asobi is making a new Astrobot game called Astrobot. First of all, I really, really like that choice. I think that's a really nice idea. Start to try to make this into something. And then you can have an Astrobot 2 if you do well. The game already has a date. It's been in development for a long time, which is probably why it leaked so easily. And of course, they worked on the launch Astrobot functionality on PS5, so they've had some time. Comes out on PS5 September 6th. This game delivers, in my opinion, Dustin, a much needed burst of first-party whimsy. There's not enough of the weird and the spectacular and the childlike and the wonderful on PlayStation from a first and second party perspective. I get why. It's more of an adult-oriented console. But you need to have something like this. And with Ratchet and Clank, we had a little bit of it. We're not going to get another Ratchet and Clank probably till the next console. We saw that in the Insomniac leak, that it's kind of just very slowly being built by a small group of people. So I feel like this fits really nicely. It's described as having 80 levels strewn across 6 galaxies. You use your little dual speeder spacecraft, which is a dual shock controller, a modified dual shock controller. Astral will have 15 new abilities, 70 new enemy varieties, and major bosses at the end of each galaxy. As we saw from the trailer, it celebrates PlayStation's history in a pretty deep way, cameos from characters and hardware appearances and so on and so forth, worlds. So not much more to say about it than that. I think it looks really good. I'll be all over it. I'm very curious how much it costs. The game that I said this aloud, and I don't know if Mike agreed or not, but when we were watching it the other, I'm like, this is like Mario.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like, it just reminded me of Mario, and I was like, that's fine with me, because you can't really go wrong with that.
Yeah. I absolutely love this trailer. In fact, this was the first one that I went to rewatch just because in a lot of ways, I don't want to say they're out Nintendoing or out Marioing, but this is a deeply, as in terms of its charm and its gameplay, this is very, very Nintendo-esque. And I think it's cool, dude, the fact that they are sticking with the Astrobot from, the launch of the PS5, where it was like very leaning into all the different characters, like finding all the secrets. They're taking that up a notch by showing, like, it shows him picking up Kratos' axe. So I imagine maybe that's like a weapon you can pick up, the different characters being in the game. In a way, while it's not a Smash Brothers style game, it feels like a Smash Brothers style celebration of PlayStation. I really, in particular, I love this shot. It's at 2 minutes, 48 seconds ish in the trailer when it shows all, like, it has the PS5 is the giant ship, and it has all of this other PlayStation stuff, and they're all individual ships that have their own, like, bots on top of it. It's like the PS3 Slim is on the left side. It's got like the fat PS3. It's got all kinds of fun, neat little references. And I love that. And here's the thing you said about being Astrobot, get something going for this. Maybe make him the mascot. Sackboy, you're done. You're fired. You're out.
He is fired.
Take your stinky sack. Get out of here. Go. He's a few years. We're gonna read up that he's like has a fentanyl addiction or something. He's like.
He was kidnapped by a drug cartel.
Yeah. That can be his arc, and maybe he'll come back and we can have a game about that. But Astrobot is in, and I loved everything about this trailer. The only thing I didn't love is that release day. You know why? It's the day of our live show.
Oh, that's true. Oh,
so
well.
we gotta wait till we get back.
Oh, well. That happened to us once before, didn't it?
PSVR2.
Maybe that's what it was. Yeah.
I think.
Yeah, that's fine. Who cares
or something?
About that?
So.
Well, that's everything that was in the show. We went through it pretty quickly, especially because Chris isn't here, so we don't get to hear from him. We'll hear from him on his thoughts next week, of course. Now that we've thought about it, so you said, well, we talked about it and kind of went through it. So you said C minus. Is that still where you are?
Yeah, mainly because I think a lot of, I don't want to make it a thing where it's like expectations are the thief of joy, right? So we got to judge what it is and not what we wanted it to be. But at the same time, it feels like a lot of the stuff that we were maybe hoping for a roadmap into next year wasn't there. Particularly, I think Ghost of Tsushima 2. And part of my theory about this is that they didn't announce PS5 Pro. And so I'm wondering if some of those things for next year that they're going to really sell the PS5 Pro on are going to be at that PS5 Pro event, which I don't want to, people, made fun of us for saying, what if there's another showcase or something? But I wonder if the PS5 Pro reveal will be more of a full-on event that's like, hey, here's some hardware and here are some games in 2025 from first party that you're going to want to play on this thing specifically.
You would assume so. Something like Ghost of Tsushima 2.
Yeah.
And Uncharted.
Yeah. So maybe I'll upgrade to just a C.
A C.
Average.
Yeah, if a C is average, if C is like what we were saying earlier, like the acceptable standard, not even the standard, but just like what's acceptable. Mm-hmm. I would go C plus, B minus. I think I'm comfortable where I was before, somewhere in there. Because I think myopically there's not incredible amount for me, but I do like the diversity. I like the kind of attention paid to some different developers, a lot of fruits bearing out of China. You're attracting some big partners like with Marvel Rivals. You're bringing Ragnarok to PC. You got Infinity Nikki, which is about to be, I don't even know what they're going to do to her. And
Pray
then,
for her, honestly.
yeah, definitely.
She needs it.
So yeah, C+, B-. I'm comfortable in that space. All right. Well, that's it for the showcase, or not the showcase, the state of play. It wasn't a showcase, but like we said earlier in the show, and we probably say later as well, we didn't really need it. But now this will be, I think, the longest episode we've ever done. So I could be wrong about that too, but I think this will end up being the longest episode we've ever done. So, all right, let's kick it back to the show as we've already recorded it. There's much more to get into, so please enjoy. Stand by. Oh my God, that's so crazy. They skipped right ahead and went to Uncharted 8, which is going to take place itself on a space station. We're excited about that. So it's fun for that. Zach Capuzzo wrote in and said, no question, but one of my favorite parts of the show is after the state of play cut-ins when you guys say, wow, I can't believe they announced insert absurd thing here. Hoping that continues. Well, did that for you, Zach. Thank you for writing in. I said earlier in the show, we didn't really need, I mean, that's great shit that we just saw, no doubt. Well, maybe it was horrible.
Oh, maybe
it was fucking, who cares? I don't know. But I imagine based on the leaks and stuff, we saw some cool things there. And so a lot to be excited about, but we didn't really need it this week because there was other news for us to spend our time with. Now let's do that now. Number one, as promised, Sony has in recent days held a succession of so-called segment presentations, diving into the makeup of and strategy surrounding their different verticals. The so-called game and network services segment, which we know as PlayStation, is Sony's biggest vertical, and Sony not only released a detailed PDF chock full of interesting information concerning the brand, but held a Q&A with investors and interested parties as well. Real quick note here is so much like releasing a financial statement, they have like a telecast where they go through it, and then they'll take some questions from usually investor audiences, big investors, and maybe some random callers that are smaller investors. And that video happened yesterday, but as of the time we're recording, it's still not up on the Business Segment Meeting 2024 website. And so no one has any way to watch it unless you were there live. And there are some clips circulating, which we'll talk about, but I have not seen the full video. So we might have to wait till next week to talk about some of the news that came out of this, unfortunately. But most of the news, I think, is here. The presentation was given by upcoming co-CEOs of the PlayStation brand, Herman Holst and Hideaki Nishino. And frankly, it shows an extremely strong PlayStation brand that shatters any concept that console gaming is experiencing an industry-wide problem and not just a brand-centric one in certain corners. The sales data is specifically staggering. And so this is, I don't know if you guys saw this. I shared this document actually in the Discord last night because this is pretty crazy. During the PS1 era, ranging from 1994 through 1999, PlayStation experienced $24 billion in cumulative revenue. During the PS2 era, ranging from 2000 through 2005, PlayStation earned $44 billion in revenue. During the PS3 era, ranging from 2006 through 2012, PlayStation earned $71 billion in revenue. By the time we arrive at the PlayStation 4 era, which ranges from 2013 through 2019, PlayStation produces a staggering $107 billion in revenue. So what if I told you that during the PS5 era so far, which ranges from 2020 through last year, Sony has already earned $106 billion in revenue from the PlayStation brand, $1 billion behind the PS4 era in 3 fewer years. So another quick note here. Sony earned more money in revenue last year from PlayStation than the PS1 earned its entire life. Okay, so that's an important thing to note.
Yeah.
And then there's operating income or a post-expense profit for a company. In the PS1 era, operating income was a cumulative $3 billion. So again, this is profit, generally. In the PS2 era, operating income went down to $2 billion for the generation. During the PS3 generation, there was no operating income. Sony lost $4 billion on the PlayStation brand. In the PS4 era, operating income jumped dramatically to $9 billion. And finally, we come to the PS5 era, where operating income has already eclipsed PS4's at $10 billion with 3 fewer years with which to work. So just another quick note here. This idea that PlayStation is shrinking, that PlayStation is not making money, that PlayStation's profits are, ever shrinking. The numbers show a very healthy brand. And I think a lot of the insanity around the future of PlayStation is just that. Let's continue. As we discussed during Sony's wider financials, which we went through a few weeks ago, PlayStation's user base is huge. 118 million active users populate the PSN across PS5 and PS4, utilizing 97 million active consoles, split evenly between PS5 and PS4. So another interesting note here. PS4 is still very much alive and well, but how alive and how well? Gameplay hours are slanted mightily towards PS5 users. 2.4 billion gameplay hours in the time measured on PS5 versus only 1.4 billion on PS4. So just to put a fine point on this, though an equal amount of PS5s and PS4s are active, there are many, many, many more game hours being played on PS5 than PS4, which indicates that PS4 is being used for limited experiences. You might think like a sports game, Minecraft, Call of Duty. Right. Exactly. More than, now I don't think this is positive, but this is what they have to say here. More than 9,000 individual games are available on these platforms across some 2,000 publishing entities. And indeed, Sony has stats to back up how deep the engagement on PSN is. While PlayStation 4 users spent an average of $580 in the life of their console after the entire generation, PS5 is up to $731 spent per console in 3 fewer years. So this is a major bonus. The consoles are cost aligned, or I'm sorry, sales aligned so far in their life cycles, PS4 and PS5. And the spend on PS5 is up dramatically over the entire life of the PS4, 7 years measured. So people are spending a lot of money on PS5. Interestingly, players are buying 12% fewer a la carte games this generation, but their spending in other ways is up dramatically. An increase in 26% for peripherals, up 34% in services like PS Plus, and up a staggering 176% in add-on content. And even with a generational decline, PlayStation players buy 27% more full games today than they did at this point in the PS4 generation, with add-on content up 25% generation over generation adjusted for time, and services like PS Plus up 13%. A major selling point for PlayStation are the games coming from its fully owned first-party teams, and in this presentation, they get into them too. For starters, Sony has its family of studios split into 4 buckets. So this is a new piece of insight about how the way Sony looks at their first-party teams. And I want to get into this. In the quote-unquote single-player narrative focus silo, so that's the first one we're going to talk about, we find Naughty Dog, Sucker Punch, Santa Monica, Insomniac, Housemarque, Firesprite, and Asobi. In the so-called quote-unquote evolving multi-genre silo, we have Polyphony, Guerrilla, Bend, and Media Molecule. Quick note here, this seems to kind of be a fusion of single-player and multiplayer functionality. Guerrilla clearly working on a multiplayer project in addition to Horizon 3. Bend is rumored to be working on a live service game, and Media Molecule certainly has its roots in user-generated content, so I assume that will continue. In the quote-unquote live services focus group, we of course find Bungie alongside San Diego Studio, Firewalk, Haven, and Neon Koi. And finally, there are 3 teams marked as partner studios, and I thought this was the most interesting, actually. Bluepoint, Nixes, and Valkyrie. Quick note here is that we know fundamentally that Valkyrie and Nixes are service studios, meaning that they exist to support other teams or other projects. Nixes is here to port PC games. They're not here to make original content. And Valkyrie is a way to bring in-house some services that you would otherwise use outside to save a little bit of money. So instead of using contractors, you have Valkyrie to kind of spread art around, to do pick up the slack on various things, and that's why Valkyrie was brought in. Bluepoint, we did understand as a remake studio, and then a lot of things started bubbling about them making a game. Now, maybe they are, but this doesn't seem to say that, does it? So yeah. I'll be interested to see what's really going on there, because I've always understood them as not making original content, and then people are interpreting things they've said, and they might have even said themselves that they are working on something new. And that would be a surprise because that's not what they do. And this seems to say, no, that isn't what they do. Another slide shows a number of PlayStation franchises on a spectrum from major franchises to emerging IP. And the properties shown are as follows: The Last of Us, Horizon, God of War, Destiny, Spider-Man, Ghost of Tsushima, Gran Turismo, MLB The Show, Helldivers, Uncharted, Astrobot, Until Dawn, Fair Games, Concord, and Marathon. Now, a quick note here, nothing a huge surprise there, except for the conclusion of Uncharted. I think, to me, indicates what we already know, which is that there's going to be an Uncharted game in the coming couple of years. Not surprisingly, PlayStation Studios aims to release, quote, consistently high-quality games delivered through clear planning and execution, end quote, with portfolio planning, risk management, studio alignment, and milestone rigor as major points of emphasis. PlayStation intends to release games from a, quote, Strong base of tentpoles augmented by transformational games and experimental opportunities, end quote. To this point, 2 specific games are pointed to. We already know Helldivers has surpassed 12 million copies sold, but we have updated numbers on Insomniac's Spider-Man 2, which has now surpassed 11 million copies sold. Very strong performance for both games. Helldivers 2 more copies, Spider-Man 2 certainly much more revenue. All right, before we get into any of this, there's a lot there. Let's talk about it. Dustin, what sticks out to you here about this? Did you get a chance to look at the PDF? It's very interesting. First of all, just it's not, unlike the financial releases, it's not jargony. There's just good information, really cogently presented for normal people like us to understand. So what did you make of it?
Yeah, this like slideshow PDF document is actually, I appreciate, this is totally not related, but it is very well put together from a graphic design perspective that makes it really engaging and fun to look at. A couple of the things that stand out, talking about like some of the areas that, I mean, it seems like experiencing growth across the board, but mentioning peripherals and services, this is something we've picked up on, and something that particularly with something like the DualSense Edge, right? Where when it's announced, it's like, really, a $200 controller that has worse battery life? Like, who is interested in this, right? But then it ends up being extremely popular, one of the best-selling peripherals. And so we've seen Sony kind of have this thing where it's like, well, we can make high-priced premium peripherals for people that isn't necessarily going to appeal to everybody, but it's one of those, if you build it, they will buy it. And I guess as long as the quality has been there, and DualSense Edge is great. And we also see them doing like the earbuds and the different headsets and the portal as well. And there's another part later on where they talk about different ways for people to engage with the products. So I wonder, seeing that increase, what other types of peripherals and different premium options there will be. But also with PlayStation Plus being the expansion of premium and the extra section, being like, hey, if we build these types of services and their quality, people are going to come check them out. Even if they are arguably to certain consumers going to be less appealing since they don't include day one releases, their strategy of it being a way for older content to live on seemingly panned out. As far as some of this other stuff, there was another thing that stuck out to me. Oh yeah, the PS4 stuff. This is interesting just from our perspective in the bubble. It's disappointing, I guess, in some ways to be like, why haven't people moved on yet? Because this encourages behavior from Sony to continue to release stuff on PS4 or outside of Sony as well. I mean, we just talked about Call of Duty also coming to PS4, which feels bad because we want stuff to feel like it's made primarily or for the current generation and not being held back by the old generation. But it seems like they're still seeing a lot of engagement there. I wonder at what point, though, or maybe they don't feel this way, that it's like, okay, what we need to start pushing people over into this next generation. Like, how long will they continue to see the PS4 be this viable platform, unless they just kind of view it as a way, as you guys mentioned, a device to play Fortnite for casual people that hop into Warzone, free to play live service stuff, which that's another area that they've, not surprisingly seen huge growth in terms of DLC, microtransactions. There's that big thread by that guy that used to work at Square Enix about how like the competition for big AAA releases now isn't necessarily other AAA releases. It's these forever games. And the stats show that's where people are really, really spending their money.
What do you have to say, Chris? Where do we begin?
Yeah, man, there's a lot to pull from, but I think sticking with the kind of the PS4 kind of hanging on for dear life in some way. This is actually, I don't know, like this information is actually a lot more, I feel a lot better about where we're at generally looking at this, because it seems to indicate that a lot of people are using PS4 in a way that is kind of inherently less game centric, which means like I feel like a lot of people on PS4 in comparison to PS5 are probably, you'd have to imagine a lot of PS4s are primarily like Netflix machines or like you know, HBO Max or like Hulu, or it's like, yeah, whatever, like we'll just put this on. Consoles at this point, going on from the PS2 till now, have like a long history of being kind of part of the living room ecosystem. And I think that's probably, you're not going to spend money on a PS5 if all you intend to do is have like a really convenient place for all of your streaming apps. But it's also a really good option for those of us that maybe only care about that and maybe only dabble into games. And then there's also just the fact that, like, you know, today's luxury tech will become the budget casual tech of the future. You know, like it's not really that big of a deal. I was a lot more concerned, assuming that people were spending a lot more gameplay hours on the previous generation, and now kind of seeing that isn't really a big deal. It's there to entice the people who are there in the forever markets, but I don't think it's necessarily that big of a deal. One thing that also jumped out at me is probably the same thing that jumped out about you to you, Colin, is Bluepoint, because it seems to indicate that, I mean, it's clearly a remake of something. Then we would imagine, right? Because they wouldn't.
I would think so. Benjar wrote in and said, "Hey, gents, it was indicated from the Sony business presentation that Bluepoint is a partner studio. Do you guys think that their original game was scrapped and will remain a partner studio for remakes and support like that? What they did with Ragnarok? Thanks for all the great content." Because it is true that they've used resources to help support other first party games beyond just remaking things. That seems like a pretty loud confirmation to me. That why would they be referred to as that if they were making something original? I just don't even understand that.
Yeah, that
says something.
Yeah, that was the biggest thing, because now my mind is kind of racing as to like what if they are working on a project that is beyond just assisting in the scope of other first-party teams. What is this remake? Because it clearly is a remake. It's not going to be an original thing if they're in this kind of partner silo. Do we imagine Bloodborne?
Well,
like
what was that thing about them potentially working on it? Was that just like mind wishing of them making a Bloodborne sequel, or was that part of the rumor at some point that they might do that in collaboration with From Software or something like that?
I don't know.
I can't remember. There's been so much Bloodborne rumors and shit that I don't know what's made up and what's based in any kind of even rumor at this point.
I feel like it's I don't know. Bloodborne is so important and such a big deal, and Sony knows it's important. And on some level, like, you have Bluepoint, who just came off of making a Souls remake with Demon Souls. Like, I don't know what the background situation or like what the behind the scenes situation is with like the rights of Bloodborne and like how From Software like treats that, or I'm not necessarily up to date on all that stuff, but
no one is. It's just a theory that there's got to be something to it, you know?
Yeah, they can't just. It seems like such a conspicuous thing that's missing, and for it to be one of the few things on PS4 that isn't natively. I don't know. Like it seems. Not that this is a where there's smoke there's fire type thing, because there's no smoke, but like I feel like there's something that's weird that they would be in that silo if they're making an original thing, which I think it's clear that they're not.
Let's get into some of these other finer points, if we might, guys. Using inquiries from the audience over on Patreon. Patreon.com/lastnightmedia. Thank you so much for your support over there. Nielsen Chapman wrote in and said, "What's up, boys? Today, Circana and Matt Piscatella stated that PS5 sales are trending 8% above the PS4 on a time-aligned basis." That's for the United States specifically, by the way, Nielsen, and we're going to talk about that later. But many of these industry pundits continually state people don't want to move on from PS4 because they can play forever games on their old consoles using MUAs. The data is shown and that this is simply not accurate. People had to be holding out on PS3 during the same time frame on PS4, so maybe that is the real trend, and consoles gradually sell. I personally believe this is a Phil Spencer Sarabon consoles aren't growing talking point the media adopted. Maybe people aren't moving on from Xbox, but PS5 sales growth seems high. Are some members of the media just pushing Xbox talking points with exclusives being bad, PCs will take over consoles, people sticking to last gen, etc.? Shouldn't everyone be advocating for pushing the game medium forward? In my opinion, there's no doubt that the everyone's dying mentality that comes from the Xbox fan base and from Microsoft's kind of own marketing about the ubiquitous nature of where their games are going to go has kind of seeped into places in the console space where it's just not true. And in fact, it's not true in most of the console space. I was talking behind the scenes with a friend of mine, an industry friend of mine, where I was saying there's this idea that consoles are all universally shrinking, but really only one of the three manufacturers is not showing up. And that's going to have a material effect. When you're comparing the Wii, the PS3, and the Xbox 360, all of which sold at least 85 million units, to the Xbox Series, the PS5, and the Switch, one of those things is not like the other. And it's going to have a deleterious effect on cumulative numbers. I've said before, you're going to see how healthy traditional gaming is when the new Switch comes out. You'll see. And in the meantime, PlayStation 5 is doing really well. Like really well. It is globally aligned for sales with the PS4. It is more expensive. It was harder to find. And there's this claim that there's no demand for it, but there's obviously a heavy demand for it. And if the same people that own PS4 are buying PS5, I think that's totally fine for Sony because that's 120 million people to sell games to, which is, as you can see on the charts, a really profitable situation for them. Again, to go into the information step by step, in 6 years during the PS1 era, $24 billion in sales. PS2, 6 years, $44 billion in sales. 7 years PS3, $71 billion. 7 years PS4, $107 billion. PS5, 4 years, $106 billion in gross revenue.
Yeah.
What about that doesn't say that things look pretty good for PlayStation? I mean, it's easy to say that things are negative all around, but is it? And then you have operating income. Now, operating income is like taxable income. There's still expenses, but this is generally your profit, right? After it's at least after all of your core expenses. $3 billion in the PS1 era, $2 billion in the PS2 era. Then they basically lost $4 of that $5 billion in profit during the PS3 era. But then it goes up to $9 billion. And then in 4 years again, $10 billion. The conversations about the death of PlayStation or the decline of PlayStation are premature, let's say.
Yeah. What is it? The rumors of my demise have been greatly exaggerated.
Right. Twain. And so it's just so strange that there's this idea that is console gaming growing? No, I don't think so. But it seems to be doing, and what I'll call traditional core gaming on hardware, like Nintendo, Microsoft, Sony, two of those companies are selling a lot of units. And I think that we're kind of comparing it to situations where three, especially that one generation, were all selling heavily. So it looked amazing. But really, when you go back to the NES and the Master System, you're talking about a combined, 60 million? Which is how many PS5s are out there right now. That just goes to show you the rampant expansion of the space as gaming has become more expensive. Another thing I wanted to bring up that I thought was really, really interesting is the lifetime spend. You know, we're talking about a user base on PS4 that in 7 years on average spent $580 on PS4 content. And in 4 years on PS5, each of them has spent $731. That's a huge upward trend. And it's coming at a time, again, to kind of underline it, where people are buying fewer full games, according to Sony's own metrics, because they're spending so much on content.
Right.
You know, I don't know if I didn't put it in the stats, but PS Plus is doing really, really well. A third of people on PS Plus now are on extra or premium. That number is actually growing. 19% premium, 16% extra. Last year, it was 17% premium and 13% extra. So PS Plus is attracting more people to the high end. We're going to learn later, and you brought it up earlier, I think, Dustin, about Portal and other peripherals, is that Portal is the best-selling peripheral in the United States this year. I don't know. I just feel like it's funny because this in the sequence of the show is going to come after the state of play, and who knows, maybe they like just show up and fart like that. You know, that lady that's in charge of third party relationships that shows up on the state of play. Maybe she just comes over and just puts a microphone on her asshole and farts into it.
Right.
And so we're talking about it and we're acting like everything's good. But for me, I feel like things are, I can't relate to the people that don't find, that are console gamers in the PlayStation ecosystem that aren't satisfied with PS5. I'm like more than satisfied with it. There's so much to play. and so much to do. And clearly the money is playing out that way. People are spending more money already per capita than they did all last generation on content. There was a few things in the conversation that I wasn't able to watch, but that I saw clips of. Herman Hulst gave a presentation specifically about PlayStation Studios. And like I said earlier on the Sony group portal, that video, I'll F5 it just to see. Maybe it's been put up. It's still not been put up. So unless you were there, I actually went to watch it again last night, and the link to it, it was still live, but it said like, thank you for watching. And there was no way to scrub through it or rewind it. But a few interesting clips have been circulating. And T-Dot's Finest 82 wrote in about a topic that a lot of people are talking about through the mouth of Herman Hulst. He says, hi, CDC. Although I think PlayStation games on PC is a great idea, specifically as a revenue generator, isn't the strategy just delaying the inevitable? The cost of developing games continues to rise, so at some point in the future, Sony will be right back to where they are now, alarmingly shrinking profit margins. What's the next break glass in case of emergency move after PC day and date? Other consoles, or does Sony have to figure out a way to develop games for less, one way or another? Herman Hulst speaks to this in clips that I've seen, and I wish that I had the greater context. I really want to watch them. So again, we might get into it more deeply next episode. But here's what he said, and I want to know what you guys think about this, about all of these issues. For PC, it seems fairly clear that Sony is not going to release single-player tentpole games day and date on PC. And he said that pretty explicitly. It's not news. It goes all the way back to early 2022 when Sony announced that their games as a service would be on PC day and date. So it's not going to be news that Concord and Fair Games are going to follow the Helldivers path. They've always been since they were announced coming to PC. And that's going to be the way it is. But people have been hypothesizing what will come from the single player realm. Has Helldivers experienced specifically, in which it's sold a plurality of its copies on Steam? Will that kind of convince them maybe we should be playing around with releasing whatever, Horizon 3 or something day and date? And it seems like that's not going to be the case. And he specifically speaks about a very well contested by the audience, and perhaps rightfully so, idea that by releasing latent older games single player on Steam, it will court some people to buy a PlayStation to play the newer stuff. I think people are discounting that wholesale. I think that's mostly discountable, but there are people that are going to buy consoles when they play those games. So I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing, but it's protecting their walled garden and allowing them to make as much money from the games that they invest, frankly, the most in, from a very reliable audience that will buy them. And they'll get all of the money as opposed to Steam. And then they can attract people to the console and get 30% rips on everything else they buy. So he speaks to that. He also speaks to the cost of making games. And what's pretty clear to me, and this might be what happened to Bluepoint internally, but he speaks pretty openly. And you can see this in the credits of Sony games going back time immemorial, basically. But it's getting more and more extreme. And you saw it in Stellar Blade, which is a second party game, but Sony heavily helped produce it, is outsourcing. And outsourcing is actually a really great way to save money, because you can kind of have your core team create core assets, the story, engineer the game, program it and whatever, and control it. And then if you need like environment art, you can just go to fucking Singapore or Korea and get your art. And that's what a lot of studios do. What was interesting is he was specifically saying that they want to embrace this co-development structure more. And it didn't sound like internal studios working together, but rather an internal studio working with external studios. But in that, he also noted this idea that there's just certain internal game development and places that you would go outside for game development where costs are extremely prohibitive. And he brings up the West Coast of the United States specifically by name. And this is important because there's a lot of studios Sony owns in that pocket, going all the way north to like Firewalk and Sucker Punch, down to Bend, and then down to like Santa Monica and Naughty Dog and Insomniac and San Diego. There's just a lot of California and West Coast teams that are probably the most expensive. And I think that they want to go overseas. So if you read the PDF that they provided for us, it says that one of their major goals, and I didn't put this in the write-up because it's not that interesting, but they want to, so fiscal year 21 through 23, so that was the fiscal year that just ended, their goal was to establish a leading position in the console generation, which they've easily done, right? Fiscal year 24, where we're in now, through 26, drive sustainable and profitable growth and invest thoughtfully in the future of play. And they want to have, in quote unquote, continued financial discipline. So I feel like I think that games are going to kind of bubble into the 300 millions for some of these Sony first parties. And I would be surprised if maybe they got out of that. And maybe they've really kind of put a cap on it at this point. to control costs. So T-Dot, to your point, I want to see a more aggressive play on PC because I want to see how it works, but they seem to be pretty confident with what they're doing. And I assume, Chris, that this decision with PC games will please most of the audience, because it seemed, from my anecdote with experiencing whatever the audience says to me, is that a lot of people just totally disagreed with my read that maybe they should be a little bit more ambitious with single player games.
What, like the idea that they should pursue day and date on
yeah,
PC?
At least with one, and see what happens, you know?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I've said this before on the show. I think I just feel like it makes sense for live service stuff. Those games like really flourish and really depend on a high player base, and you want to get as many people involved as possible. You might even like, I mean, I wouldn't even, obviously we're in a very, very different ecosystem than we used to be, but you know, I would even say, like, you know, put Marathon on Xbox. Like, fuck it, like just get these games as ubiquitously placed.
Well, they
are
going to put Marathon on Xbox for sure. They already announced.
Is that like confirmed?
Mm-hmm.
Or?
Well, in the announcement for it, they confirmed it.
Yeah. We'll yeah, I guess so. I don't remember it, but I don't know. I just feel like generally, I understand what people are talking, because I saw a lot of people kind of take umbrage with the idea that, like, oh, people don't actually. I saw some people being like, they shouldn't do that because it's like, oh, people aren't going to leave. People actually don't buy consoles for games, which is crazy. Because like, it's like, I feel like that's like the main. I've seen that from like some respected viewers. Like, people aren't gonna buy a PC or a PS5 for a game they can get on PC 5 years later or whatever. It's like, I don't know. It might not be like millions upon millions upon millions upon millions of people, but it's definitely going to be a sizable enough percentage over time trickling in that you'd be dumb not to put your games on PC eventually. But I'm a little unconvinced about the day and date single player thing. I think maybe you want to try it with something, but I don't know. That feels a little bit too deleterious to me. But like, I don't know. What the fuck do I know? I think an experiment would go a long way, but I just don't know what would that game be. I don't know. That they would run that experiment with. I
mean, it's not a similar experiment, but they're willing to run experiments and even lose to see what happens. And we talked about that with the
Horizon,
week, with Horizon Forbidden West on PS Plus, where they lost like almost $100 million, they think, by doing it. But they know now. Right. I don't know what the game would be. Yeah. Maybe like Uncharted or something would be interesting. But anyway, it doesn't matter. Dustin, what do you think? You have anything you want to add about this topic?
The tough thing about the PC conversation, what I've noticed, is that so many people are basing it off their own personal experience or anecdotes of like, oh, well, I'm only going to play on PC. I'm not going to buy a PS5 to play the next God of War. I'll just wait. But it's you know, my own experience, I guess, is anecdotal because all of my friends that are hardcore PC players also have PlayStation because of this exact scenario. So, and then I think about the other hand too, where you think about Xbox. I have seen over and over again where people say, well, I don't need an Xbox. I don't need the console because they release everything on PC day and date. So I don't need that. I'm just going to play it there. So again, it's like gathering up all this anecdotal of what you just read and say from within our bubble, of course, which is very important to consider. But I just imagine a lot of times that PC gamers, maybe not for the most part, but a lot of them have a lot of money to invest into a PC. Not that every PC gamer has a $10,000 rig or something like that they'll play a game. And the one thing that we do know across the board is that gamers are often impatient and want to play a sequel if it's an IP that they're invested in. And so I could totally see a lot of PC gamers maybe playing a PlayStation game on PC years later and then be like, oh, I actually do really like God of War. I really want to play the sequel when it comes out because I really want to know what happens. I like that IP. And so they do get a PlayStation. It's not the case necessarily for everyone. The biggest question I have is, and maybe it's impossible, like how do you gather the data on that? It's like, okay, how do you get the data of people that played the 2018 God of War and then went out and bought a PS5 because they wanted to play Ragnarok? It's very specific to find that out.
Yeah.
But certainly they're looking at the situation with Xbox where a lot of those hardcore gamers like, yeah, I don't need that. I don't need a Series X, so because I can just play on PC. So I don't know. I would say that overall, I don't know what the exact strategy of how it will work out, but I can say that the people that are immediately saying like, oh, the PC gamers, they're not going to be enticed to go PS5. I don't know about that. Like the level of confidence in that statement seems odd to me. So it's tough. I would imagine though that, I mean, still maybe it's on the table at some point that they would do single player on PC. It would be interesting, like you're saying, to do one experiment to see how that works out. But as it stands, looking at the health of the PS5, all these things we've been saying, I don't really think that they need to.
Yeah, I just think that the company's obviously healthy. They're making a lot of money and people are playing the games, but certainly you want to look for avenues of growth, because I don't contest that the console space is stagnant. It's just not shrinking to the point that people are making it seem, and not even close. Because again, there's one weak player and 2 strong players, but people are comparing it to eras where there were 3 strong players. And I just don't see how you can possibly compare those 2 things evenly and equitably. So I don't know. Comes off as a little fanboyish, I guess, but I don't really care. It seems like things are just a lot better than people are making it out to be. And this kind of doom and gloom about the brand is totally ill-founded and almost propagandistic when you look at the numbers. Like, the numbers speak for themselves. Like, if you are still going on and on about how bad things are for PlayStation relative to the rest of the industry, then I think you're just kind of making things up at this point.
Well, Colin, I think a lot of that is fanboy bubble stuff where they look around, they're like, where's the PlayStation first party games? They don't have anything this year. And so in the very simple mind of Twitter fanboys, well, it's just like, oh, well, they're not doing well right now. They don't have any first party games to show off. Look at this. It's like, when you actually present the numbers, and I guess you're right, to some people, no matter what, that's going to come off as fanboyish. But I find that a lot of fanboy takes are rooted in nothing other than opinions overall. Whereas it's like, well, it's not necessarily like I'm just trying to pump up the brand. It's like, well, look at the fucking numbers. The numbers speak for themselves in this scenario.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of people project their own tastes onto things too, where it's like, oh, nothing this generation has spoken to me. It's like, that's fine. I mean, to be fair, there's not really been that much this generation that's particularly spoken to me, like on a particularly deep level, but they're making a lot of money, which is kind of what the conversation is actually about. Like, personal tastes are not really a part of the conversation when we're talking about statistics and brand health and data. So, and I feel like a lot of people just aren't really equipped to separate those things, especially the people who are loudest on social media. Like, there's this general kind of blindness that people have to the objective realities when it's something that is so inherently tied to their subjective outlook on what they prefer or enjoy. Because they're like there's probably like some really strong periods of the PlayStation's life cycle that like I had probably like the least fun time in, probably, just because it's different tastes. But they're raking in the money, and that's pretty obvious.
Yeah, and certainly have a dominant place. Like they've all, I think we'll talk about it later in the Circana data, but it was put to some degree where like PlayStation's basically in a completely dominant position now. Compared to Xbox specifically. And again, I just think conflating the health of the 2 brands is just kind of a stupid thing to do. Doesn't really make any sense. Yeah. Xbox Series consoles are now behind Xbox One and behind Xbox 360 in terms of sales trajectory. It's not the same at all. But being the same, which is what PlayStation is with PS4 and PS5, is also not the ideal. And that was the point I was trying to make about aggressively pursuing new revenue streams, which they're going to do on PC with the games as a service, which they're going to do on mobile. I'm very interested to see. Sounds like they have multiple mobile games in development, and I'm really interested to see how those integrate with PSN and all the rest. I'm just not intimidated, as some console gamers are, by this idea of spreading the field, because I just think it's going to be essential to the survival of the brand. But the one thing that you can say for certain is that the relationship between first party content or even second party or exclusive content of any kind has really very limited relationship to the success of the PlayStation platform. And it's just in the numbers, period.
Mm-hmm.
You know, there are fewer by orders of magnitude, fewer more true exclusives, first and second party content on PlayStation 5 compared to most of the other platforms, both handheld and in console. And people are spending more money on this console than they did on all the other platforms, with a dearth of first and second party content to spend money on at a time, like I said, when people are buying fewer full games to begin with. So the differentiation philosophically of PlayStation Studios and the second party content as well for PlayStation is always going to be important. And we're going to see that, or I've already seen that by this point in the podcast, in the state of play. But the relationship between the amount of money Sony makes and the power of PlayStation 5 is actually entirely tethered to like 10 games that they don't control. And it just the conventional wisdom in quotes of people in corners of the internet about the brand are just it's totally wrong. And they just don't get it. They don't get that we all want first party games, but that ultimately it's not stopping people from spending way more money on the console on other games. So when the games arrive, those too will be bought. It's pretty good position to be in, but I think I do understand PS5 will sell 100 million units easily. And that's when all's said and done, and they're going to be perfectly happy with that. But they really want a console that's going to push like the 150 again. True spread approach of PS2, and that's maybe an unattainable number for them. The DVD player did a lot, and the life of the PS2 in emerging economies pushed that number to incredible heights. So it's a complicated situation. I understand that their profit margins, you have to look at things relatively, right? So like profit margins are growing, but are they growing commensurate to revenue? Not really. So there are certain issues, but they haven't been in the red since the PS3 era. And they were really in the red in the PS3 era.
That's a wild part of the graph.
Yeah, where it just dips down.
Yeah. $599.
Oh my God. Yeah, it's that first year. You see, like it's like that first year is awful. They turn it around though, and then it remains pretty flat. Yeah. And then they're actually down again in the beginning of the PS4 era too. But it's very minor. And obviously when the PS1 first launched as well, and the PS2 as well, because the PS2 was being sold for such a cheap price. It's so amazing that they sold that thing for $300, considering it was like the cheapest DVD player you can get. It was so cool. What a move. There's nothing they can do like that again, though, you know? Like I think they thought Blu-ray was going to be that in some sense, and it wasn't. So
yeah, no, it was because Blu-ray was around the time digital of digital too, and it's just like, yeah, you're never going to have that boom again of that thing that like even your grandma's going to buy, because it just makes logical sense to own a machine like that. Like, I still think ultimately I think it is still logical to have one of these things, because they just work so much better than a smart TV does, and they just have so much infinitely more functionality. But like a lot of people are totally completely satisfied with their fucking Samsung TV remote that glitches over to Netflix at like a 5-second delay. Like I can't fathom that personally, but most people.
Samsung's is really bad.
Samsung's is, well, none of them are good, to be fair. Like
mine was good, and it's gotten worse. It's gotten so bad. When I first got my LG, I was like, dude, the smart TV feature is pretty convenient on here. But now, dude, YouTube doesn't load half the time, so I don't know if it's like planned obsolescence or something for people.
I've completely stopped even bothering. Like there's no, like I haven't used any of my smart TV functionality in probably like years at this point, because why would you? You just like, even just your phone like links up to the console so effortlessly. It's like, oh, I want to play Spotify. Oh, my Xbox is on. I'll just put it on my Xbox. It's just like, there's no real reason. But yeah, they're never going to have that DVD. Like that was a lightning in the bottle kind of moment that could only happen at that time. And it's that, I don't know, 150. Because how many units did PS2 sell? I think 155.
It's like 155, I think. I think they even revised it recently, didn't they? To like 158 or something like that.
It was something like that. I think they revised it to 155 or something. Like that.
Okay.
Didn't people?
I could be wrong.
PS3 had that to some. I remember a few people getting a PS3 because I think it was a cheaper Blu-ray player at the time.
Well, but at a certain point, yeah, like I think like in 2009 when they did the Slim, I think because definitely, I mean, $599 is a lot for And people weren't really convinced by Blu-ray until like a little bit later. And I remember getting one and being kind of like, oh, cool, Blu-ray player. That's nice. But by that point, people were streaming like a lot of their stuff anyway. So it just kind of, it just wasn't the same.
Yeah.
And they're probably never going to have that moment again.
And it's funny because now PS5, both PS5 and Series X, it's like it's a bullet point that it plays 4K discs. Like people don't even care about that.
Yeah, nobody gives a shit.
But
yeah. I have like 4 4K Blu-rays. It's like no.
Just to put a point on a few things before we move on. There are only 7 pieces of gaming hardware ever that have sold 7 million or 100 million units or more. They're either Sony or Nintendo. It's PS2, PS4, PS1, and then obviously the DS, the Switch, the Game Boy, and the Wii. And PS5 will enter that list as the 8th. And it's hard for me to take too seriously, like we said, the rumors of its demise. Seems like things are going pretty well. So shout out to that performance, and shout out to a couple of other things that I wanted to just give a nod to in the presentation that I think are less important, but still worth kind of noting. They do talk about global expansion a little bit, not in terms of buying studios, but they bring up the China Hero Project and any Indie Hero Project specifically. I think they're really gaining some interesting insights and some fruits out of that labor, which is cool. And I really want to see what happens when they start talking more about their expansion into Africa, which began earlier this year through Carry First. And that seems like it's going to be very mobile centric. And that might be where Neon Koi comes into play and all of that. So that's going to be another place where I think they can kind of start to churn some PlayStation, and maybe even in some of the more developed economies in Africa with more disposable income outside of South Africa and places in North Africa or whatever, that maybe they can start selling PlayStation consoles as well. And that might be a good place to even start selling PS4 in more meaningful ways. And then I thought this was pretty interesting too, because people are always talking about environment, social, and governance, ESG, and that's in here. And when you see that, you want to cringe kind of, a lot of people. But I thought this was a very responsible way to both tip your cap towards things that everyone can agree on and not get too politically embroiled with things that might be more controversial. And so for environment, they say they've reduced PS5's climate impact by developing more efficient controller battery charging and downloading schedules. For social, they launched the Access controller as an ongoing implementation of best-in-class in-game accessibility features. And governance, they partnered with the UN for the Playing for the Planet Alliance. So it's like, yeah, okay. Checking the boxes without pissing anyone off. Wise, because that would otherwise be a major focus for a lot of people. And otherwise, I really highly recommend people go and check this slide out. Again, if you want to check it out, it's on Sony.com. And you can just go into all of their PR stuff and you'll find it. It's called Game and Network Services Segment Presentation for 2024. A lot of interesting insight that I think will be further supplemented by information we have not yet seen at the time of recording, but you have already heard about earlier in the show.
Watch us talking about how good PlayStation is doing, and then at the showcase, they're going to do like Life of Black Tiger 2 or whatever.
Yeah, that'll be awesome. Love that. All right, let's get into number 2. PlayStation's so-called Days of Play promotion is about to begin. Its 7th year since Sony first launched the initiative in 2018. As noted in a PlayStation blog post, Sony is, quote, pleased to bring you more reasons to play with special Days of Play activities appearing across PlayStation Plus, PlayStation Stars, PlayStation Store, PlayStation Gear, and retailers, end quote. By the time you hear this podcast, the Days of Play will be underway and the festivities will end on June 12th. Kicking things off are some smaller perks like all new PSN avatars and more, but things really take off beginning on June 4th when the small slate of PlayStation Plus freebie games are updated. As a reminder, if you subscribe to any of the 3 PS Plus tiers, you'll gain access to these 3 titles. The 3 games included are as follows: Purple Lamp's SpongeBob SquarePants game, The Cosmic Shake, launched in 2023 and available on both PS4 and PS5. Dotamu's exceptional 2020 PS4 brawler, Streets of Rage 4, and Yuke's 2023 licensed wrestling game, AEW Fight Forever, on PS4 and PS5. And remember, these are in addition to the regular PS Plus games being added in June, which we discussed a week or two ago. Dredge, Lego Marvel Superheroes 2, Cricket 24, GTA San Andreas, and EA Football Club 24. Some available already and others trickling out in the coming days. The other big game additions come in the form of PSVR2 games, as well as, get ready, the first slate of PlayStation 2 classic games since 2019. Let's go through the PSVR2 games first. Beginning on June 6th for premium-only PS Plus subs, you can look forward to grabbing the following: Dream's 2023 licensed game Ghostbusters Rise of the Ghost Lord, Mighty Coconut's 2023 casual sports game Walkabout Mini Golf, the 2023 remaster of Klug Interactive's popular 2018 VR rhythm game Synth Riders, the PSVR2 port of Goodbye World Games' 2021 adventure title Before Your Eyes, and finally, the biggest of the bunch, both chapters of Skydance's The Walking Dead Saints and Sinners. And as for those as for those PlayStation 2 games, there are 3. Compelling leaks already told us that Pandemic's 2002 Star Wars game The Clone Wars would be one of them, and it is. The other 2 are certainly no slouches, though. Crystal Dynamics' 2006 Tomb Raider reboot Legends will be available at the premium level in the Classics catalog, as will an even bigger game, the original Sly Cooper game, Sucker Punch's 2002 title, The Thievius Raccoonus. On the hardware and accessories side, there are also perks via PlayStation Direct and select retail partners. The biggest thing is this. Between now and June 12th, PlayStation 5 is $50 off, PSVR 2 is $100 off, and you can get Spider-Man 2, The Last of Us Part 2 Remastered, MLB The Show 24, and Rise of the Ronin for $20 off each. New PS5 owners can likewise get a year of Netflix for free, and new PS Plus subscribers can get 30% off of their plan of choice. Existing PS Plus members will get a 25% discount for updating the remainder of their sub to the extra plan, or 30% off for upping to the premium plan. Unfortunately, there are no perks for current PS Plus subs that simply want to stack or renew. Finally, there are a lot of campaigns on PlayStation Stars for you to check out, and PlayStation Gear branded merch is all 20% off. Lots of shit going on here, but I think people want to start with this. Ramsey Schroeder wrote in on Patreon and says, "Hey CDC, Sly is back. While the Sly games have been available to stream for several years now, a direct PS2 port of the first game is a dream come true for me, as I get to platinum the game for a third time, including Vita. Wondering if you guys think this is the most significant first-party addition to the Classics catalog to date, and does this bode well for things to come? Keep jumping and hitting the circle button, you sneaky sacred boys. P.S. If you were the Cooper gang, Chris would be Bentley, Dustin would be Murray, and Colin would be Sly, based purely on aesthetics. Although Colin is definitely the most suave." Thank you for writing in, Ramsey. I appreciate that. That's really nice of you to say. Sly Cooper and other PS2 games coming. Dustin, actually, no, Chris, let's start with you because I want to hear about you with Sly Cooper specifically. Are you interested in checking this out? These will presumably be available a la carte as well, so you don't have to be a part of premium if you don't want to. I have Sly Cooper on PS3. I platinumed it there. It is on Vita as well. Maybe I'll pick it up. I really like the original Sly Cooper. It's a very, very playable game. Very fun.
Yeah, dude, finally, this is what I'm talking about, where I've been waiting for this exact kind of title to come out, because especially for the PS2, because I think I've talked about it on the show before. I must have, because where else would I bring this up? But the PS2 generation was a kind of like, I missed a lot of those big kind of tentpole games. I was focusing, like, the PS2 was my Dragon Ball Z fighting machine, or like my Simpsons hit and run machine. Like I wasn't really involved in the kind of first party conversation to be, it's not first party at that point, but the real big tentpole games of that machine. And I've been waiting for an opportunity to play these classics in a way that wasn't compromised by some dumb internet component that would have like, your internet's out, or like your internet's kind of slouching, so you're gonna have to deal with like 15 frames per second or random freezes or disconnects or any of that shit. It's frustrating. And does this bode well? I mean, I would like to. The optimist in me says yes. I would hope so. I would hope that when this game comes out, it does well enough to indicate that like people do want this. But it's at the very least, it's a stepping stone towards getting a lot of PlayStation's history back in a primary playable way on modern hardware, which is something I'm always going to be a fan of, and something that I think that they should absolutely keep pursuing and keep pushing for. So yeah, this is a win. Everything else is almost like everything else offered is almost completely negligible to me in comparison to this, because this is exactly the step that I want them to take. So yeah, I'm totally down. I'm very excited to jump into this. Natively on modern hardware. It's going to be exciting.
Yeah, this is amongst, I would say, to the question, who was it here? Ramsey asked about, is it the most important or the biggest PlayStation kind of first party game or second party game? And because it is technically a second party game at that time, it's for people that are interested in your PlayStation history, the first liaison between Sucker Punch and Sony. And Sony didn't buy Sucker Punch until the entire Sly trilogy was through and the first Infamous game. So this is their first of 4 second-party games. What do you think of this, Dustin, though? Because I look at it and I'm like, it's one of them, but it's not maybe the biggest one, because there are quite a few notable games in the catalog at this point. So I wouldn't want to say that. Like Jack and Daxter's in there. You know, Siphon Filter's in there. There's, you know, Jet Moto 2. I'm only kidding. That's not a big one, but it's certainly one of the biggest ones. And it's good to see PS2 games back. It seems like maybe they fixed this, whatever issue was going on that was precluding them from moving forward with PS2 games. And man, when you talk about the world being someone's oyster, the PS2 has a lot of games. And it has been deeply undermined. And I mean under-mined for games compared to the PS1 so far. So what do you think?
Yeah, it's exciting. I have never played a Sly Cooper game. Shocker. Never.
That's interesting.
One. Never.
They're so good, dude. I think you'd like it.
Yeah,
actually.
I think it looks fun. So I will definitely be checking this out when it comes. I'm excited, of course, by the prospect of PS2 games, but I'm keeping in mind the rollout of PS1 games, and I expect this to be good, but not necessarily as grand as we would want it to be. So we'll see what the rollout on these is like, whether, you know, what the pace will be, how many weird movie tie-in games we get, which, by the way, I like having the weird movie tie-in games in there because some of those for many of us are deeply nostalgic. Even if they're not very good games, it's fun to throw them on there. But we'll see what the rollout is like overall on these. But yeah, and apparently too, they have I'm trying to remember exactly what, it doesn't detail it here, but I remember seeing that they're like up-resed. They have the same types of features that the PS1 has as far as rewind and save states and stuff. So all of that in there as well makes it very nice.
All right. What do you guys think about the discounts? Pretty sweet. I'll pick up Rise of the Ronin for $20 off. I haven't bought it yet. The Last of Us Part 2 remastered for $20 off. It's a nice deal too, because that came out only earlier this year. Spider-Man 2, I would have assumed it was already discounted, but I guess not. So nice $20 rips there. I was thinking about this. Does this make sense? If you bought a PlayStation 5 and a game of your choice from that list, you would basically get the game for free, right? Because you're getting $50 off the console and $20 off the game. So that's $70 that would have counted for the original game. So it's not a terrible deal. It's basically the same as having a bundled game and a pretty high caliber bundled game. So I wonder if people will take advantage of this. $100 off PSVR2 is pretty steep. I wonder if that will help push any units. We reported last month that apparently they've stopped manufacturing them because they have so many of them. So I think that they need to start getting rid of them. So yeah, if you're kind of hanging out there, and PS Plus, I was a little disappointed. I understand they don't want people to be dickheads, I guess, but it is a little disappointing that PS Plus I can't stack a year or two. Because remember when they upped the price a while ago and I stacked like a year, I was like, I'm not going to get crazy with it. Maybe PS Plus is going to suck in the future. I don't want to be like locked into 2034 or something and pay like $700 to get it. So I'm a little disappointed that there's not an option to do that. You have to be a new subscriber to get those perks, which is a bummer.
It is interesting to see the inclusion of PSVR 2 games on premium. And I got to shout out Walkabout Mini Golf. Don't sleep on it. It's fucking awesome. I played it on my Quest 2. But so yeah, it is just a mini golf game on VR. But what's cool about it is that there's like, hey, you're playing mini golf on a space station and all kinds of weird stuff that you really couldn't have in an actual like mini golf course. So it's really fun too, playing multiplayer. I'm going to have to hit up Jimmy to see if he wants to play Walkabout on PSVR because we played it on Quest years ago at this point. But it's good to see that there's at least, if you buy a PSVR 2, that you can subscribe to premium and have a small collection of games, you know, available to you. Because I don't think that was the case. I don't think there was any PSVR 2 games on premium. Maybe I'm wrong about that. But particularly having Walking Dead Saints and Sinners on there is awesome for a lot of people. That's one of the standout titles. I don't know anything about this Ghostbusters game, but Walkabout, don't sleep on it. It's awesome.
Also, I can't help but note Embracer Group's desperation since SpongeBob SquarePants, AEW, and which one of the and Tomb Raider are all of their games this month. So getting a little bit of that extra rev. I'm pretty sure I platinum Tomb Raider Legends. I think it was ported to PS3 because I have a couple of Tomb Raider platinums, like random ones from back in the day. And I think that was one of them. That's like a reboot. That's supposed to be like a really well-regarded Tomb Raider game.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like a reimagining of the first one, I think.
Yeah. But I don't remember a thing about it, to be honest.
Yeah.
All right, number 3. Following a slate of really strong Resident Evil remakes going back to, in more recent memory, a remake of 1998's Resident Evil 2 on PS4 from 2019, there's been a lot of conjecture on what may be coming next. In 2020, we received a remake of 1999's Resident Evil 3 Nemesis, and in 2023, we received a really stellar remake of 2005's Resident Evil 4. Logically, one may expect them to go to 2009's Resident Evil 5 next, but instead, rumors have indicated for some time that they may instead go in a more niche direction, or niche, since a lot of you get mad at me. Now, new information from reliable games leaker Dusk Golem is corroborated by both Video Games Chronicle and IGN. There are 2 Resident Evil remakes upcoming, and the rumors of a left turn were true. Players can look forward to remakes for both 2000's Resident Evil Code Veronica, as well as 2002's Resident Evil 0. Code Veronica first launched on Dreamcast in 2000, and was followed by a PS2 port in 2001, a GameCube port in 2003, and finally, a PS3 port in 2011. Taking place after Resident Evil 2 and at the same time as Resident Evil 3 in the timeline, Code Veronica follows the Redfield siblings to Antarctica. As for Resident Evil 0, the spin-off first launched on GameCube in 2002 with a Wii port in 2008 and 2009, depending on territory, and a full-on remaster on both PS3 and PS4 launching in 2016. The game has since come to Switch as well. Originally slated for N64, 0 is a prequel to the original Resident Evil and stars a criminal cop tandem. Capcom's Resident Evil, known as Biohazard in Japan, started on PS1 in 1996 and has spawned a litany of mainline and spin-off titles since, most recently Resident Evil Village, or RE8, in 2021. The series has sold a combined 150 million units to date. I actually think it's 153 million. All right, so we have this is rock solid confirmation as far as I'm concerned, a reliable leaker, and then 2 outlets going on the record to corroborate that information. So, Dustin, we're getting Code Veronica and Resident Evil 0 at an unknown cadence, unlikely together, but both of them being in development is very interesting. I happen to have a soft spot for both of these games, especially 0. I've talked about many times. Resident Evil 0, I think, is a really all-star standout game, and I do not understand what people's problem with it was back in the day. I think it was that it was on GameCube that bothered a lot of people. What do you think? Are you looking forward to playing these? When do you think they might come out? And what do you think about these games? These are kind of lesser known, lesser loved games. We're kind of out of the realm of like the bangers now. They really don't have any left that they can remake.
Yeah, that makes sense, but these remakes are so good, they're going to turn them into bangers, I feel like. Just because, dude, the recent releases of Resident Evil have all been so good. In fact, Resident Evil 7 is the one that really made me a fan of the series to the point where I went back, I played 1, and then I played the remakes for 2 and 3, of course. So yeah, hell yeah, give me more Resident Evil. The fact that it's 2 games being rumored and not just 1 is even more exciting. And I'm really excited to play both of these. I think I bought both of these and was planning to play them when I was doing a lot of my Resident Evil playthroughs, and then I didn't get to them. So I'll probably just wait and play the remakes on these. But in terms of when they'll come out, I don't know. Maybe I'm trying to think when 2 came out. Like from announced to 2, I feel like 2 was announced at a PlayStation E3 event in the summer, and then I think released the following, like in March maybe, for Resident Evil 2. I'm not sure. Mm-hmm. I could see one, dude, if one of them got announced at Summer Game Fest or maybe even at the PlayStation event, it's State of Play that we haven't seen yet. Maybe you know from a leak. If one of these gets announced in the near future, I could see it coming out early 2024 or 25.
Yeah, let me look at the leak real quick that I was given by a friend. See, I don't know if it's accurate or not. Let's see. Is there a... No. It's not on there.
Dang it.
We'll see. I don't know if it's true or not. It's just, yeah, we'll see. All right. Chris, anything to say about Resident Evil Code Veronica, Resident Evil 0? Do you like these games? Are you familiar with these games? Will you play these games? I agree with Dustin's sentiment that they will certainly do something special with this, which is kind of what I feel like they did. Nemesis was a little weaker than Resident Evil 2 Remake, but I think they kind of did the best they could with it. It wasn't reimagined in any real way, and so it felt kind of like a little bit of a lesser than, but even getting those would be better than the average game. So I'm totally fine with that.
Yeah, like I feel like they just throw these games through like a banger machine, and generally, like Resident Evil 3, I just think, I mean, personally, just as the original is just kind of just less to work with in general. I just feel like every other game has a little bit more meat or a little bit more substance to it than 3 does, like from my perspective. So they did what they could with it, but I think, yeah, I mean, I think we talked about how these would conceivably be the next ones anyway, because I think 5 needs a little bit more time. I do think you're going to see 5 remake at some point. I think probably after the next mainline, I would have to imagine. If these are indeed the next ones to be remastered, then we'll probably see like Resident Evil, what was it, 9?
Yeah, it would be 9. It would be, I think you'll get like Code Veronica 0, 9, 5.
And then 5, yeah.
Yeah.
Because it'll be enough time since 5 to be like, oh, and then 5's probably going to be crazy good. I wouldn't even be surprised by that. So I don't know. Will I play? I don't know much about Code Veronica. I played a little bit of Resident Evil 0 though, a long ass time ago. But I remember so little of those games that, I mean, I would definitely be interested, especially if they give them the special treatment that they've given 2, 3, and 4. Like what reason would I have to be skeptical of the quality of these games at this point? They've just kind of, even 3 for being not amazing was far from bad.
Yeah.
So
totally.
like.
Totally.
So yeah, I'm totally into it. I wonder if they'll do like a package thing.
That would be cool.
I don't know how long those games are relative. Like, I have no real barometer, but like, it's conceivable that they might.
It's funny because the rumor, and I this is totally uncorroborated, so I just take it for what I've been reading. But the idea is that like one of them is in development internally and one of them is external. So it's conceivable.
Right,
it's conceivable that they could be kind of being aiming at the same endpoint of releasing them both. But I would think you would want to release them one at a time, because just because they are, and I know you guys know this, but just for the audience out there, these aren't like spin-offs in that they're really short or whatever. It's that, you know, hold on, my dad's calling me.
Oh,
Hello. Hey, Dad. Good. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I'm recording. Can you just leave them on the on this? Yeah, that's perfect. Thank you. I'm sorry. I'll see you tomorrow. All right. Love you. Bye.
Dropping off
Sorry.
bagels?
Oh, I wish. No, he didn't bring bagels. Why didn't he bring? Oh no, he flew. So no bagels for me this time. No, he has my sunglasses. Because we went to my dad's down here for like a few days. But he never calls me. So it's kind of like, you know, I'm like, I just get nervous when I see people call me, you know? And also my watch, it's like extra jarring because it starts ringing first for some reason.
It's almost like a spider sense.
Yeah. It's like,
what's coming?
Yeah, that's exactly right. All right. So what I was saying was I just wanted to kind of reiterate that these are still like big games that deserve their own spotlight. So it would kind of be disappointing. That would be a squandering, I think. Separating them by 6 months would be cool. I mean, announcing Resident Evil 9, say you announce Resident Evil 9 at the Summer Games Fest or whatever, and it's got a 2025 release date. And then at the end, it's just a splash screen that says like Resident Evil Code Veronica, October, Resident Evil 0, February, or something like that. Or March or whatever. It's just kind of cool. And then so you get the game out there, then you have these other kind of teases with saying nothing else about them. Then you have this opportunity to market both of them and sell both of them as the full products that they are. And I think people will especially like 0 if they give it a chance. But Code Veronica, my Resident Evil knowledge is a little hazy at this point because it's been so long and I forget things, but I'm pretty sure Code Veronica was supposed to be Resident Evil 2. And that might be why it takes place in the same place or something. There's something about the production of that game that it fell like in the cracks kind of. And there wasn't supposed to be a major gap between Nemesis and 4. That's where Devil May Cry came from. And like a bunch of other shit that were supposed to be Resident Evil. And I think that there were multiple like false starts. And I think Code Veronica was one of those games. It also came out on Dreamcast. And that's where I played it. But that game kind of just fell off because no one had a Dreamcast. And when it came to PS2, which was, I think, in 2001, then people started kind of paying more attention to it. Anyway, that's neither here nor there. And shout out to Capcom, by the way. They're just doing a great job. Not only with Resident Evil, but with many things. And I'm really happy for them because it's a company I hold near and dear to my heart as a Mega Man fan. I mean, obviously, they have given me so much as a player of game. All right. Number 4. Industry analysis firm Circana, previously the MPD Group, has released its software sales data for the month of April 2024 in the United States, and it shows great performance for the PlayStation aligned games, particularly from the second party. Despite being on the market for only 5 days in April, Stellar Blade was the best-selling game in the US across all platforms, with fellow second-party success story Helldivers 2 slotting in second during its third month on sale. Xbox-published games have also very clearly done well on PlayStation platforms, as we garnered from Sony's digital-only sales data shared during last week's show. Rare's Sea of Thieves was the 4th best-selling game in the US following its release on PS5, with Obsidian's Grounded slotting in 12th. Adjusted for PlayStation-only games, they were 3rd and 9th best-selling games on the PS5. Other notable games on the overall list include a surging Fallout 4 at 5, on the back of its popular Amazon show, MLB The Show 24 at 6th, Dragon's Dogma 2 at 7, Rise of the Ronin hanging on at 11, and Spider-Man 2 at 20. According to Circana, cumulative gaming-related spending in the US is actually down several percent year over year, though content-related spending, that is to say games, DLC, subs, and so on, is up 2%. Cumulative hardware sales are down a precipitous 43% year over year, though it's important to note PlayStation 5 had an all-time year not too long ago, and is therefore being compared to those numbers. And that, by the way, that percentage in the 40s is for all of the consoles combined. When it comes to PlayStation 5 specifically, the following 10 games were the most played and engaged with titles on the console in April, including all free-to-play games and games as a service. So remember what we were saying earlier when Chris and I were discussing how it doesn't really matter where the first and second party games are for the overall bottom line. It's more about the differentiation factor, because these are the most played games. Call of Duty HQ, Fortnite, Grand Theft Auto 5, NBA 2K24, Roblox, Helldivers 2, Madden NFL 24, Fallout 4, Spider-Man 2, and Immortals of Avium. I love seeing the PS Plus games creep in there, and that must be so satisfying for that team, because it's going to be the most amount of people that are ever going to play their game. So shout out to them. All right, where am I here? I lost my space. Oh, okay. As America is the biggest core gaming market in the world, the following is especially important. PlayStation 5 was the month's best-selling console, and according to Circana is, quote, currently the US market leader by a significant margin, end quote. PS5 sales in the United States are 8% ahead of where PS4 was unit by unit when adjusted for time. Helldivers 2 remains the United States best-selling game year to date, and was even Steam's most played game in April by active user base. When it comes to accessories, the precious PlayStation Portal was both the month's best-selling accessory in the US and year to date. It's important to note that that's measured by dollars, and since the Portal is $200, that will help support that. But it was the Edge for a while, so it's 2 PlayStation accessories at the top of the list there. Helldivers 2's success remains strong, and again to underline, in the US, PS5 sales are ahead of PS4 sales. Ahead. Interesting stuff. Chris, what say you?
Yeah, I mean, obviously things are going well. I think seeing Grounded is a lot bigger than I assumed it would be. Like, because I played Grounded for a little bit, it was fine, but I think survival games are this weird kind of niche that I don't fully understand, that like have like a secretly like large dedicated player base that I just never hear about, because these games are like mega played and I never hear anything about them. Fallout I think is obvious. Even I jumped back into Fallout, but I mean, Stellar Blade being that big of a success I don't think is necessarily so surprising. It had a lot of free press for obvious reasons. Some of them are insane. Like, I don't know if you guys saw that petition.
Yeah, it's
you must have seen it.
Yeah, it's so fucking stupid, especially because they released these DLC outfits recently that are like,
yeah,
totally bodacious. You know, it's like, oh my god,
it's insane. But yeah, I mean, congrats to the Stellar Blade team, shift up, because that's obviously an indication of the healthy beginnings of a franchise there. So obviously pretty good for them. But I guess the only thing I'm like not really that convinced of is like when people say the Portal and like the Edge are like the best, they're doing really well peripheral wise. I'm like, are there other peripherals really? Like, they are kind of the only new ones really with any.
Yeah, I guess it would just be like controllers, because it was the Edge, which again I think because it's so expensive, isn't the Edge also isn't the Edge $200?
It is.
Or is it 100? Yeah.
Mhm.
So
200.
by dollar
I mean,
sales,
it's no
it's
joke.
not a
It's no
huge
joke
surprise.
for sure.
It's
Yeah,
crazy that's that expensive, man.
Yeah,
mean,
it's
The cost
something.
to Edge is high.
Yeah, there is a cost to edging.
The
I
cost
know.
of Edge is
I paid the
prohibitively
cost
high.
to Edge,
Yeah,
and the
Yeah.
batteries are
Yeah.
always running low. Let me tell
Yeah.
you.
right.
Living on the edge.
What do you have to say, Dustin?
Yeah, well, Stellar Blade being number one is it just goes to show, we were talking about this earlier, that the people that were questioning Sony's, not releasing any first party games, and whoa, that's bad for them and whatever. And it's like, well, look what they did. They have a second party partner that's releasing a new IP, by the way, and going all the way to number one. And is clearly a very, very significant game that came out this year. So I'm really happy to see its success, because it's an awesome game. And it's surprising too, in that I don't know. Do you feel like Stellar Blade kind of it has the trappings of what would be like a niche game for nerds? In its like overall, the super sexy character, very sci-fi. So I guess in a way I could see some people finding that off-putting, the much more anime-like aesthetic, but still managing to be a huge mainstream success at number one. So good for them. And also, Microsoft, your experiment with Sea of Thieves, your little quote unquote experiment on trying to see if you want to release third party games, which for the audio listeners, big air quotes on their experiment, still panning out very well. So
Extremely well.
expect to see more Xbox games. And also just, it's exciting for Sea of Thieves players in general, old and new. I was talking to Ben last night, and he was saying, he's been playing the game the whole time, and was really, really positive about like the breadth of life that has come to the game from the PS5 console release, that has kind of, no pun intended, but raised the sales for everybody that are enjoying the game. And so I think that's cool to see a game like that continue to be successful year over year, and just do well on a new platform.
Yeah, it's great. I'm happy for Rare. I'm happy for Microsoft, and I'm really interested to see what's next. Gears, Halo. I think everything's on the table. In addition to the obvious things that are going to be coming up, like Doom and all the rest. So that's why I said, like, next week it'll be very interesting to watch the Xbox showcase from the perspective of a third party, which is basically what they will now be in some sense to PlayStation. And if they announce anything there, if they try to keep it close to the vest, I'm going to be very interested in the way that they communicate. And so I'm actually even more interested in that than I am the PlayStation showcase, because frankly, I don't think that it's like, oh, Silent Hill and Concord. It's like, yeah, I know. Like, I know it's going to be more surprising. Right.
Yeah.
So we'll have to wait for that. All right. Let's get into listener inquiries as we wrap up the show. 6 questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, and ideas from our audience over on patreon.com/laststandmedia. Thank you so much for your support over there. Remember, we post a thread in the newsfeed each week for the show. You respond to it. I comb through your inquiries and try to pull them out best as I can, and I love pulling out. Marco Bruno wrote in and said, "Hola, amigos. The live show was fun to watch on YouTube. Looks like you all had a great time. I submit to you a quick ranking game. Can the 3 of you rank the following JRPG actions? Haste, Mug, Double Cast, Auto Life." I'll hang up and listen. Dustin, rank the JRPG actions: Haste, Mug, which I would think would be Steal,
Yeah.
Double Cast, and Auto Life.
I gotta say probably Auto Life. So is that just like an auto heal?
Auto Life would be if you die. It could be a relic or a spell or something that you put on yourself that you would be revived automatically.
Yeah, Auto
Probably
Life
once per fight, or maybe even once per use for item. Like there's
Right.
in Wild Arms, there's a doll you equip on yourself, and if you die, you use the doll automatically and come back to life, but the doll is expired.
Yeah. Auto Life gonna be number one for me, because those come in clutch, especially with really tough boss battles that can really help you out. After that, I can say Mug is lowest. Like for when I was playing Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, I never stole from anybody.
No, me
Ever.
neither. I never do.
I don't care about that.
I don't do that in games unless you have to for like a story beat or a side quest or something.
Number 2, Double Cast. Always love doing extra damage. Haste. I'm in the middle on that one.
Yeah. It could be useful. It's useful in some games. I think it's a little overrated. I rarely cast it. It's useful in like active time battle games like Final Fantasy IV onward.
Mm.
Chris,
Mm-hmm.
can you rank these JRPG actions? Haste, Mug, Double Cast, Auto Life.
I think I would probably have the same ranking as Dustin, except I would probably put haste last, because with Mug, at least there's like a novelty to the idea that you're just mugging somebody mid-fight that I kind of like.
It's awesome.
I like the idea of just like we're fighting and then I'm just gonna reach into your pockets real quick. I like imagining that. But haste, I remember specifically, was it Final Fantasy 16 or oh man, I don't remember what the fuck I was playing, but haste was there. And I remember using it and being completely befuddled as to what benefit it actually gave me. Like I understood what it was doing. I just didn't really see how it helped me really in any way. So haste is probably like the lowest, but beyond that, I think Auto Life and Double Cast are easily like Auto Life is easily top. I remember because there's like I'm pretty sure there's an item like that in either Elden Ring or some other game like that like lets you like fucking come back. Like it's like a relic that you have to equip or something. I don't know if it's Elden Ring or something. I played a game recently like that, but that's a big help, especially in like a difficult game that's like really combat oriented. Like easily, Double Cast is useful. I used that a lot in Rebirth because there was like a spell that Tifa had that if you stood within the circle, you could like use You could use magic twice, and that was like super helpful for every time I could use it. But yeah, I think haste is probably like the last. I like Mug in some way. There's something cheeky and charming about it, but it's not particularly useful. But it's at least more interesting than haste is.
Yeah, it's funny. Like it must come from the D&D, like the D&D 1.0 days, the thief class.
Yeah,
and this idea of stealing. Like the first time I was exposed to it in a game was Final Fantasy VI. Locke is a thief, and his move is to steal. But I'm sure it appeared before that. My order for you, Marco, would actually be Double Cast first. It is so powerful, especially in Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. It's really useful because it just casts a spell you're casting twice. But the games where you can get a double cast feature where you can cast two different spells back to back is so awesome. So like Life and then Cure, or like Fire 2, or whatever you're trying to do. So I would go Double Cast first, then Auto Life for sure, then Haste, and then I'd put Mug last. But again, yeah, Haste and Mug are not things I would really explore. Like I think in Final Fantasy VI, Locke steals something that you have to do it. But other than that, I don't care. You have to know it's easier in the age of bestiaries, like in-game bestiaries in RPGs, to know what enemies have to steal, because otherwise you were just basically doing it blind. How would you even know what you were looking for? Like, oh, this guy has a really powerful item. How the fuck do I know that? All right. Sounded more angry than I was. Dan Root wrote in and said, "Hey, CDC, could use some advice. This past Memorial Day weekend, I found out my secured U-Haul storage unit was broken into. A vast majority of my 20-year collection is gone. From limited edition PS4s to some of my sealed original Final Fantasy games and most of my collector's editions across all PlayStation generations. I'm absolutely gutted as to the value of what was stolen might be around $20,000. Now I'm stuck as to even if I even want to play games anymore or even collect. The cost to replace everything, let alone tracking new items down again, is damn near impossible. Do I just sell off what wasn't stolen, or do I try and hold out to see if anything shows up on the security cameras and police investigation? This has truly been one of the worst things to ever happen to me, and it makes me just want to completely give up gaming and collecting. What would you guys do?" Dustin, I was thinking about you here. It's a horrible thing, Dan. I'm sorry to hear that. My first thing is like, is there not, did the U-Haul store, your secured U-Haul storage unit, is there not like insurance? I'm not saying that you would necessarily want to use the money to buy the games back, and you might not be able to, and they might not even give you a lot of money, but what is your recourse there? If this is like one of those establishments, that's what I'm envisioning in my head, right? Like a place you would go, and then it's like a building with a garage door or whatever.
Right.
So there must be some sort of recourse for you, no? I mean, you would know better than I would, Dan, but Dustin, I want to hear what you have to say about this as a collector. This seems like this is a body blow, a coup de grace, perhaps.
Yeah. Well, it's a big question, because he's talking about, do you restart? Do you sell off what you have and just give it up? I mean, this is going to depend on you in some ways. And this is, people have disagreed with me on this, is that a collection needs to be a collection worth having. You should have around to be enjoyed. And your collection was sitting in a storage just kind of sitting there. And I don't know, maybe you just don't have the space right now or whatever. So maybe it is a time to just break off and think like, well, it sucks. But I wasn't really using this stuff, so maybe I can just use the money and sell off at this point. But I think the way to think about it is, if you are going to restart, then you got to clear your mind and go fresh and make it fun. Go to gaming events and find these things. If you just go and order everything that you had off eBay, there's not very much fun in that. And it's just kind of just checking off boxes so you can put stuff back into your storage container and not use. So maybe it's a time to rethink. And I just gotta say, I'm so sorry this happened to you. I can't even imagine the level of devastation from losing, a precious collection and losing that much monetary value at the same time. That truly sucks. So I'm curious to see what you end up doing. But like I said, I just encourage that if you decide to rebuild, make it fun. Go out, hang out at events, maybe try some yard sales, whatever. Start a YouTube channel and be like, I lost my collection, and now each episode I'm rebuilding it, and here's me doing it. People would watch that 100%.
That's a great idea. Yeah.
So you can maybe make something out of this. And Frisk is barking outside my room, so I got to go get her while Chris responds.
Yeah, that's fine. Chris, do you have anything you want to add to Dan Root's plight here?
Yeah, I don't know. It's a little bit difficult for me to imagine, because I don't really. I have a small collection of games that I've accumulated over time, but like most of my library is digital at this point. I guess if I lost my password, or like my accounts were somehow stolen and I had no way to get them back, and there was like no recourse that I could take, that would probably bum me out a great deal. It would be, but I feel like it would be more. I feel like for me, because I'm so, I don't necessarily have sentimentality attached to games in that way, to the point where I don't really know how I would even react to a situation like that. I feel like I would just be frustrated at the sheer inconvenience of it, more than I would be, emotionally like devastated or just like really in a gutter, to the point where I was like, oh, do I even play games again? It's like, no, I would definitely continue to play games, because I love video games regardless of whether or not I've lost every single one of them that I had. But as somebody who isn't a collector, it's really difficult for me to give advice. But like, I think Dustin spoke pretty succinctly on like, dude, like, make it, if you are going to rebuild your collection, make it fun. It's the only real way to go about it, because I doubt, here's the thing, as somebody who's if you've collected video games for that long, to the point where you have a $20,000 collection, I very much doubt that you're somebody who would just stop playing. This is clearly an important medium to you. So I'm sure it feels that way in the moment, where you feel like, I want to give up or whatever. But like, I feel like that's more likely than not a fleeting feeling in the face of like a pretty huge loss. But yeah, dude, I mean, losing that much money, losing that much of anything would be a massive deal. So, I mean, take your time, but I would really look into what you could do about that, because there's no shot that you have no recourse, right? Like, you must have some. I mean, I guess maybe you didn't get the insurance, but I don't know. Like, that's a lot of product to move. Like $20,000 of physical games. That's not a small, like, that's not like a quick run and grab. There's got to be like footage or something. I wonder how soon after this event you're writing this, I guess. Like, because if it's been weeks, then I mean,
but he says Memorial Day.
Oh, Memorial Day.
He found it. Oh, what?
I found out. Right. Okay.
Yeah, like it could have happened a year ago if he had not been there. So that's why like the cameras might not have anything.
Right.
And I don't know, like maybe there's something distinct about your collection and the way the games would be sold or whatever that you can try to kind of track down who did it, but it could be a lost cause. It sucks. I would feel like you would have some sort of recourse, but maybe you don't. I mean, maybe you don't have, I've never used a storage unit. Maybe you have you signed some sort of contract where they're just like, we're not responsible for anything in here. And
now, is it a storage unit or is it one of those, you know how they have those like big boxes?
Oh, like that they bring to your house or whatever?
Yeah.
I
I
see,
imagine
yeah.
you would know, though, if it was outside of your house and
Right.
it got broken into. So,
It
like,
says
I don't know.
U-Haul.
I want more information, I
Yeah,
guess, about
U-Haul
this.
has like facilities. So I that's what I was envisioning.
Yeah, that's what I assume, too. But, like,
Yeah.
I'm also just, man.
The one
I
thing
don't
I'll
know.
say though is don't let that discourage. I totally get like the psychic terror that you're going through right now. I totally get it, but like don't abandon gaming for it. Take
Yeah.
your
Right.
space if you need to, but don't. There's like some degenerate that's like going to ruin your whole outlook on all things video games. I hope not.
Yeah, you'll get one day. You'll get back your copy of E.T. Interplanetary Mission. Don't worry.
Indeed. Rolando Candelaria wrote in and said, "Hey CDC, long time, first time. With Call of Duty officially coming to Game Pass on day one, do you think Sony should be scared of people switching from PlayStation to Xbox to take advantage of this?" First of all, yeah, that was confirmed, and we talked about how, and I went on length about this a couple weeks ago. I think was they have to make that move, and that it was in question at all, I think is really strange because they have to know, and this is why they did it. So they've confirmed that that's going to happen. I don't know that PlayStation has much to be scared of, but I will say that this is, if it's going to happen with any game, it'll be this one, I think. Right. And it hasn't happened so far. Like, it's not, Game Pass has not worked. The Xbox is not selling. I thought Starfield would have been the last great hope, but now that Call of Duty is kind of coming in, I feel like it could materially move things. What's going to determine it, of course, is people's behavior with Call of Duty. Like, we just don't really know what people are going to do, you know, as far as what is the per capita Call of Duty fan? How does he feel or she feel about buying the game? How much time do they spend with it? What's the price of Game Pass going to be? Because I think the major thing with this is that the price is going to go up. They're just not going to say it now, but the price is going up, I'm sure. And
For sure, yeah.
How do people balance that? $15, $20 a month, whatever it's going to be. I don't know, like whatever it would be. What do you garner value out of that? You don't own it. Are you happy to just move on? You'll have access to all of the Call of Duty games. I just don't feel like, I feel like people are going to buy it, you know, which I think Microsoft is also happy about. But as far as Game Pass's prospects, I just think so. And Chris, I want to hear what you have to say first. To Rolando's point, I think that Sony should be more cognizant of the possibility of people defecting than ever with this game. But I think it will be fairly limited because it just hasn't really gone that way. And I think people's behavior with games have kind of played that out.
Yeah, I feel like, especially with Call of Duty, I mean, this is arguably, like, from my perspective, this is a game that's ostensibly the exact same thing every year in almost like a Pokemon fashion. And people are still willing to shell out full price for them, even when they're not even the most recent. Like, I think I saw, it's probably cheaper now, but I think I remember looking at some of the older Call of Duty price tags a couple of years ago and being staggered by how expensive they still were. So, like, I think if any fandom is willing to shell out money for a title, it's these people specifically who play Call of Duty who are willing to shell out every year for a relatively identical experience. And just on top of the fact that I just people are generally creatures of habit and they like to play where they are. And I don't think that this is really going to move as many units as they're hoping or as they, you know, wishfully kind of hope. I think, I mean, dude, there are games that are available for free on the Epic Games Store that has no barrier of entry for PC users at all that people still don't go to because it's just not Steam. And I think PlayStation has kind of asserted itself this generation and definitely the prior as the de facto console Steam in some way, where it's like, this is where my library is, this is where my friends are, this is where my account is, this is where my trophies are. I'm not going to pay $70 for the new Call of Duty game because I could just spend $500 or $400 for an Xbox to pay $12 a month to get it on this other platform that I have no real heritage or history on, that none of my friends are on. That I agree that if any game is going to do it, it's going to be this one, but I also think this is not going to do it. I just think that the battle's over. As far as I'm concerned, like, I really don't see any future outside of a genuine dystopia where everything is like we're using cans to talk to each other, where anything materially changes to the point where people are willing to shift the market in such a drastic way such as to make Xbox a reliably strengthened competitor again in this space. I just don't. It's not in the tea leaves from where I'm sitting, and I don't say that as like a bias. If anything, I have a bias towards Xbox. I spent most of my time, like most of my young life, cognizantly paying attention to games in the Xbox 360 generation. I love that console with all my heart, even though it died on me like 3 times. So like, I'm a big Xbox guy, and I just don't see it, man. This isn't going to do it, and I think they're probably going to be disappointed, and I think that's probably going to be the point where they decide to pull the trigger on, like, I think if this goes the way I think it's going to go, I think next year is going to be a big year for Xbox games on PlayStation. Personally, from where I'm sitting.
Yeah, I think so too. And I think that there's a catch-22 for Microsoft in that they have like competing tension in like, they don't, if Game Pass takes off and it reaches like a sustainable point, then that's obviously what they would want to be part of the old kind of strategy, but they want to sell they need to sell copies of the game now.
Right.
As they've ingested the entire cost of doing business for Call of Duty. So I think it's going to be very interesting to watch this play out. But no, I don't think it materially changes much as well, because, but I don't, and Dustin, let's get you involved here. I just don't know like the per capita or the average, like what is the mean Call of Duty player? Who is this person? How much time does he spend with it? Is he willing to pay for it? Is he happy to pay for it? There's microtransactions in the game too, and obviously all of Call of Duty HQ and all the rest. So there's a lot of different ways to make money. Just getting people in is probably really valuable. So what do you think?
Yeah, in terms of what the exact question said, should Sony be scared of people switching to take advantage? I don't think so. Not particularly with this release, and that a lot of what Chris was saying, it's like for someone going that has a PlayStation, and let's say they are not a casual gamer in that they play phone games and Animal Crossing, but a casual consumer of games. They have a PlayStation, they buy 2 or 3 releases a year. They don't care about a game like Stellar Blade, right? I imagine them, maybe they hear like, oh, you'll be able to play this on Game Pass. And it's like, okay, well, I have to invest into another console and then a subscription to get this. Or I could just spend $70 and continue what I'm doing now. So I don't see people looking at that and they're thinking about a long-term value proposition of it when they're just say, oh, I could just buy Call of Duty for the console I already have for $70 and then own it and not have a reoccurring subscription. So I think it will definitely affect people that maybe already have both consoles and they have Game Pass, that it's like, well, it's available to me here, so I don't need to buy it on PlayStation. I think there is some element too with PlayStation being the primary platform of Call of Duty players, that even if they have access somewhere else, that they might be like, well, this is where I've always played it. And yeah, Call of Duty has cross-platform play, but being able to play using PlayStation parties, stuff like that, maybe they care about trophies to some degree. That's probably some element of it as well. I think what will be more interesting is long-term, and if the promised Game Pass, here we've got all these amazing first-party titles coming out once a month, once every other month or whatever, that's when things could start to change up the mix. But again, those titles now are coming to PlayStation. And I think a lot of times when it comes to finances, people are very short-sighted. And they're like, oh, well, maybe I'll save money long-term, but there's all this upfront investment, so I'm not going to switch over. So I really don't think Sony is worried about it. They might take some hit on Call of Duty sales on their platform specifically, but I don't think it's going to be a huge big deal.
All right. Christian Coulter wrote in, said, hey guys, what the fuck is a fiduciary obligation? What does it actually obligate CEOs to do? If an employee threatens 1C from the shareholders' dividends with a tweet, or 1 cent, I think you mean, is the CEO fiduciarily obligated to fire that employee? If yes, is that a legal obligation, a moral one? What about moving the production of a thing to China increases the dividends by 1 cent? What is the CEO fiduciarily obligated to do then? Fiduciary obligation is basically working on behalf of the interests of a party to a certain end. I mean, that's basically the easiest way to describe it. And so the a CEO would have a fiduciary obligation to the shareholders and the board, and that would mean that would have to work generally towards the ends that would benefit them. So when you have something like a layoff, the fiduciary obligation of a CEO to ultimately make the decision to lay people off and how that trickles down to the organization is his fiduciary obligation, because his fiduciary obligation is not necessarily to the employee beyond that employee's ability to bring in profit for the shareholders. That is his fiduciary obligation. But fiduciary obligations are not limited to executives. I mean, the fiduciary obligation is a legal term. And I think a lot of it is used like in trusts with like trustees and like people that have money in like to invest in a certain thing. A person dies, they want to invest their money in this cause. Someone has a fiduciary obligation to pursue his or her, the deceased person's goals as the obligation of being, head of that trust. So that's basically what it means. I know we use that term a lot. So thank you for asking. Timothy Martin wrote in and said, "Hey, CDC. This week, the families of the Uvalde shooting launched a class action suit against several major corporations, including Activision. The suit alleges that the coward piece of garbage that committed the murders was obsessed with Call of Duty, and the violence of the game helped motivate his heinous crime. As a father, my heart absolutely breaks for these families, and they have my deepest sympathies. As a gamer since the mid-'80s, I can't help to see this as a continuation of the video game moral panic that has plagued the industry since its inception. I thought we had moved past the video games create killers narrative, but here we are. What say you all?" So to catch people up on this, I went to Politico just to kind of pull a cogent story that we could use. It says Uvalde families sue Meta and Call of Duty publisher over alleged links to gun violence. It says, quote, "The families of victims of the Uvalde school shooting filed lawsuits against tech giant Meta and major video game developer Activision Blizzard on Friday, arguing the companies played a role in grooming," in quotes, the teenage gunman. The wrongful death complaints contend that Georgia-based gun manufacturer Daniel Defense used Meta-owned social media platform Instagram and Activision Blizzard, maker of the popular Call of Duty video game franchise, to market the weapon used by 18-year-old Salvador Ramos, who shot and killed 19 children and 2 teachers and injured several others at Robb Elementary School in Uvalde, Texas in 2022. The lawsuit claims Meta and Activision, quote, "are chewing up alienated teenage boys and spitting out mass shooters," end quote, and that Instagram's poor oversight of its platform gives gun manufacturers, quote, "an unsupervised channel to speak directly to minors," end quote. And then it goes on to say, quote, "Over the last 15 years, 2 of America's largest technology companies, defendants Activision and Meta, have collaborated with the firearms industry in a scheme that makes the Joe Camel campaign look laughably harmless and even quaint. Defendants, through products that count millions of teenagers and preteens amongst their users, have aided and abetted firearm manufacturers' efforts to expand the market for their weapons by granting unprecedented direct 24/7 access to children," end quote. So this, because it's Activision, will get Microsoft involved. And this seems specious to me at best. Dustin, I'm curious what you make of it. Obviously, it's reminiscent of the pre-ESRB panic. It's also reminiscent of the Jack Thompson panic. But the reality to me is simply numeric. That, for instance, we know 200 million copies of Grand Theft Auto 5 have been sold, right? If 5 people were inspired to be crazy from Grand Theft Auto 5, even if they really were, it's an incredibly low number of people. People are more inspired to do crazy things by all sorts of mundane, everyday things than a video game. And that no one, generally, mathematically speaking, plays Call of Duty or Grand Theft Auto and then goes on a shooting spree means to me that the game doesn't cause shit. What do you think?
Yeah, I totally agree. And I think it goes beyond too. I think that video games are a target just because they are interactive, but like look at how much violence there is in TV and in movies too, but they don't get the same level of targeting towards it. But yeah, it reeks of the same things that happened before, and it sucks because it does put you in a delicate situation, as Timothy mentions. Like, yeah, you feel terrible for what happened, and you don't want to speak ill of the people that are mourning the death of their loved ones. But at the same time, it's like it's a misplaced target for what the actual problem was.
Sorry, I'm just reading something here. Trying to find more information. I don't want to read the lawsuit. I'm not reading the lawsuit. Chris,
Yeah.
do you have anything you want to say?
I mean, man, it's how many times? How many times is this going to happen? This conversation keeps coming up. You're directing your anger towards a Band-Aid solution. It's like, okay, sure. Let's say you got what you wanted and there's no more violent media at all? Do you really think that that's going to materially change like the output of violence? Like people aren't inspired to do violence by media. They're inspired to do violence by situation or, where like life happening to people and hardship and all that shit. Like nobody steals from businesses because they played thief. They steal because they either need or know that they can. It's not like I don't know. I think this ultimately like goes into a political conversation where it's just like you can't have lax open availability to like firearms and also prohibitively expensive like mental health care. Like you can't have both of those things. Like that's not a concoction that bodes well, and that's like in the numbers for every country that you see. Like this is uniquely an American problem for a reason, and it's not because this media exists fucking everywhere. People in Japan are playing these games, people in Australia are playing these games, people in the UK are playing these games, and we see the problem here. Why? Access to guns and just like generally like a mentally kind of sick society of people that cannot get the help that they need. And that's, you would imagine that if you truly cared about this situation, that you would lobby for either, and I'm not even saying that like I lean in any particular way. I'm just like presenting the conversation where it's like you'd either lean towards gun control or open mental health care. Either one of those two things, right? Those are your options. You can't go after like entertainment as if we can't see the numbers in every other country where this is clearly not an issue. I don't know. It seems very short-sighted. I get it. I get the rage, but on some level, I kind of don't, because if I truly was affected by this on a really deeply interpersonal level, wouldn't you have to know inherently like that it's not fucking video games? I feel like it would be even clearer in some way, but I don't know. Who the fuck knows?
I won't get into the gun issue too deeply. I think I just believe in responsibility, that like crazy people will do crazy things with the means that are available to them. And there is something about mitigating risk to stop that from happening by just saying like the tools of war can't be accessible to these people, but they legally aren't accessible to those people. And it doesn't stop them from getting them anyway. And so it is a bit of a conundrum. And I understand that people in such deep pain are going to look for a scapegoat. That the reality, and this is the crazy thing about life, in my opinion, is that your children were massacred for no fucking reason by a savage maniac. And there is no scapegoat other than the person who did it. And that is a powerless and shitty situation to be in. I get that. Completely get that. So there's like no question that if I were in a similar situation, I'd be looking for who to blame too. You certainly can't blame yourself. Your people were the victims. You did nothing wrong. Who's responsible? Well, the person that did it, was probably blown away, or I don't know if they captured that guy, but usually they're killed in these situations, or they kill themselves. And so there's just no one left to blame, and then and so you go look for Call of Duty and the gun manufacturer. And to me, I think that that's irresponsible, because I truly don't believe that guns kill people by themselves. And I don't think that the influence of fiction, it's ridiculous to kind of, it's just ridiculous. Like I watched The Sopranos. I didn't become an Italian gangster. It's just weird. Like at some point we have to realize that really easily influenced people are going to go down fucking weird paths. And I don't even know what we can really do about that. I do agree with you with the mental health thing, of course.
Well, that's kind of the core of it. It's like, I understand that like guns are like, that's a genie that's out of the bottle. Like you can't really put that back. Like you could argue whether or not that was a mistake or not, like, but it doesn't really matter. It's like, that's the kind of the reality. It's like, there's so many guns like proliferating around the United States that it's like, it would be impossible to really decree them out of existence. And so your responsibility as a country and as a government should be like, okay, in a reality where all of these tools are out there and they are in the hands of people who are undoubtedly irresponsible with them, how do we then invest in the mental security of the population that has access to these terrible, these very highly destructive tools to ensure that people are like safe with them. Like that is your only other option, really. And what bothers me is the people in these places that advocate against that. Like that infuriates me, because that's something that you could do. Would it solve every single thing? No, but it's kind of one of those things where it's like, even if it prevents one of these things from happening, I think that's like well worth like whatever like you would have to do to get it through. And obviously that's a political conversation that's like not necessarily germane to the conversation, I guess. But you can't have both. You can't have like this, okay, here are these tools of destruction that are just out there, like readily available at like gun shows and like with like loopholes and all that stuff, and then also neglect the mental health care of a society that has that open access. Like I don't think that's a recipe for success, personally.
Yeah, I agree. It's a complicated issue nonetheless, and you feel for these people, you feel for the victims. This things seem sometimes like so out of control. And I just think like the escapism, if anything, is keeping things cooled down.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
So like hands off my Call of Duty. What'd you say?
I mean, you see that statistically too, like violence is just down like an incredible amount.
It
like
is.
over like since like the 80s and like the 70s. It's like, it's hilarious. Like how, and it doesn't feel that way because we're living in like a very paranoid, internet oriented, like algorithmically, fear driven economy of conversation. But we really are kind of safer today than we were 30 years ago by a ridiculous margin. And so is that because of video games? Probably not, but it certainly disproves that they cause more of it, because it's just not, it's not backed up by the data or the numbers. Like, yeah, there are more mass shootings for sure today than there used to be, but like overall, like, I mean,
it's just common sense.
What is there to be really said?
It's really just common sense. It is just common sense.
It's very obvious. Yeah.
It is just common sense. Gun violence there's a plight of gun violence in the United States, but people don't even really focus on where it is, why it's happening, who does it, and with what guns.
Yeah. Most
it's inner city pistols and lots of illegal guns. Like it's like not legal guns. It's not fucking in suburbia typically. I don't know. Yeah. It's just like I don't know what people.
Well, most gun violence is typically like. All right, last time I read it, I could be like a lot of gun violence is people just fucking around with a gun and shooting themselves in the head, like actually.
Did you see that the other day?
No, I didn't. No,
there was like a guy going around that was like a TikTok guy or whatever, and he was playing with a gun and he blew his head off on the TikTok.
Saw that.
And I saw it. Like I watched the video and it was like, holy fuck! Like that was fucking gruesome.
People are not. That's most of it though. Like a lot of people are just fucking stupid. And I think a lot of people just quite frankly shouldn't have guns because they just end up like, their kids end up like fumbling around with it and then like, oh my God. And it's like, well, what is the likelihood of an explosion happening in a room where there is one grenade? Certainly higher than a room where 0 grenades exist. So like, I mean, you're playing with fire and that's the risk you take, I guess. And, I would never necessarily want to impart like rules over people and what they do. But like, I mean, you gotta be smarter than you are. If you're going to be engaging with those tools. I mean, I don't know. I don't know how to fix that, but
all right.
Call of Duty ain't to blame.
No. Cameron O'Neill has the final inquiry. It says, hey, CDC, now that Bungie has concluded Destiny 2 with the release of the final shape and with Marathon on the horizon, do we think that Destiny was successful? Bungie co-founder Jason Jones originally described Destiny in 2013 as a byproduct of seeing the shooter genre stagnate and wanted to incorporate MMO storytelling, events, and player-to-player interaction. I can't help but look at the landscape today in 2024 and say that Destiny was not only a massive success as a game franchise, but that it fundamentally shifted our perspective on what to expect from a shooter. What say you? It's worth noting this morning I saw as we're recording that they accidentally leaked, I guess, the entire
the expansion
via PlayStation Plus Cloud gaming, and that people now have, I guess, spoilers and pieces of the lore circulating or whatever, so be careful out there, although the game is imminently being released next week, so you won't have much time to wait. Chris, let's go to you. Destiny 2, final shape, and Marathon on the
Yeah.
horizon, etc. Is Destiny, has it been successful? I think it's pretty obviously not only been successful, but incredibly influential, which is something Cameron says.
Oh yeah, easily. Like I think as far as like what it set out to do, for sure. There was no reality where I was interested in anything MMO oriented at all before Destiny, and then that was kind of Bungie just has a tendency of being able to design games in such a way to attract people who aren't normally associated or like interested in the genres that they take part in to those genres. Like I remember specifically not necessarily being a big first person shooter guy when I was like a lot younger. You know, I played a little bit of the like Medal of Honor and like the original Doom, and they didn't speak to me as much as like Crash Bandicoot or Spyro or those games, or even just the Dragon Ball fighting games did. And Halo was really the first time I was like, oh, this is fucking sick. And then that kind of retroactively got me into a lot of other first person shooters that are a little bit more iconic and well regarded today. And it's kind of a similar thing with MMO kind of like MMO light kind of games. I had no interest in like Guild Wars or anything like that. And then Destiny came and I was like, oh, this is kind of, so they have a tendency or like a talent for that. And as far as like being an influential, like shifting what an influential title that shifts what you expect, I think for sure. I had no indication that MMO storytelling or like seasonal storytelling or like cutscenes that happened in the middle or in between expansions. I mean, the idea of expansions alone was like a turnoff to me for a very, very, very long time. And even quite frankly, to this day, kind of still is. But they managed to make it work. I think their influence is, for better or for worse, very obvious. That cursor menu is in so many things that arguably does not work with it, but it does work in Destiny. And, I think obviously it stumbled at the gate. It's stumbled even very, very recently. And, the market reality of a game like this is that it will ebb and flow. And maybe it will even end on like a pretty sour note. Like who the fuck's to say? But the grand experiment of Destiny of, how can we transform FPSs into something that, borrows a lot of what we love about World of Warcraft and kind of marries that into that fundamental design, I think was exceptionally successful. Like there's kind of no doubt about it. And yeah, no, they've done an exceptional job, I think. Management wise, it's another question. That's a very different question.
Yeah, sure.
But setting to shift perspective is for sure like a big deal. That they did.
The only thing I'll add is just absolutely successful, and like you said, defined a lot of what we now see as live service through Destiny. The only thing I'll add is just that the many pain points along the way can maybe at points made it feel not very successful. The ups and downs of Destiny are very, very big. So
yeah,
they had a rough go of it at certain points, but we'll see how they stick the landing now, because they're kind of at, I don't want to say their lowest point, but in some ways, yeah, a low point with coming off the last expansion. And so now they got to bring it home. And I'm curious, really, really curious to see what people think of it. I just saw that the Steam file is 300 gigabytes.
Oh my god,
300 gigs.
Game is so big, man. I'm really like, and it's so funny because like I was thinking about it too, because I'm so behind on Destiny, and I'm like, oh man, I wish there was a way to catch up. And of course, My Name is Bife, the lore keeper of that entire series, basically just some YouTuber with like a really good voice who reads a lot of the lore and like narrates it and presents it really like high quality video vignettes, put out this thing where it's like, my video covering all of Destiny leading up to the final shape is due out soon, and it's 9 hours long. And
nice.
I'll be listening to it.
Cool, man. Yeah, that's exciting.
And because as unfortunate as, and I think this is just kind of like a pain point for these types of games in general, is that even if World of Warcraft from its beginning to its end was completely playable, and I'm sure on some level it is. I really don't know much about World of Warcraft at all. There's no fucking chance that I'm going to do that. Like we're so deep into it now that realistically, like I'm not gonna really play through that entire narrative. And it is unfortunate how much of that narrative is just kind of for Destiny is gone, because in the grand experiment that they've pulled off here, the storytelling in Destiny, or like the story in Destiny as it's unfolded over time, has been sincerely one of the more memorable and more interesting stories that I think I've ever seen in video games. And it is kind of inherent to MMOs that a lot of that will kind of wash away over time, and a lot of it will be inaccessible, and that is mega unfortunate. But I don't know. I'm excited to see how they're going to stick the landing. Regardless of how it ends, I think it will have been a notable experience. It's something that I will definitely remember. But yeah, man, I think on more levels than one, Destiny was like a massive success. Even with, hurdles aplenty.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see where Bungie kind of goes from here with their multiple projects, and how Destiny continues in some form beyond this. But seems from my outside perspective, it's been deeply influential. So, all right. Well, let's wrap it up there. You would have already listened to it by the time you see this, but we have to go prepare to watch the state of play. So we'll wrap it up there. Dustin, thank you for joining me today. Chris, thank you for joining me today. Oh, I guess we'll say goodbyes. Well, I was thinking like this, we would cut in after this, but I guess let's do our normal goodbyes, because this will actually be the end of the show. I'm confused.
Yeah.
Chris, goodbye to you. Be well.
I shall. Not much. I don't know. I got a doctor's appointment at the same time of this thing, so like we'll see how this goes. Hopefully it's quick. But
is it in person or is it a virtual one?
It's in person. It's not, but it's also not that far. It's really just a matter of like how long the waiting is, and how long the actual
take care of yourself
thing is. So we'll see. I may or may not even be in this wrap up of State of Play, but I'll be watching in the waiting room like a psycho.
Fair enough.
Curious about it.
Dustin, goodbye to you.
Goodbye. I was just seeing, apparently, Donald Trump guilty on all counts. A lot of people think this is about hush money, but I know the inside scoop. Guilty of being a Sonic fan.
Yeah.
And
he is. And other things too.
Honestly, if that's the case, lock him up. And all the other Sonic fans.
Throw away the key.
I saw Yuji Naka in jail. He was so nice.
All right, my friends. Well, it's good to be with you. Thank you for your time today. Thank you all out there for your love, kindness, and support of all things Sacred Symbols and Last Stand Media. Couldn't do without you. Patreon.com/laststandmedia, laststandmedia.store for merch. Till next time. Goodbye.
See ya.
Take care, guys.
Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is a product and trademark of Last Stand Media and Collins Last Stand LLC, and is proudly recorded in the USA. The show is conceived by, is written by, and is directed by me, Colin Moriarty. My co-hosts are Chris Raygun Maldonado and Dustin Furman. The show is produced by executive producer Dustin Furman. It's edited by associate producer Ben Smith. All of Last Stand's theme music is by my best friend, Ramon Narvaez. As you know, all of Last Stand's shows, including Sacred Symbols, are fan-funded on Patreon at patreon.com/laststandmedia. The following names are at the producer level on Patreon, our highest tier, and we're grateful for your thoughtful and kind contributions to our independent endeavor. Thank you.